Chapter 22, 85 Sword Gourd. Chapter 22, 85 Sword Gourd. Once he entered the boundless mountain range, Yang Yi gradually sensed countless types of sword and tint. They weren't just around him, they were beneath him, and as he went further, they grew stronger. A strange place. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. He was quite curious about the sword ruins. After walking for around an hour, the sword and tint around him was growing stronger and stronger, and they had started to make him feel a sense of pressure. However, it wasn't very strong. 2 hours later, every step was difficult for Yang Yi. The sword and tint around him was growing lesser, but they were growing stronger too. Every single one of the sword and tints he faced right now weren't weaker than his own. They were all progenitor realm sword and tints. Yang Yi's shock grew as he progressed. Another hour later. At this moment, every step he took was extremely difficult, and a strand of powerful sword and tint was pressing down upon him from ahead. True Dao Realm Sword and Tint. He was facing true Dao Realm Sword and Tint right now. At this moment, he clearly sensed the difference between true Dao Realm and progenitor Realm Sword and Tint. But Yang Yi didn't give up. He continued forward, and every step he took made the pressure grow stronger. In the end, every single step he took caused the cracks on his body to grow by an inch. Blood was flowing. However, he didn't give up even if his sword and tint was being suppressed by the true Dao Realm Sword and Tint, and he was still stubbornly persisting. Just like that, 4 hours had passed, and Yang Yi had merely taken around 10 steps forward. Enough! Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then the sword and tint before Yang Yi vanished without a trace. Sword scroll appeared before Yang Yi. She gazed at him. Did you feel it? Yang Yi nodded. She shook her head. You haven't felt it completely, but you don't have the time. If you're able to survive the Shiyuan clan, you can continue here. This is one of the few remaining secret realms of Eternal Border. Yang Yi suddenly took a deep breath, and his countenance returned to normal with the help of primordial violet energy. She suddenly said, as expected of a divine treasure, primordial violet energy. Yang Yi was about to speak when she pointed into the distance. See that? Yang Yi looked over, and he saw a tree. On the tree was a black gourd, a single black gourd. Yang Yi was puzzled. What is that? She spoke solemnly. The sword gourd. The only one in Eternal Border, and none will come after it. Approach it, pluck it, and it's yours. The sword gourd. Yang Yi sized it up carefully, but he didn't notice anything special about it. He hesitated for a moment and charged at it. However, a wave of powerful sword and tint appeared in front of him before he could even get 300 m away from it. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted far away. Bam! In the end, he slammed against the ground, causing it to quake violently. He felt like his entire body was about to fall apart. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at the sword gourd. He fell silent for an instant, and then he charged over again. However, another wave of sword energy slammed down upon him before he could even get close. A ruthless glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and he activated the sword domain. As soon as it appeared, the true Dao Realm Sword and Tint was suppressed, and Yang Yi was delighted by that. However, the sword and tint suddenly rose explosively, and Yang Yi's expression changed drastically. This isn't true Dao Realm Sword and Tint. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away again, and he flew even further than before. His entire body cracked open and blood flowed. Sword Scroll closed her eyes slowly. You're still unwilling? The sword gourd had released sword and tint that surpassed the true Dao realm, so just that displayed its attitude. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground, but he immediately fell back down again. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood, and he would be dead if it wasn't for the primordial violet energy within him. The sword gourd hadn't held back at all. A long time later, Yang Yi gradually recovered with the help of primordial violet energy. He looked up at the sword gourd and shook his head. I can't. Had even used the sword domain, yet he still failed. So, he had no other options. He was truly out of options. Even his sword domain couldn't do anything to it. So, it could be said that the sword gourd may be on the same level as the primordial acts of creation. Even if it wasn't on the same level, it was absolutely not much inferior. Obviously, Such a divine treasure was beyond his current strength. Sword Scroll opened her eyes, gazed at the sword gourd, and remained silent. She just gazed at it for a long time before shaking her head. "Let's go." Yang Yi shrugged, and then he walked away with her. As far as he was concerned, it was great if he could obtain such a treasure, but it was fine if he couldn't. He didn't attach that much importance to it. Suddenly, a small head emerged from Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi looked down at it, and he rubbed Snowy's head. Snowy had just woken up from her sleep, so she rubbed her drowsy eyes and yawned again. She cracked a smile when she saw Yang Yi, and then she hugged Yang Yi's chin and rubbed her head against it. Yang Yi smiled. "Let's go." Snowy nodded and leaped onto his shoulder. Suddenly, she looked at the sword gourd, and her eyes instantly lit up. A moment later, Shed vanished from his shoulder. This sudden turn of events made Yang Yi's expression change drastically, and he was about to do something when he was stunned on the spot. Snowy was already holding the sword gourd beneath the tree, and Yang Yi and Sword Scroll watched with astonishment as she plucked it from the tree and started fiddling with it. Sword Scroll's eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Even though the divine treasures of the world are of no use to Snowy, only my Snowy can obtain them. I'm so useless in comparison." Chapter 22, 86 Sword Guardian. Chapter 22, 86 Sword Guardian. Snowy held the sword gourd in her arms and kept fiddling with it. She shook it and knocked it while curiosity filled her eyes. Snowy knew that it was a treasure as she could sense all treasures, and that was why she'd gone to it. Otherwise, she wouldn't even spare a glance at most things. At this moment, she was trying to study it and see what was fun about it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi wasn't surprised that Snowy could pluck the sword gourd. Had encountered many divine treasures in the world, and practically none of them rejected Snowy, including the primordial axe of creation. Didn't it become an axe in Snowy's paws too? As for Sword Scroll, she was still shocked. No one in Eternal Border knew better than her about how special the sword gourd was. It could be said that even the limitless sword master hadn't been able to make the sword gourd take him seriously. She had only brought Yang Yi here because Yang Yi possessed the sword domain, so he had a slight chance. However, she hadn't expected Yang Yi to fail. But that little fellow had actually plucked the sword gourd and even dared to play around with it. What surprised her more was that the sword gourd actually didn't resist at all and just allowed the little fellow to do as she pleased. A long time passed before Snowy gazed at the sword gourd, blinked, and flew over to Yang Yi. She raised it in Yang Yi's direction and kept blinking. Yang Yi asked, "For me?" She nodded. She knocked the sword gourd with one paw and puckered her lips. She was saying that it wasn't fun at all. Even the best treasures were nothing to Snowy if they weren't fun to play with. At this moment, the sword gourd had been blacklisted by her. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and wanted to take it, but it trembled, and then a ray of sword intent stopped Yang Yi's hand. Yang Yi frowned at the sight of this. Snowy blinked, glanced at the sword gourd, and then started knocking it. But she felt that wasn't enough, so she knocked it for a while and even started shaking it. Sword Scroll was at a loss for words. A short while later, Snowy looked up at Yang Yi and waved her paw. Yang Yi took only a moment to understand her. He finally understood why it rejected him. Slaughter intent. It was hostile toward him mainly because of his slaughter intent. His slaughter intent was too strong, and the sword gourd didn't like that. Yang Yi glanced at it, hesitated for a moment, and retracted his slaughter intent. At this moment, not a trace of slaughter intent could be sensed from him. Meanwhile, Snowy raised the sword gourd in his direction, and he took it. This time, it didn't reject him. However, Yang Yi didn't even get to study it before it returned to Snowy. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Snowy blinked, and then she raised it to Yang Yi and shook her head to display that she didn't want it at all. Sword Scroll had a weird expression on her face. Yang Yi's face was dark instead. He wanted it, but it refused to go with him. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly asked, "Why doesn't she want it?" Yang Yi glanced at Sword Scroll. "Because she thinks it isn't fun." Sword Scroll felt speechless. Yang Yi was quite embarrassed as well, and the sword gourd was the most embarrassed. When had it ever been treated like this? If it was someone else, that person would be minced meat by now. However, the sword gourd didn't seem to reveal even the slightest anger towards Snowy. Ill intent. Snowy was one of the few beings in this world who had no ill intent. Such beings were loved by these divine treasures. That was also why the primordial axe of creation was willing to get close to Snowy. It was because she had no ill intent, and she was a sprite lord. It's fun. Suddenly, Sword Scroll said, "Here, let me teach you." Snowy gazed at her, blinked, and then nodded repeatedly. Sword Scroll walked over to Snowy and spoke softly, and then Snowy blinked at her. A short while later, Snowy suddenly released the sword gourd, put her paws together, and started muttering something. 3 breaths of time later, Snowy suddenly patted the sword gourd, and then a ray of sword energy surged up into the air from within it. Boom! As soon as this sword energy appeared, Yang Yi and Sword Scroll were pushed backward repeatedly. Yang Yi was pushed very far back while Sword Scroll was able to stop herself quickly. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then looked into the distance. A ray of sword energy was ceaselessly circling the air above Snowy, and sword howls resounded from it. Snowy looked up at it, blinked, and then pointed in a direction. A sword howl resounded, and the sword energy shot down from the sky. Hiss! The sky was like a cloth that had a massive hole sliced open in it. Yang Ye's face turned extremely solemn from the sight of this attack. The strength of that ordinary sword energy was something he could only compare to when he used the sword domain. It was formidable. Yang Yi gazed at the sword gourd in Snowy's arms and had an unprecedentedly solemn expression on his face. Meanwhile, Snowy's eyes lit up. She waved her paws incessantly, and as she did that, the sword energy in the sky flickered through the air incessantly. In just a short while, numerous pitch-black rifts had appeared throughout the sky, and they were like a net that covered the sky of the sword ruins. Sword Scroll spoke softly. Shocked? Yang Yi nodded. She spoke indifferently. It's countless times stronger than what you're seeing. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke softly. Tell her to stop. Yang Yi gazed at Snowy and waved. Snowy cracked a smile and struck the gourd with her paw. The sword energy in the sky immediately returned to the sword gourd, and then she went over to Yang Yi with the sword gourd in her arms. Her chubby little face was covered in excitement. Yang Yi rubbed her head and said, "Let's go." Snowy nodded and flew over to Yang Ye's shoulder. Meanwhile, the sword gourd remained by her waist. It had hung itself on her waist on its own. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled before looking at Sword Scroll. "Shall we go?" Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy and nodded. "It's time to go." Yang Yi nodded, and then a ray of sword energy appeared beneath his feet. Suddenly, he looked to the right and frowned. There was something there. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he tapped his right foot down and vanished into the sky. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll shot a glance to the right, and a woman in a linen dress had appeared there. The woman in a linen dress asked, "Did he notice?" Sword Scroll replied indifferently, "It's not surprising. He does possess the sword domain, so it's normal for him to be able to sense it." The woman in a linen dress fell silent. Sword Scroll asked, "How long are you going to continue protecting that lousy sword?" The woman frowned. "My sword clan owes it." Sword Scroll sighed softly and vanished into the sky. The woman in a linen dress removed her huge sword from her back and stabbed it into the ground by her side. She sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes slowly. Countless strands of sword intent surged toward her from all over the sword ruins, and they entered her body. But just a short while later, they seeped out of her and dispersed throughout every corner of the sword ruins. Just like that, this process repeated in cycles. If Yang Yi was here, he would notice to his astonishment that when the sword intent seeped back out of her, they had changed. They had grown stronger. In the distant sky, Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. Who is she? He was naturally talking about the woman in a linen dress. Sword Scroll replied, "The sword guardian of this generation." Yang Yi asked, "Sword guardian?" She didn't answer him. Yang Yi changed the topic. "She's really strong." Sword Scroll replied softly, "The chaotic sword body. She was born to be a sword cultivator, so how could she not be strong?" The chaotic sword body? Yang Yi was stunned. A unique physique? Sword Scroll nodded. Then what physique do I possess? Yang Yi spoke seriously. I've always felt that I have some sort of unique physique. She sized up Yang Yi and replied, the shameless body. Yang Yi's face darkened. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed at herself. Obviously, she was asking Sword Scroll about her physique. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy and said, the invincible cute body. Yang Yi was speechless. Snowy blinked and gazed at Yang Yi before waving her paws. She was asking him if it was formidable. Yang Yi nodded and replied seriously, it's formidable, extremely formidable. There's no greater physique. Snowy's eyes lit up while pride filled her face. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to leave the sword ruins. He traveled straight for the Shiwan clan. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped. There was a white cloud before him, and a white-robed middle-aged man stood atop it. He was holding a feather fan and had a square scarf over his head. He seemed like a scholar. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Sword Scroll. There's no need for you to get mixed up in all of this. She replied indifferently, I already am. The middle-aged man pondered deeply for a moment and gazed at Yang Yi. I'm Hanyuan Shu from the Hanyuan clan. You're an extraordinary genius. If you know how to be sensible, then there would be less than a handful throughout Eternal Border who would be able to kill you in 20 years from now. Yang Yi smiled. The problem is whether I can live until then, right? Hanyuan Shu looked Yang Yi in the eyes. If you hand those 3 treasures over, then while I can't make promises for anyone else, I can promise that my Hanyuan clan will leave immediately and not look for trouble with you. If you refuse, then allow me to be honest, you won't be able to leave this place today. Yang Yi chuckled. Allow me to be honest, I've taken a liking to your wife. Can you give her to me? So long as you agree, they'll leave immediately and never look for trouble with the Hanyuan clan. Hanyuan Shu's expression instantly fell. Looks like you insist on being stubborn. If that's the case, then, suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before him and swung his sword. Bang! Hanyuan Shu was instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away. Yang Yi glanced coldly at him. I could sense a very, very powerful treasure in the sword ruins, so why don't all of you go take it? Besides that, there's eternal energy at the Eternal River, so why don't all of you go take that? I presume as the number 1 power of Eternal Border, the Immortal Estate definitely possesses numerous treasures, so why don't all of you go take from them? In the end, you just think I'm weak and alone, so I'm easy to bully. But let me tell you, I may be alone, and I am weak, but am not afraid of death. If you want to fight, they'll fight you to the end. Chapter 2287 Handed Over. Chapter 2287 Handed Over. If you want to fight, then let's fight. That was Yang Yi's attitude toward the matter. Yang Yi could make a compromise, and he could shrink back. Doing so would reduce a huge amount of trouble for him. However, wasn't it an aggrieving way to live? Anything someone wants from you, you give them. If they want your wife, should you give them your wife too? Why should one live an aggrieving life? Regardless of what others thought, Yang Yi would rather die a free man than live an aggrieving life. Hanyuan Shu's face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Yang Yi. Needless to say, it's a miracle that someone like you was able to survive until now. Unfortunately, you won't be that lucky anymore. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Hanyuan Shu's expression changed drastically, and his folding fan suddenly unfolded. In an instant, a beam of light surged upward from it. In the beam of light was a huge, ferocious dragon. In the air above Hanyuan Shu, Yang Yi's face was quite ferocious as his body suddenly turned ethereal. The sword domain. Hiss. Yang Yi's sword descended, and the huge dragon was instantly sliced into nothingness. As for Hanyuan Shu himself, he was blasted far away. As soon as he stopped himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hanyuan Shu wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. A moment later, a ray of sword energy started growing larger and larger within his eyes. Hanyuan Shu was shocked, and he waved his fan slightly. Bang! An ethereal phoenix soared out of the fan, and it grew in midair and instantly grew to almost 3 kilometers in length. It blotted out the sky. Bang! Meanwhile, the sword descended, and a deafening explosion resounded. Han Yuanshu's pupils constricted because Yang Yi's sword had shattered the ethereal phoenix, but Yang Yi had been blasted far away too. But as soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The ray of light was thin as a hair. It was swift to the extreme. Han Yuanshu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his profound energy circulated madly. In an instant, he swung his folding fan at Yang Yi. Hiss! In an instant, two ferocious divine beasts flashed out of the fan. They were a huge dragon and divine phoenix. Both of them instantly grew countless times larger, and the dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Yang Yi's sword energy. However, the sword energy tore through the dragon and instantly shot forward. However, the phoenix suddenly slammed against the sword energy at this moment. Bang! The sword energy was dispersed, and a figure was blasted far away. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at his chest as he stood far away. The skin there had been scorched black. It had been burned by the phoenix. Yang Yi glanced at Han Yuanshu's folding fan. That thing isn't bad at all. He was about to attack when a pitch-black palm suddenly emerged from the space behind Yang Yi. It appeared just out of thin air, and Yang Yi had only reacted when it pressed against his back. It was a little too late. However, a ray of sword energy slashed against it. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed while the hand instantly shrunk back. Yang Yi immediately flashed to Sword Scroll. It had been Sword Scroll who helped him. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. I thought you wouldn't be helping. She spoke indifferently. Weren't you really haughty a moment ago? Yang Yi replied, winning is one thing, but fighting is another thing. Sword Scroll glanced at Yang Yi. Go on boasting. Let me see how you deal with what's coming. As soon as she finished speaking, an old man in black clothes, a woman in a red dress, and a middle-aged man with shoulder-length hair appeared around Yang Yi. There were 4 true Dao Realm experts with Han Yuanshu included. 4 true Dao Realm experts. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Whoa, I'm really popular, huh? It's far beyond anything you're worth. Meanwhile, the old man in black clothes said, if it wasn't for those 3 divine treasures, I wouldn't even spare a glance at an ant like you. An ant? Yang Yi gazed at the black-clothed old man and chuckled. Old bastard. Why don't we fight one-on-one? One-on-one. The old man spoke with ridicule. Are you even worthy? Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his palm, and a golden little pagoda appeared there. Everyone's hair-race expressions changed when they saw it. The primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, Old bastard, fight me one-on-one. If you win, this pagoda is yours. Right. The Bodhi tree and primordial acts of creation are inside it too. Want it? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like you are very confident and plan to kill me first. Yang Yi smiled. It's fine. If you're unwilling to fight me one-on-one, you can gang up on me. Isn't it just 4 true Dao Realm experts? I'm really not afraid of you. The dignified elder of the Yu clan is afraid? Suddenly, the beautiful woman spoke softly. This young man's a progenitor. Elder Yu Ming, if others hear that you didn't even dare to accept a challenge from a young man at the progenitor realm, you'll be the laughingstock of everyone. Moreover, even your Yu clan will probably lose face. The old man glanced at her. Luoli Xian, you think I don't know what you're planning? She chuckled. What can a weak woman like me be planning? Stop wasting time. If you're unwilling to accept this young man's challenge, then let's kill him together and decide who gets those 3 treasures. The old man replied indifferently, then let's fight together. He was naturally no fool. He wasn't afraid of fighting Yang Yi in single combat, of course. But who would stand to gain in the end? It was the others around him. So, while he wanted to crush Yang Yi right now, he still didn't agree to it. Face? Was it worth any money? So long as Yang Yi was dead, who would care about it anyway? In just a day, the world would forget Yang Yi ever existed. The woman glanced at the old man and smiled, all right? She gazed at Yang Yi. Young brother, you look extraordinary to me. If you're willing to hand over those 3 treasures, Big Sister will guarantee your safety, all right? Yang Yi gazed at her and replied indifferently, I need someone to keep my bed warm. Big sister, if you're willing to do that and give me some special service, they'll guarantee your safety, all right? Special service? She chuckled and sized up Young Ye's groin. Young brother, big sister is afraid you won't be able to endure it. Yang Yi replied indifferently, I'm afraid you won't be able to endure it. The woman walked close to Yang Yi and looked him in the eye while the smile on her face gradually vanished. I know you're buying time, and you're probably using primordial violet energy to heal so that you'll be back at your peak. However, I can tell you that there are 4 true Dao Realm experts here. If we join forces, killing you is absolutely easy. So, stop mouthing off. They'll ask you one last time. Will you hand it over or not? As soon as she finished speaking, the auras of all 4 experts here enveloped Yang Yi. Chapter 22, 88 Snowy's Treasures. Chapter 22, 88 Snowy's Treasures. Sword Scroll remained emotionless, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi thought for a moment and suddenly looked up. He cracked a smile. Aren't you afraid of death? You've gotten so close to me. Bang! Bang! 2 terrifying intents swept out from within him, and a sword slashed down from above the beautiful woman's head. The sword domain combined with both intents. The beautiful woman's expression changed drastically, but she was prepared for this. Numerous blood-red flowers appeared around her, and they seemed bloody and gorgeous like they were made from blood itself. When Yang Ye's sword descended, they swiftly transformed into rays of blood-red light that exploded apart. Boom! The beautiful woman was blasted far away, and there were petals all around the area before Yang Yi. As soon as she stopped herself, a few mouthfuls of blood sprayed from her mouth, and then a ray of sword energy suddenly appeared above her. Another attack. The sword domain. Her pupils constricted as she flipped her palms. In an instant, a blood-red crystalline flower bloomed on her palm, and then countless rays of red light moved along her body and surged up into the air. Bang! 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 In an instant, the space around them was obliterated. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and then the woman was blasted away. Another mouthful of blood sprayed from her when she stopped herself. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. She glanced at the surroundings. My Luali clan will withdraw if you still don't help. As soon as she said that, Han Yuan Shu and the others vanished on the spot. Yang Yi frowned slightly, and then he swung his sword in a circle around him. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted far away. The joint forces of 4 true Dao Realm experts. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and a ferocious expression filled his eyes. Come, let's continue. The 4 of them didn't waste their breaths and just charged at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes were blood-red while countless strands of sword intent and slaughter intent swept out from him. However, the auras of the 4 true Dao Realm experts around him completely suppressed the intents he released. He was being completely suppressed. It didn't take long for them to arrive before him. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away. It was utter suppression. They didn't stop and charged at Yang Yi again. Snowy was absolutely anxious from the sight of this. She flew over to Sword Scroll and pointed at Yang Yi with a face full of anxiety. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy and said, There's a price to pay for being rash. Let him experience that price. Snowy clearly understood her and glared fiercely at her. After that, she gazed at the 4 of them, glanced at the sword gourd, and hesitated. She was a little against fighting. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi was blasted away and blood sprayed from his mouth. Snowy was furious from the sight of this, and she slapped the sword gourd. In an instant, a ray of sword energy shot out from it, and it tore through everything before it. The black-clothed old man who was about to pursue Yang Yi suddenly turned around, and the sword energy was in front of him. The old man's expression changed and slapped his palm forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the old man was blasted away. The old man glanced at his palm as he stood far away. It was gone, and the sight of his missing palm shocked the old man. He looked up at Snowy, and the latter blinked and pointed at the old man. A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of sword energy slashed at the old man, causing the latter's expression to change slightly as he clenched his left fist and slammed it forward. Bang! The sword energy still remained, but the old man was blasted away. Snowy was delighted by the sight of this, and she planned to point at him again. However, the old man suddenly appeared before Snowy and slapped his palm at her. Snowy was stunned, and then she shook the sword gourd. In an instant, another ray of sword energy flashed out of it while accompanied by a sword howl that resounded through the surroundings. The black man was immediately blasted away once more. The old man looked down at his chest once he stopped himself, and he noticed a deep gash in his chest. Blood was surging incessantly like a fountain from within it. At this moment, the old man had an unprecedentedly solemn expression on his face. He gazed at Snowy, or to be more precise, he gazed at the sword gourd in Snowy's paws. Suddenly, Snowy raised her paw and pointed, causing the old man's expression to change. Deal with that little bastard first. Don't let that gourd fall into Yang Ye's hands. He charged forward once he finished speaking. The gourd. Han Yuan-shu and the others glanced at Snowy, and then Han Yuan-shu abandoned attacking Yang Yi and charged at Snowy. Obviously, they noticed what had happened over there, and they knew it wasn't Snowy who was strong, it was the gourd. If that gourd fell into Yang Ye's hands, then the consequences. Snowy panicked when she saw Han Yuan-shu charge at her, and so she waved her paw wildly, causing another ray of sword energy to shoot at Han Yuan-shu. However, Han Yuan-shu and the old man had joined forces, so both the rays of sword energy were suppressed. A short while later, Han Yuan-shu was able to keep the two rays of sword energy busy, while the old man flashed over to Snowy and slapped his palm at her. Snowy shuddered. She slapped the sword gourd with everything she had, but no other sword energy came out from within it. Ferocity filled the old man's eyes. Die. His palm descended. Sword Scroll was about to help when her expression suddenly changed and disbelief filled her eyes. A shrill cry resounded, and a figure was blasted away. It was the old man. The old man stopped himself around 10 kilometers away, and his entire left arm and his body below it were gone. Snowy had a gourd tied to her waist, and she was holding an ethereal axe in her paws. Snowy was trembling as she held it. She was very afraid. The old man glanced at his body, gulped, and then looked up at Snowy. His voice trembled as he asked, How many divine treasures do you possess? Chapter 2289 Ignore the Outcome. Just fight. Chapter 2289 Ignore the Outcome. Just fight. He was afraid. The old man was quite afraid right now. That little fellow before him wasn't very strong, but that little fellow had numerous divine treasures. Regardless of whether it was the sword gourd or the axe she held, they were absolutely not ordinary. Especially the axe. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been sliced into two. Had almost been sliced into two. The old man didn't dare to attack again. Actually, Snowy was even more afraid than the old man. Fight? She rarely fought. It was usually others who fought for her. But she had no choice just now. She had no choice but to fight herself because Sword Scroll refused to help. But she was actually panicking. Suddenly, Snowy looked to the right. Yang Yi was fighting two true Dao Realm experts on his own. Because the old man and Han Yuan-shu had left the battle, Yang Yi was in a much better situation now. While he was still being suppressed, it was like heaven when compared to the hell from before. Snowy blinked, glanced at the axe in her grasp, and hesitated for a moment before putting it aside. She raised the sword gourd and pointed into the distance. A ray of sword energy flashed. The beautiful woman and middle-aged man were suppressing Yang Yi in battle when their expressions changed, and then they stopped and launched an attack behind them. Bang! Their joint forces immediately blasted the sword energy back to Snowy. Meanwhile, Snowy pointed again, and the sword energy shot forward again. Suddenly, the black-robed old man charged at Snowy, causing the latter's expression to change. She hurriedly put the gourd aside and lifted up the axe. The old man's expression changed drastically at the sight of this, and he rapidly turned around and returned to where he had been standing earlier. His eyes were filled with fear as he gazed at Snowy. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman and middle-aged man had stopped too. They didn't dare to attack anymore because Snowy was still launching surprise attacks from the side, and the threat these attacks posed was no lesser than the threat Yang Yi posed. It could be said that if Yang Yi didn't use the sword domain, his attacks weren't as terrifying as the gourd's sword energy. Yang Yi returned to Snowy's side. Snowy immediately started crying when she saw Yang Yi. She threw the gourd and axe aside before hugging Yang Yi tight and crying incessantly. Yang Yi rubbed her little head and spoke softly, "Don't be afraid. No one can harm us." As he spoke, he looked up at the four true Dao Realm experts. "Snowy, fight with me. You attack who I attack, all right?" Snowy rubbed her eyes, hesitated for a moment, and then passed the sword gourd to Yang Yi. However, it refused to let Yang Yi use it. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll said, "It's a divine treasure. So, if it doesn't acknowledge your strength, it won't allow you to use it. It's not against you. It does the same for everyone." She suddenly glanced at Snowy and added, "Of course, she's an exception." Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "I don't need the help of any treasures. I can kill them on my own." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Bang! Bang! Two terrifying intents swept into the surroundings. Slaughter intent and sword intent. The four true Dao Realm experts vanished on the spot as well. However, while they were fighting Yang Yi, they frequently shot glances at Snowy. They were quite afraid of that white little fellow. Because of Snowy, Yang Yi was able to turn the situation around and suppress them instead. Sword Scroll had no intention of helping. Bang! Along with a rumbling explosion, a figure was pushed backward repeatedly. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi stomped his foot against the ground, causing it to quake while his figure stopped from the counterforce. Meanwhile, an old man in black clothes had appeared before him while Han Yuan Shu and the beautiful woman were on his left and right respectively. As for the middle-aged man, he was keeping Snowy busy. The middle-aged man avoided going head-on against Snowy, because even a true Dao Realm expert had to avoid Snowy when she was using two supreme divine weapons. The three true Dao Realm experts were getting closer and closer to Yang Yi. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, allowed his sword to point toward the ground at an angle, and gradually turned ethereal. The sword domain. Had activated the sword domain again. Slaughter intent and sword intent suddenly swept out from him, but it didn't take long for them to return like a receding tide and enter his sword. At the same time, a black vortex suddenly appeared on Yang Yi's palm. An instant later, miserable howls suddenly resounded. Sword Scroll frowned at the sight of this. Vengeful spirits. Such powerful vengeful spirits. Slash. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes weren't blood red, they were black and red. He swung his sword horizontally in a sweeping motion. Bang! A dark red wave of sword energy rippled forth. The sword energy didn't just carry slaughter intent and sword intent, there was monstrous resentment within it too. Moreover, there were countless fine specks of black in the sword energy. If one looked carefully, one would notice that they were vengeful spirits. This was the strongest attack Yang Yi could execute while in a normal state. As for an abnormal state, it naturally represented going to extremes like intent ignition. At the instant Yang Yi executed this attack, the expressions of the three true Dao Realm experts here had changed. Hiss. With Yang Yi at the center, the space in a huge area around them suddenly had black circles appearing within them. Space was an expanse of death in the black circles, and there was no matter there. Meanwhile, they were outside the black circles. All three of them were in various different conditions. The beautiful woman's right arm had been severed and blood was spraying like a fountain from her shoulder. Han Yuanshu was in a worse state. There was a dark red injury at his stomach, and it had almost sliced him into two. But he wasn't dead because there were rays of golden light around him, and those rays of golden light were keeping his body intact and preventing it from collapsing in an instant. As for the old man in black clothes, he was in a much worse state. Had been injured by Snowy earlier, so when Yang Yi launched this attack, it had obliterated his body. Now, only his soul remained. As for Yang Yi, he was in a terrible state too. While had been able to launch such a powerful attack, had forcefully resisted their joint attack at that critical moment. Their full strength had cracked open his body, truly cracked it open. At this moment, Yang Yi was like a porcelain pot that had been struck. While he hadn't shattered, his body was covered in cracks. Not just outside. Even his bones and meridians were severely injured. If it wasn't for the primordial pagoda using itself to protect his body, just their joint attack would have destroyed his body and maybe even his soul. Both sides were severely injured. The surroundings remained extremely quiet for some time. It had gone completely quiet. The three of them had eyes filled with disbelief. They were true Dao realm experts, yet their joint forces had resulted in such an outcome. They could be considered to have lost. Even if Yang Yi had been killed by them in that collision, they would have still lost. Not to mention that Yang Yi was still alive and well. Suddenly, Sword Scroll vanished on the spot. At the moment she vanished, their expressions changed drastically. Hiss, hiss. An instant later, two rays of light flashed, and then the old man and Han Yuan Shu's heads flew up into the air. Sword Scroll had instantly killed them, and even their souls hadn't been able to escape. However, the beautiful woman and middle-aged man had escaped. Because their injuries were much lighter, even Sword Scroll couldn't do anything to stop them if they were determined to flee. Sword Scroll walked over to Yang Yi. He glanced at her, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Sword Scroll spoke indifferently. You fight, I reap. Any problems? Yang Yi's face twitched. If his gaze could kill, she would be dead by now. Meanwhile, Snowy arrived before Yang Yi, and she started crying again when she saw Yang Yi, causing him to be enveloped in spirit energy. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy with a weird expression on her face. She had naturally seen a sprite lord in the past. However, she had never seen one that trusted a human this much. Yang Yi felt quite helpless. He wanted to hug Snowy, but he couldn't move at all. He was afraid that moving would make his body fall apart into pieces. His body was in a truly terrible state right now. The worst were the vengeful spirits in his palm. At this moment, he couldn't suppress them anymore because the primordial pagoda had suffered severe damage from protecting his body and soul. In other words, the vengeful spirits were free again. Kill. Countless voices resounded in Yang Yi's head. If it wasn't for the strength of his will, he would have been devoured by the voices of those vengeful spirits. Sword Scroll sized up Yang Yi. At this moment, his injuries were gradually healing, and she couldn't help but shake her head slightly from the sight of this, as expected of primordial violet energy. Such healing effects. If it's ranked purely in terms of healing effects among the top 10 energies, then it's merely inferior to the energy ranked at the second position. However, it's a good thing and a bad thing to possess it. In eternal border, it's one of the top forms of energy, and it's something which countless experts dream of obtaining. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. And that's my problem? Sword Scroll replied. It is. Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke indifferently. When you possess a treasure that doesn't conform to your strength, the consequence is usually terrible. Yang Yi chuckled. You didn't help earlier because you wanted to help when I couldn't hold on any longer, and then persuade me to give up these treasures, right? She replied, yes. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. If it's not mine, I won't try to obtain it. But if it's mine, then no one can take it from me. I started from a tiny labor disciple, and it's not cowardice that I relied on to get here, nor was it compromise. I relied on my fists, my sword. I killed my way here. Everyone said that he had many enemies and endless trouble, and there was a reason for that. It was because he never made compromises. His attitude toward life had always been the same. Ignore the outcome. Just fight when aggrieved. Fight. Chapter 2290 Treasures, or Your Head. Chapter 2290 Treasures, or Your Head. Sword Scroll gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, But have you thought about how freedom would await if you took a step back? Yang Yi replied, Perhaps that is true, but some may try to take another yard. Sword Scroll shook her head. You're too extreme. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, Sword Scroll, in this world of ours, the weak fear the strong. The strong fear those who aren't afraid of death, and those who aren't afraid of death are afraid of those who are both unafraid of death and insane. At most times, they bully you because you're weak, and they won't stop when you make a compromise. They will just think you're easy to bully, and then they'll insult you and try to take a yard instead. Conversely, if you face them with your fists, even if you lose, they wouldn't dare to casually bully you like they previously did. He shook his head and smiled. Just like this moment, do you think they would let us go if I handed those 3 treasures over to them? Sword Scroll closed her eyes slowly. They wouldn't. They wouldn't. Why wouldn't they? It was very simple. The natural talent Yang Yi revealed was too terrifying. He possessed such strength at his age, so they would never leave potential trouble like him alive. Yang Yi laughed with self-ridicule. In this world, you deserve death if you're weak. If you're strong, you deserve death too. Only those at the peak, those who are so strong that no one is a match for them, only they survive. He gazed at her and continued, Sword Scroll, I don't know what kind of person the limitless sword master was. However, I refuse to learn the methods of survival that others use, and you don't have to try and change me. If you wish to stay with me, you have to tread the same rough road ahead of me. If you're unwilling, you can leave whenever you're free. I will never stop you. Sword Scroll suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. You're trying to drive me away? Yang Yi shook his head. You're mysterious and powerful. So, as far as I'm concerned, having you by my side is more advantageous than disadvantageous. Why would I try to drive you away? However, I don't like others trying to enforce their will on me, and I don't like forcing others either. You're not the only one. The primordial pagoda, the Bodhi tree, or even Snowy, if they want to leave one day, I will never stop them. They are my friends, not my possessions. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly hugged Yang Yi and ceaselessly rubbed her little head against his chin. Obviously, she was telling him that she wasn't leaving. Sword Scroll took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and gazed at her. Want to go inside? She thought for a moment and replied, Let me have a look. As soon as she said that, Yang Yi, Snowy, and her entered the primordial pagoda. Once they went inside, Yang Yi immediately went to the cultivation room, sat down cross-legged, and started healing. His injuries were too severe. As for Sword Scroll, he ignored her. He wasn't afraid that she would try anything because if she wanted to, she could have killed him earlier and taken all his treasures. But she hadn't done so. At this moment, Snowy was glaring angrily at Sword Scroll while the sword gourd hung by her waist and an axe was between her arms. Snowy was clearly angry that Sword Scroll hadn't helped earlier. Snowy's thoughts were very simple. Sword Scroll was with Yang Yi and her, so as far as she was concerned, they were on the same side. Thus, when Yang Yi was in trouble, Sword Scroll should help. Conversely, if Sword Scroll was in trouble, she felt that Yang Yi should help Sword Scroll. But Sword Scroll hadn't helped. So, Snowy was slightly hostile to Sword Scroll, or it should be said that Snowy was very vigilant toward her. Snowy had blacklisted Sword Scroll in her heart. Sword Scroll frowned slightly when she saw the hostility that filled Snowy's eyes. What do you want? What do I want? Snowy blinked. She still hadn't figured out what she wanted. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll suddenly said, You must understand that I've helped him a lot, but I can't always help him. He must grow himself, understand? Snowy shook her head and waved her claws at Sword Scroll. Sword Scroll frowned slightly again. What are you trying to say? Meanwhile, a voice resounded. She's saying that since we're all friends, we should help each other. Sword Scroll turned around and saw a petite young girl. She wore a violet dress, and her figure seemed petite and noble. She was Zir. Snowy immediately flew over and hugged Zir intimately. Sword Scroll sized up Zir, a spatial mink, and one with violet eyes too. I'm quite surprised. Zir hugged Snowy and spoke softly, Please do as you wish. She turned around and left with Snowy. Sword Scroll fell silent on the spot for a long time, and then she walked off into the distance. In next to no time, she arrived at the ethereal area in the 7th level. Sword Scroll glanced at the surroundings and said, I guess you're the primordial axe of creation. A voice resounded, Sword Scroll, Sword Book, Sword Pavilion. Now, only the Sword Scroll remains. Looks like you're in a terrible state too. Sword Scroll's eyes narrowed slightly while a cold glow flickered within them. The voice resounded abruptly, If your main body is here, I would fear you a little. But you're really weak now. Sword Scroll chuckled. Aren't you the same? I'm really curious about something. You're actually willing to let a Sprite Lord control you. A Sprite Lord may be rare, but it shouldn't be enough to make you willingly let her use you, right? The voice said, looks like after you lost your main body, you've even lost your ability to distinguish things. How pitiable. Sword Scroll's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? The voice replied, what is above the Sprite Lord? Sword Scroll replied solemnly, the Sprite Progenitor. The progenitor of all sprites who possesses the ability to create all sprites and use them to create sprite energy. Her pupils constricted abruptly at this point. Impossible. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible that she's a sprite progenitor. Impossible? The voice ridiculed. Take another good look. Sword Scroll turned around. Her gaze pierced through space and descended upon Snowy, who was at the first level. At this moment, Snowy was prancing around with the sword gourd in her grasp, and numerous sprites were around her. They were the sprites Shed brought along from the large universe, and they were all her lackeys now. She took them around the pagoda every day. It didn't take long for Sword Scroll's gaze to descend onto Snowy's eyes, and there was a trace of dark violet in Snowy's eyes. Sword Scroll's expression instantly changed from the sight of that dark violet. Impossible. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Besides the eternal universe, it's impossible for a sprite progenitor to appear anywhere else, and one has never appeared anywhere else either. Is that so? The voice spoke indifferently, but the fact is that she has started to transform. When her eyes become completely violet, she will become a sprite progenitor. You who are from the eternal universe, I'm sure you know what a sprite progenitor represents, right? A sprite progenitor. Sword Scroll's voice was trembling slightly. A sprite progenitor was terrifying because of the sprite energy. Sprite energy was formed by converging all sprites and using them as the foundation to create a brand new type of spirit energy. It was ranked the third amongst all energies. Besides that, sprite progenitors were terrifying for another reason, and it was because they could converge the strength of all sprites, or to be more precise, they could forcefully use the strength of all sprites. All sprites were under the sprite progenitor's controls. However, all sprite progenitors were loved by all sprites, so they didn't have to take the strength of all sprites by force. The sprites would definitely offer up their strength if the sprite progenitor asked. Besides that, sprite progenitors were influential. They usually didn't interfere in the affairs of the world, and their status in the eternal universe was very, very special. Even some extraordinary overlords would give face to the sprite progenitor because sprite energy was very, very helpful to experts like them, especially divine treasures like the primordial acts of creation. Every one of the top 10 energies had something special about them, and sprite energy was the most special. It could forcefully improve a divine treasure spirit, and it could repair a divine treasure spirit. So, the sprite progenitor had an especially good relationship with the 10 divine treasures and other beings like them. Sprite progenitors weren't the strongest, but they had the most special status. Meanwhile, the primordial acts of creation spoke once more. If you want to recover your main body, I think it's practically impossible without a sprite progenitor's help, right? Sword Scroll fell silent. It's unfortunate. The axe ridiculed. She's full of hate toward you now. If you don't form a good relationship with the sprite progenitor now, once she becomes a sprite progenitor, she will probably not spare you a single glance. Even your main body and I would be nothing to a sprite progenitor. Sword Scroll still remained silent. If she was asked who was the most likely to get through the eternal river in the future, she would answer that it was Snowy. So long as Snowy became a sprite progenitor, she wouldn't even have to do it herself. Countless experts from the other side would come to take her over. At this moment, she finally understood why the primordial acts of creation and sword gourd allowed Snowy to do as she pleased. If they refused to let her do as she pleased now, she probably wouldn't even touch them if they tried to gain her attention in the future. Sword Scroll fell silent for a long time, and then she turned around and left. Meanwhile, in the first level, Snowy was playing with the gourd. Sword Scroll had quite complicated emotions in her eyes as she watched Snowy play with the sword gourd, and a thought arose in her mind. Yang Yi can die, but Snowy can't. Time trickled by. After almost 6 days of recovery, Yang Yi had finally recuperated. Yang Yi went to the first level, and Snowy immediately appeared before him. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he gazed at her. The sword gourd was tied to her waist, and the primordial axe of creation was in her paws. Besides that, the sword supreme was floating by her side. It could be said that Snowy was armed to the teeth. With these divine treasures by her side, even a true Dao realm expert wouldn't be able to get close to her. Yang Yi rubbed her head and smiled. "Let's go." Yang Yi took her out of the primordial pagoda once he finished speaking. In the outside world, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down lightly, and a ray of light appeared soundlessly. An instant later, it tore through the sky and vanished. The initial grounds. The initial grounds was where the Shiyuan clan resided. It was a place they'd fought for and taken for themselves, and they'd made the entire eternal border acknowledge their status. A ray of light descended before a mountain range. It dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure. Yang Yi looked over past the mountain. The initial grounds were beyond it. Yang Yi was about to head forward when he suddenly looked to the side. A woman in a white dress with a zither in her arms was walking slowly in his direction. Her long hair flowed down to her waist, and there was a veil over her face that concealed her appearance. She walked over to Yang Yi and spoke softly. "Young Master Yang, my lord would like to meet you." Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "Can you wait until I come back?" She shook her head slightly. "You must go now." Yang Yi looked up in the direction of the initial grounds. "Someone is waiting for me there," she suddenly said. "Then please leave those 3 divine treasures behind." Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke softly. "My immortal estate wants them, so please part with them." As she spoke, she walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. "You have 2 choices. Either leave those treasures behind, or leave your head behind." The immortal estate. Chapter 2291. I'm a very benevolent person. Chapter 2291. I'm a very benevolent person. The immortal estate. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. The 2 cities, 3 sects, and 6 clans had acted against him. Now, even the immortal estate was here. Actually, it was within his expectations. As the number 1 power of Eternal Border, how could it possibly let go of such a treasure trove? 3 divine treasures. Even the immortal estate couldn't avoid being tempted by that. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he noticed that there were some others here. Moreover, their auras weren't weak. Yang Yi chuckled. "Looks like the immortal estate isn't the only one who covets those 3 treasures." She spoke softly. "It's fine. They won't do anything." Yang Yi smiled. "Looks like you're very confident in the immortal estate." She stopped moving. "You have 5 breaths of time to consider." Yang Yi said, "How about we do this? The immortal estate can save my friend, and he'll give those 3 treasures to you, all right?" She chuckled. "You're quite naive." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Huh?" She smiled. "You lack some self-awareness. Allow me to be honest. You don't have the right to negotiate with my immortal estate. If we tell you to hand them over, you hand them over, understand?" Yang Yi gazed at her and suddenly started laughing. "What an awesome way to think. Then allow me to be honest. Who the fuck do you think you are?" Yang Yi stomped his right foot down. Hiss. His figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. The woman frowned as she glanced at Yang Yi, and then she laid her zither down horizontally and plucked it gently. A sound wave rippled forth. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword descended. Bang! Rays of light sprayed into the surroundings while both of them were pushed over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi hadn't even stopped himself when another sound wave rippled through space toward him. It was like a wave that soundlessly rippled toward him. Yang Yi frowned slightly. He circulated his profound energy and swung his sword down with his right hand. Hiss! The space before him was sliced open like a rag, and the sound wave was sliced into bits too. Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing sound resounded, and sharp pain surged through Yang Yi's ears. At the same time, he felt mincing pain come from his stomach before his figure was blasted away. Hiss! 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 At the moment Yang Yi was blasted away, the space before him fluctuated strangely. It seemed like something was wriggling within it. It was a sound wave. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then two types of intense swept out from him. An instant later, they flashed along with a ray of sword energy. Hiss! The powerful sword energy tore through everything. Everywhere it passed, space was obliterated, truly obliterated. As for the woman in a white dress, her sound wave had been sliced into bits. A moment later, his sword arrived before her. There was no fear in her eyes. She held her zither with her left hand, while plucking it gently with her right hand. In an instant, numerous sound waves surged forward like a storm, and they forcefully stopped Yang Yi's sword energy and intense. They were in a stalemate. A moment of silence ensued, and then Yang Yi turned ethereal. The sword domain. A moment later, the woman's pupils constricted while a sword descended. Bang! An explosion resounded, and her zither exploded apart while her figure was blasted away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. He was extremely swift. A sword descended from above the woman. The sword domain again. It was even stronger than the last attack. The woman looked up at this attack while shock filled her eyes. She had collected some information about Yang Yi before coming, but it hadn't been much. All she knew was that he was a talented and strong genius. But the immortal estate had countless geniuses like that, so she didn't pay too much attention to him. However, she'd been mistaken. Absolutely mistaken. He was no genius. He was a monstrous genius. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword descended. A golden disc appeared above her, and it forcefully stopped Yang Yi's sword. However, it cracked open the golden disc. Slash! Yang Yi suddenly howled with fury, and he slammed his sword down again. Bang! The golden disc exploded apart, and she was blasted away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure vanished on the spot. A ray of light flashed. The woman's pupils constricted, and she was about to dodge, but it was too late. A sword had already pressed against the woman's throat. The surroundings fell silent. She stared at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi flicked his sword lightly, and her veil was instantly obliterated. An absolutely gorgeous face appeared before him. Exquisite features, slanted brows, an oval face, and a pair of eyes clear as a pool of water in autumn. Her white dress made her seem pure and noble like a goddess, and coupled with that slender figure of hers, it wasn't exaggerated to call her drop-dead gorgeous. Besides that, there was a wisp of blood on the corner of her mouth, so it made her seem even more enchanting. The number one beauty of the immortal estate. Someone spoke softly far away. The Zither Maiden, one of the three beauties of eternal border. I never expected her to come herself. Interesting. The woman looked Yang Yi in the eyes. I underestimated you. However, it has never ended well for anyone who goes against my immortal estate. Yang Yi suddenly pinched her chin and said, such a beautiful face. What a pity. Yang Yi twisted his right hand. Hiss! A gorgeous head flew up into the air while accompanied by a strand of blood. The gorgeous head had its eyes wide open, and they were filled with disbelief. At this moment, it was beautiful yet horrifying at the same time. Everyone watching from the shadows was shocked. Head killed her. Yang Yi had actually killed the number one beauty of the immortal estate. No one had expected this. If Yang Yi was a woman, then it would be understandable. But Yang Yi was a man, and any man would feel some pity and sympathy toward a gorgeous woman like her. Not to mention that she was even from Immortal Estate. Immortal Estate was the number one power in Eternal Border. So, killing her represented that the enmity between him and Immortal Estate was irreconcilable now. Moreover, Yang Yi definitely knew that, yet Head still killed her. Head killed her without the slightest hesitation. At the same time that they were shocked, a trace of fear had appeared within them. Fear. This time, Yang Yi had instilled some fear in them. Yang Yi was ruthless, strong, and brave. He was someone who didn't care about the consequences at all. Yang Yi held his bloody sword and turned toward the Shiwan clan, and Zither Maiden's head and corpse were behind him. Yang Yi. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared nearby. She was the beautiful woman from the Luali clan who had escaped previously. Yang Yi stopped and gazed at her. She had recovered already. She spoke solemnly. Do you know what you've done? Yang Yi replied indifferently, "Are you planning on telling me how strong the immortal estate is?" She said, "You know nothing about the immortal estate. They are more terrifying than the Xiwan clan which you're about to face." Yang Yi shrugged and spoke helplessly. "What can I do about that? I'm filled with despair too. I'm not the one going to offend them. It's they who want to kill me. So, are you telling me that I can only let them kill me?" She gazed at him for a long time and said, "You're ruthless and you have balls." Yang Yi cracked a smile. "Thanks for the compliment." He turned around and walked toward the Xiwan clan. Yang Yi's figure gradually vanished into the distance. Once he vanished, an old man and woman appeared here. If Yang Yi was here, he would definitely be surprised, because she was the White Empress of White Emperor City, Bai Zhixian. Bai Zhixian glanced at Yang Yi's vanishing figure in silence. No one knew what she was thinking. As for the old man, it was Fontaineu of Sword Sky City. As he watched Yang Yi leave, Fontaineu shook his head slightly. "A sword that never bends. Unfortunately, a sword that doesn't bend suitably will break." He sighed softly and left. As far as he was concerned, there was no hope for Yang Yi. Even if Yang Yi could survive the Xiwan clan, he couldn't survive the immortal estate. The woman from the Luoli clan glanced at Bai Zhixian. "According to my knowledge, he fell into your hands for a time, but he left safely. Moreover, his strength grew too. Is it because you two know each other?" Bai Zhixian gazed at her and said, "It's none of your business." The beautiful woman's face instantly turned quite unsightly. However, she didn't dare to do anything. While Bai Zhixian was a true Dao realm expert too, Bai Zixian's strength far surpassed her. Bai Zhixian ignored the woman and looked off in the direction of the Xiwan clan before turning around and leaving. She was naturally here to kill Yang Yi. After all, she had to personally avenge the humiliation she suffered that day. So, she'd immediately come in search of Yang Yi upon recuperating. However, there was no need for her to do anything. Fight an entire clan on his own? Not to mention Yang Yi was only at the progenitor realm right now. It was impossible even if he was at the true Dao realm. A huge clan that had existed for so many years was absolutely not something a progenitor could overturn. It was impossible. Not to mention that Yang Yi had killed someone from the immortal estate. So, even if Yang Yi could make peace with the Xiwan clan or kill his way out, he wouldn't be able to escape the immortal estate. Yang Yi's death was guaranteed. After Bai Zhixian left, many others left as well. The Xiwan clan prohibited others from entering the initial grounds. So, even if they wanted to go inside, they couldn't. As for going in by force, they didn't want to cause a war. Not to mention that the Xiwan clan's formations were the best among the 6 clans. The beautiful woman shook her head and left. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to over the mountain and enter the initial grounds. Yang Yi arrived before an ancient city, and there were 2 words atop it, initial city. The walls of it were around 300 m tall. They weren't very huge when compared to the city's head scene, but white light frequently flickered around the city. Besides that, he sensed a strand of mysterious energy beneath his feet. The energy was very well hidden, and he wouldn't have been able to discover it without the sword domain. Besides that, it was very strong. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot for a short while, and then he stabbed his sword into the ground. He looked up at the city and was about to speak when a young man suddenly descended before him. The young man sized up Yang Yi, spread his legs, and smiled. "Yang Yi, if you want a Nanjing to stay alive, then go through beneath me." Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and the young man's voice stopped abruptly. Yang Yi slowly pulled out his sword from the young man's neck, and blood sprayed like a fountain. It didn't take long for him to fully pull out his sword. The young man held his throat with both hands while ceaselessly twitching on the spot. Terror filled his eyes. Yes, terror. He hadn't expected to be unable to even fight back against Yang Yi. Of course, had been even more surprised that Yang Yi refused to even hesitate before his threats and had immediately attacked. Yang Yi glanced at the young man on the ground. "Is it very painful?" "Sorry, I didn't control my strength well and didn't kill you immediately. It's fine. I'm a benevolent person. Just beg me and I'll kill you. All right?" The young man stared at Yang Yi while the desire to kill filled his eyes. He spoke ferociously. "Yang Yi, you..." and Nanjing will die, as she will die. Yang Yi cracked a smile. Let's not discuss that for now. To be honest, I haven't practiced with my sword for a long time. I wonder how my technique is. This is a perfect opportunity to try. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started waving his sword gently. Every swing of his sword would remove a very thin layer of flesh from the young man's body. He was slicing him alive. The young man gazed at Yang Yi with horror and screamed hysterically. Yang Yi's sword didn't stop at all while he smiled. Beg me to kill you. I'm a very benevolent person. Chapter 2292 Despair. Chapter 2292 Despair. In just a breath of time, a third of the young man's flesh had been sliced off. At this moment, the young man was much thinner than he had been. The shrill cries were still resounding incessantly. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out from within the city, and it was like an unstoppable torrent. Yang Yi stopped and looked up. Bang! Bang! Slaughter intent and sword intent suddenly appeared around him, and they merged together to form a huge, dark red sword. The sword spun like a top as it shot forward and stabbed against the aura. Bang! Space shook violently, and both the huge sword and the aura were dispersed. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man walked over slowly from within the city. He wore a plain robe and held a spear as he walked over slowly with a restrained aura. It was absolutely impossible to discern his strength. It didn't take long for the middle-aged man to arrive close to Yang Yi. He sized up the young man, and the latter immediately howled with misery. Exalt Qin, save me! Save me! The middle-aged man, Exalt Qin, shook his head slightly. Xuan's son, do you know that the strong should never be insulted? Not to mention insulting the strong when you're weak. You have no right to interfere in his business with our clan. The young man was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly swung his sword. Hiss! The young man was sliced into two, and blood sprayed. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on his sword and looked up at the middle-aged man. I'm here. So tell me, what does the Xuan clan want? Exalt Qin glanced at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Let's discuss it first? Yang Yi shook his head. Discussions are just a waste of time. Because no matter what, you'll still try to take those 3 treasures from me, and then try to kill me, right? Exalt Qin gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, You do understand everything well, but there's something I don't understand. You know the outcome, so why did you come? Is it really because of that woman? Yang Yi thought for a moment and replied, I think that business between men should be resolved between men. You've used her to make me come here. Now, you've gotten what you wanted. So, let her go, and let's deal with it between ourselves, all right? Let her go? Exalt Qin replied, That's not impossible. The issue is whether you're willing to make the exchange. Yang Yi raised his right palm, and a golden pagoda appeared there. The primordial pagoda. Yang Yi looked Exalt Qin in the eyes. All 3 of them are here. So, bring her out here. Exalt Qin looked Yang Yi in the eyes for a long time and said, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid she can't. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. You've killed her? Exalt Qin walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction. She's not the only one. Even you are going to die. Both of you possess rare talent, so even my clan does not dare to let both of you live. If we don't kill you now, we probably won't be able to in a few years from now. But don't worry, out of respect for the strong, her death wasn't painful. As for you, your death won't be too painful either. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 old men appeared around Yang Yi. 2 true Dao realm experts. If Exalt Qin was included, there were 3 true Dao realm experts here. Moreover, the ground beneath Yang Yi's feet suddenly started to tremble, and then countless threads of mysterious light covered the area beneath Yang Yi's feet. These threads of light were like a dense web of hair that wrapped around Yang Yi's feet. At this moment, Yang Yi felt an extremely powerful wave of energy pulling at his feet, and he couldn't move them away from the ground at all. 3 true Dao realm experts coupled with a mysterious and formidable formation. Besides that, another powerful aura had locked onto Yang Yi. This aura was stronger, much stronger than the auras of the 3 true Dao realm experts around Yang Yi. They planned to annihilate him. Meanwhile, Exalt Qin stopped moving. Yang Yi, Your strength far surpassed my Shiwan clan's expectations. So, we won't show any carelessness when dealing with you, and we won't fight you in single combat or give you any chances. We will use the strength of our entire clan to annihilate you." Yang Yi looked up at the sky. At this moment, there was only a single name in his mind. Nanjing, Nanjing, Nanjing. The scenes of the past flashed through Yang Yi's mind. "I'll live well. I can't hold on. This time, I really can't hold on. The fate of others has nothing to do with me. I only care about you. From this moment onward, besides the martial Dao, I have you in my life. I go where you go. It's all right. We'll die together." Yang Yi suddenly started laughing, and blood-red liquid seeped out incessantly from his empty eye sockets. Meanwhile, Exalt Qin frowned slightly while vigilance appeared on his face. "Ha ha!" Yang Yi howled hysterically with laughter. "My entire life is so sad. The more I care about someone, the more I want to protect someone, the greater the chance that they leave me. My mother died for me. My father is dead too. Even my brothers died for me. Now, even you've gone because of me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi fell slowly to his knees and laughed miserably. "We promised to go together. We promised. We promised. We promised," as he laughed. More and more blood-red tears poured. The sword supreme trembled in his grasp. If one looked carefully, one would notice that she was actually moving away from Yang Yi. She wasn't the only one. Even his slaughter intent and sword intent were moving away. Meanwhile, a new intent had appeared on Yang Yi. A brand new intent. At this moment, the sword scroll's face was extremely solemn as she stood within the primordial pagoda. Even she felt slightly afraid of Yang Yi right now. Suddenly, a voice came from the 7th level of the pagoda. "Something's off. Take him and leave right now. Suppress that intent." Sword Scroll returned to her senses when she heard the primordial acts of creation, and she was about to do something. However, Exalt Qin suddenly said, "Attack!" Bang! As soon as he gave the command, countless threads of light converged toward Yang Yi like a tsunami, and they instantly covered the space around Yang Yi. It was impregnable like a fort now. The two old men on Yang Yi's left and right shot up into the air, and then slammed down upon him with monstrous might. They hadn't held back at all. They were attacking with their full strength. Exalt Qin didn't stand by idly either. As soon as he gave the command, he tightened his grip on his spear and transformed into a ray of black light that shot at Yang Yi. Everywhere he passed, space was instantly obliterated, and the aura at the tip of his spear was growing increasingly stronger. An attack that carried his full strength. In the beginning, the Shiyuan clan didn't think too much about Yang Yi, but once they found out that had killed numerous true Dao realm experts in succession, they knew that he could absolutely not be allowed to live. He couldn't be allowed to stay alive. So, they didn't give him a chance and had gathered the strength of their entire clan to annihilate him without giving him even the slightest chance. The Shiyuan clan would naturally not do something silly like giving Yang Yi free experience and training. 3 true Dao realm experts and an extraordinarily powerful formation. It could be said to be a force that gave Yang Yi no chance to survive at all. Chapter 2293 Madness. Chapter 2293 Madness. In the primordial pagoda, Sword Scroll gazed at Snowy, who had anxiety all over her face. "Lend me the sword gourd." Snowy was stunned for a moment, and then she quickly raised it to her. However, the sword gourd trembled and emanated a ray of sword intent to push Sword Scroll away. It refused. Besides Snowy, it wasn't willing to let anyone get near it, even Sword Scroll. Sword Scroll frowned from the sight of this. She wouldn't stand a chance against the Shiyuan clan without the sword gourd. Meanwhile, Snowy suddenly howled with fury. Sword Scroll gazed at Snowy, and she saw Snowy's eyes were opened wide as she kept slamming the sword gourd against the ground. Sword Scroll was stunned speechless. At this moment, Snowy had gone mad with rage. She suddenly raised the primordial axe of creation and placed it against the sword gourd, and then she started muttering something. It was obvious what she was saying. "Either let her use you or I'll chop you. I'll chop you. I'll chop you." She was panicking. She was truly panicking when she saw Yang Yi like this. and she hadn't felt like this even when Yang Yi comprehended slaughter intent all those years ago. When the sword gourd saw Snowy act like Shed gone mad, it started to panic too. It didn't dare to challenge Snowy. At the very least, it didn't dare to challenge Snowy when Snowy was in this state. Otherwise, Snowy would really chop it apart. So, Sword Scroll was able to get the sword gourd. In the outside world, a ray of light flashed, and then the threads of light beneath Yang Yi collapsed. Sword Scroll stood before Yang Yi with the sword gourd in hand, and she formed a strange seal with her right hand. In an instant, a sword howl resounded, and then 3 arcs of sword energy flashed. Rumble. The 2 old men and Exalt Sheen were instantly pushed back. Sword Scroll grabbed Yang Yi and vanished into the sky. However, a finger suddenly flashed down from above. Sword Scroll's expression changed drastically. She turned around and tapped her finger forward. A ray of sword energy flashed out of the sword gourd, but it was instantly blasted into bits upon coming into contact with the finger. Sword Scroll's pupils constricted, and then she swiped her fingers forward like a sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy slashed down. The finger slammed directly against it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Sword Scroll and Yang Yi were blasted far away. However, as soon as they stopped moving, 3 true Dao Realm experts appeared before them. Moreover, a pitch-black palm suddenly pressed down from above them. At this moment, even Sword Scroll's body started turning ethereal. Sword Scroll's face was pale. This isn't the true Dao Realm. As she spoke, she gazed at Yang Yi's stomach and roared with fury. Are you still not going to help? Boom. A wave of terrifying pressure surged out from Yang Yi, and then a huge, ethereal axe flashed up into the air. Hiss! The black palm was instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, the 3 true Dao Realm experts around Yang Yi were instantly blasted away. Sword Scroll grabbed this opportunity to take Yang Yi with her and vanish into the sky. A black palm suddenly appeared in the sky, but a huge, ethereal axe immediately appeared in the air. Bang! The entire sky collapsed. Exalt Sheen and the others were about to give chase, but a voice resounded abruptly. It's too late. Their expressions instantly turned extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man descended before them. All of them bowed slightly at the sight of him. Patriarch. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Shiyuan clan, Shiyuan Xing. Shiyuan Xing glanced at his palm. There was an extremely deep axe injury and a comparatively shallower sword injury. The axe injury was very deep, and his palm would be gone if it had sunk any deeper. The primordial axe of creation. A trace of solemnness appeared in his eyes. I didn't expect it to have recovered slightly. It shouldn't have, right? It seems the primordial pagoda has stopped trying to keep it sealed. That sword gourd too. It was actually able to harm me. Patriarch. Meanwhile, Exalt Sheen spoke solemnly. He can't be allowed to live. His natural talent is absolutely rare to come by. If he's allowed to grow. Now, he has already grown enough. He'll definitely become a great enemy for our clan. Shiyuan Xing closed his eyes slowly. Of course he can't be allowed to live. However, he has the primordial axe of creation and the sword scroll of Sword Sky City. They are quite troublesome indeed. Not only that, there are many watching from the shadows and waiting to take advantage of the situation. We wouldn't have to fear them if we remain in our territory, but Yang Yi has left our territory. So, they don't have anything to worry about anymore. He opened his eyes at this point. He'll pay the immortal estate a visit. Exalt Sheen was stunned and said, Patriarch, if you go to them, wouldn't we have to give those 3 divine treasures to them? Shiyuan Xing glanced at Exalt Sheen. He's more terrifying than those 3 treasures. My clan will never have a day of peace while he remains alive. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. At an unknown mountain, Sword Scroll immediately tossed Yang Yi to the side upon landing, and then she gazed at him with vigilance. Unusual. Yang Yi was very unusual right now. The primordial pagoda had left Yang Yi right now, and even it was very vigilant toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi kept shaking his head while muttering incessantly, and an intent was growing stronger and stronger around him. How strong was it? Even his slaughter intent and sword intent had been suppressed. A moment of silence ensued. And then the primordial acts of creation's voice suddenly resounded from within the primordial pagoda. This is bad. He has lost his mind. This is madness intent. He has truly gone mad. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up at Sword Scroll. You're Jinger. No, 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 you're not. You're not. It's you. You killed her. You. He suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang. A wave of powerful intent rippled out from him. Sword Scroll's eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible. This is true Dao Realm intent. Impossible. It's impossible for you to instantly attain true Dao Realm intent. There's something wrong with your bloodline. You. At this moment, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared above her, and then a ray of sword energy slashed down. The sword domain. Yang Yi had actually used the sword domain with this attack. The sword domain combined with a true Dao Realm intent. Sword Scroll was shocked, and then a ray of sword energy rippled out from her. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then the sword energy around her was instantly blasted apart while her figure was blasted far away. At this moment, Sword Scroll's body had turned extremely ethereal to the point she was almost translucent. Meanwhile, the primordial acts of creation's voice resounded abruptly. He has gone completely mad. Leave. Leave right now. Chapter 2294 Back to Initial City. Chapter 2294 Back to Initial City. Sword Scroll glanced at her body, and her face instantly turned unsightly. Just one attack. Just a single attack from Yang Yi had almost obliterated her. She was furious and terrified. Sword Scroll gazed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi vanished and shot at her. Her expression changed drastically at the sight of this. How could she resist another attack from Yang Yi? Suddenly, Snowy appeared in front of her, and Snowy just stared at Yang Yi. Unexpectedly, there was no fear in her eyes. Trust. She always trusted Yang Yi, even if had gone mad. The sword energy stopped just half an inch away from Snowy's head. Sword Scroll visibly relaxed at the sight of this. At this moment, Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, and then her tears started to flow out incessantly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's face was covered in pain, or it should be said that he was visibly struggling. A short while passed before the sword energy descended a little more, and it was almost touching Snowy's head. Snowy still didn't move away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly shook his head forcefully. Snowy? Snowy. No. No. Can't kill. Not Snowy. No. As soon as he finished speaking, he howled with fury and vanished into the sky. Head vanished toward the direction of the Shiwan clan. Snowy wanted to pursue him, but Sword Scroll stopped her. Snowy glared angrily at the latter, but Sword Scroll gazed at the primordial pagoda. She tapped it with a finger, and it shook before Su Qingshi and the others appeared here. Snowy immediately shot into Su Qingshi's arms when she saw her, and then she started crying. At this moment, Su Qingshi's face was covered in tears too. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. I know how you feel, but it's best if you don't go to him right now. He really doesn't recognize anyone now. Su Qingshi shook her head. I want to accompany her. Zir suddenly said, Absolutely not. Everyone gazed at Zir. She closed her eyes slowly and said, Sister Qingshi, he's in a huge amount of pain already. If we go to him, and he kills us, just think how he would feel once he regains consciousness. Su Qingshi fell silent. Zir spoke softly. I too wish for nothing more than to be by his side, but we can't do that right now. Our job is to protect ourselves for now, and wait for him to regain consciousness. Will he? Su Qingshi had quite a lost expression in her eyes. At this moment, she felt like Shed lost her support. Yes. Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. His slaughter intent and sword intent have been suppressed, so his madness intent has gained the upper hand. If they can turn the situation around, he'll be able to recover. He's in a huge amount of danger right now. Su Qingshi closed her eyes slowly. Right? Sword Scroll glanced at her and said, He's not in danger now. Others are. Didn't you see? His intent is in the true Dao realm. And while he has gone mad, His combat instinct and instinct toward danger are still intact. So, others will be truly in danger upon encountering him. Su Qingshi asked, "Is there no way to stop him?" Sword Scroll thought for a moment and replied, "Yes, suppressing him with absolute strength, then trapping him. However, it requires strength that far surpasses his own, and anyone just slightly stronger than him would probably be killed instead. Only someone who far surpasses him in strength can accomplish it." She paused for a moment and said, "Let's go to the Sword Ruins. Let's see if she's willing to help." But the chances are slim, because she refuses to leave the Sword Ruins. Su Qingshi said, "Let's give it a try." Sword Scroll nodded, and then she gazed at the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Snowy hugged the pagoda, and then she pointed at it and waved her claws. She was saying that the pagoda belonged to Yang Yi. Sword Scroll glanced at Snowy. "I want take his pagoda, right? I'll try my best to help him." Snowy glanced at Sword Scroll, and her gaze became gentler. Sword Scroll heaved a sigh of relief in her heart because she knew the little fellow's attitude toward her had finally grown a little better. Snowy glanced at the direction Yang Yi had left toward while worry and reluctance filled her eyes. While Yang Yi hadn't attacked her, Yang Yi was truly terrifying just now, and she felt that he was even more terrifying than when Head comprehended slaughter intent. Meanwhile, Little Sky walked over to Snowy and took Snowy in her arms. She spoke softly, "Don't worry, he'll be fine. Let's go wait for him at the Sword Ruins." Snowy glanced at Little Sky and started crying again. "We can't stay here." Sword Scroll spoke abruptly, "We must get to the Sword Ruins as soon as possible. Otherwise, if those other powers are aware of our presence here, they will definitely act against you to blackmail Yang Yi." Su Qingshi took a deep and long glance at the direction Yang Yi had left toward, and she said, "Let's go." They immediately entered the primordial pagoda. Sword Scroll gazed at the primordial pagoda, fell silent for a moment, and then she vanished into the sky with the pagoda. Initial grounds. Initial city. Along with Yang Yi's departure, the Shiyuan clan gradually calmed down once more. Yang Yi was a very unfamiliar face to the people of the Shiyuan clan, and very few knew who he was. Suddenly, a young man appeared outside Initial City. The young man was in rags, and his hair was disheveled. As for his eye sockets, they were empty. The young man kept shaking his head while muttering something. He seemed just like a madman. The slovenly man walked aimlessly toward the city, and he grew increasingly closer to the city. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Who are you?" The slovenly man suddenly looked up, and then the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Hiss! The slovenly man had suddenly appeared behind the middle-aged man, and then a head shot up into the air while accompanied by blood. The slovenly man suddenly stretched out his hand and caught the bloody head. A moment later, he slammed it at the city. Bang! The head instantly exploded apart on the city walls. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from within the city, and then a ray of silver light shot down from the sky. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived above the slovenly man. The slovenly man suddenly looked up, and then a strand of terrifying intent swept out from him. Madness intent. It was unprecedentedly powerful and instantly suppressed Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent. As soon as it appeared, it blasted apart the silver light. At the same time, a spear had arrived before Yang Yi's forehead. However, it stopped just an inch away from him, because Yang Yi had grabbed the spear. At the other end of the spear, there was a middle-aged man there, and it was Exalt Qin. Exalt Qin's expression changed slightly at the sight of the slovenly man. "Yang Yi, it's you." Yang Yi looked up at Exalt Qin with a bewildered expression, and then he suddenly emanated powerful madness intent. An instant later, Yang Yi's figure shot along the spear, causing Exalt Qin's expression to change drastically. He tapped his right foot down and floated over 3 kilometers back. However, a ray of sword energy flashed before him, and it was swift like a shooting star. A moment later, a sword descended from above Exalt Qin. The sword domain. Yang Yi had utilized the sword domain again. While he didn't have sword intent now, His madness intent was much stronger than his sword intent and slaughter intent. The unique aspect of madness intent was that the crazier and more devilish a person was, the stronger that person would be. Exalt Chin's pupils constricted to the size of needles when he saw Yang Ye's sword descend. How powerful! That was the only thought in his mind. However, Exalt Chin didn't just stand by idly. He bent his knees and stabbed his spear at Yang Yi. A ray of silver light shot up into the air along with Exalt Chin. However, the silver light instantly melted like snow in hot oil when it touched Yang Ye's sword. The sword descended and sliced the spear into two. Meanwhile, Exalt Chin had moved over 1 kilometer back, but he hadn't even descended to the ground when Yang Ye's sword had arrived above him. It was still the sword domain combined with madness intent. Exalt Chin's pupils constricted once again from the sight of this. He didn't have the time to think, and a strand of powerful aura immediately swept out from him. It formed a thick defensive barrier in front of him. However, how strong were Yang Ye's attacks right now? The aura hadn't even been able to stop Yang Ye's sword, and it only took an instant for it to descend upon Exalt Chin's head. At the instant Yang Ye's sword descended upon his head, Exalt Chin's soul left his body and flashed off into the distance. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's sword descended. Hiss! Exalt Chin's body was sliced into two. Exalt Chin had an extremely unsightly expression as he floated far away. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to return, and he hadn't expected Yang Yi to be this strong. Moreover, the intent Yang Yi emanated was still growing stronger and stronger. It had been growing incessantly since the battle began. Yang Yi ignored Exalt Chin's soul and just walked toward the city. Exalt Chin's expression changed drastically at the sight of this and said, "Stop him!" It only took a moment for two old men to appear in front of Yang Yi. They were both true Dao realm experts. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of them when he appeared again. An instant later, a ray of sword energy slammed down at them. The sword domain. The sword domain again. Moreover, it wasn't just the sword domain and madness intent. Countless vengeful spirits had surged out of Yang Ye's palm and converged incessantly on his sword. The old men didn't dare to act carelessly. Both of them clenched their fists and slammed them at Yang Yi. For fists surged through space. However, at the instant Yang Ye's sword descended, the old men were blasted away. He. Countless vengeful spirits circled around Yang Yi. If it was before this, Yang Ye's slaughter intent and sword intent would have suppressed the vengeful spirits, because they would affect his mind. However, Yang Ye's mind wasn't clear now, and it didn't need them to affect him at all. So, his madness intent didn't suppress them at all, and it even helped those vengeful spirits. It could be said that the vengeful spirits were fully released at this moment. After he pushed the old men back, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of black light that entered the city. Countless ferocious and hideous vengeful spirits followed behind him. Exalt Chin was horrified by the sight of this and howled with fury, "Stop him! Hurry! Stop him now!" Chapter 2295 Hell. Chapter 2295 Hell. At this moment, Exalt Chin was shocked to the extreme. Yang Yi was clearly not in a normal state, especially the vengeful spirits around Yang Yi. They were mad and ferocious, and if they were allowed to enter the city, they would be a calamity to initial city. But the vengeful spirits weren't even the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying was Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't a normal person. However, those two true Dao realm experts couldn't stop him at all. So Yang Yi led the vengeful spirits into the city. Once they entered the city, heads shot up into the air wherever Yang Yi passed. They hadn't been killed by him, but the vengeful spirits around him. However, anyone who obstructed his path would be sliced into two by a ray of sword energy. Activate the formation. Suddenly, a furious roar resounded in the city. In an instant, the entire city shook violently, and then rays of white light surged up into the air from all directions and converged in the sky above the city. At the same time, faint light appeared on the ground throughout the city, and they started wriggling like snakes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stopped while vengeful spirits filled an area of over 1 kilometer around him. All the vengeful spirits were circling around Yang Yi with monstrous ferocity and resentment. Their resentment had been accumulated for far too long, so it was obvious how terrifying it was now that it had been released. Since he entered into the city, over 10,000 had died at the hands of these vengeful spirits, and corpses covered the path from the entrance of the city until where Yang Yi stood. However, there was no blood in those corpses because Yang Yi had absorbed it all. Slaughter intent. Yang Yi's slaughter intent was growing in strength from all this blood. However, even if it was growing in strength, it was still fully suppressed by Yang Yi's madness intent. Not to mention that these vengeful spirits were on the madness intent side. Countless experts of the Shiyuan clan had converged from all over the city. In just a short while, Yang Yi was surrounded by countless experts, and there were 3 true Dao realm experts among them. They were 2 old men and an old woman in a red robe. Besides that, there were 7 other progenitor realm experts. All of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as they gazed at Yang Yi, who stood at the center of the city. Yang Yi's body was trembling incessantly. He had his fists clenched tightly while a ray of sword energy flickered ceaselessly around him. Besides that, he kept muttering something. He seemed like he'd completely lost his mind. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, an old man from the Shiyuan clan suddenly spoke solemnly. What do you want? He didn't attack immediately because they had notified their patriarch, Shiyuan Xing, and they were waiting for him to rush back. What did he want? Yang Yi suddenly looked up. He gazed at the old man with his eye sockets that had no eyeballs, and it caused the old man's heart to shudder. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly opened his mouth, and a word slowly emerged, kill. Bang! The vengeful spirits around him converged into his palm and formed a black sword. A black sword. Meanwhile, the old man roared fiercely, attack. At the same time, the wriggling light beneath Yang Yi's feet suddenly shook, and then numerous blades of light flashed out from the ground and shot at Yang Yi. These blades of light formed a dense storm of blades, and every single blade carried powerful might. Everywhere they passed, space was sliced open with ease. This formation was supposed to be used against enemies from the outside, but Yang Yi was within the city. So, activating it now was no different than a calamity for Initial City. However, they had no other choice. So long as they could kill Yang Yi, even sacrificing this entire city was worth it. In the storm of blades, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed the black sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. The sword domain. Practically every single attack Yang Yi executed was enhanced by the sword domain now, as only the sword domain could allow him to fight against these formations and true Dao realm experts. It could be said that the reason he could surmount his realm of cultivation and fight true Dao realm experts was the sword domain. Now, he was at the progenitor realm, so while he still couldn't use it limitlessly, it wouldn't completely exhaust him upon using it just once. Boom! The entire city quaked beneath his sword and cracked open. The formation was instantly blasted apart by Yang Yi's attack. At the same time, his black sword transformed into countless vengeful spirits that rippled into the surroundings. Every single one of the vengeful spirits carried a strand of intent and sword energy. The blades of light in the surroundings vanished, layer after layer, before the vengeful spirits. In just a short while, not a single blade of light remained here. The experts of the Shiyuan clan had unsightly expressions on their faces when they witnessed this. Suddenly, Yang Yi stretched out his hand. In an instant, the vengeful spirits converged into a black sword and appeared in his grasp. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of black sword energy as he flashed forward. Hiss, 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 hiss. Everywhere he passed, everything in the city was sliced into bits. Suddenly, the 3 true Dao realm experts vanished on the spot, and then 3 powerful waves of energy rippled out of the space in front of Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away, but as soon as he stopped himself, the space before him was suddenly torn open. An aged hand stretched out from there, and then it pushed lightly. An invisible wave of force surged out like a volcano eruption and exploded in front of Yang Yi. Meanwhile, A wave of powerful intent swept out from within Yang Yi. True Tao realm madness intent. The intent forcefully stopped the old man's attack, but a red umbrella suddenly appeared above Yang Yi, and then it immediately started spinning as it descended. In an instant, red needles that were thin as strands of hair descended. In addition, a ray of red light enveloped Yang Yi, causing his skin to actually start decaying at a visible rate. Yang Yi looked up at the umbrella. Meanwhile, the needless had gotten extremely close to him. Suddenly, Yang Yi raised his hand and swung his sword. A ray of sword energy ignored the red needless and instantly slashed against the red umbrella. Hiss! The umbrella was instantly sliced into two. Meanwhile, at the instant Yang Yi had raised his hand to swing his sword, a figure had flashed, and then a palm slammed against Yang Yi's back. Bam! Yang Yi's figure was blasted away, and at the instant his figure started flying, the madness intent before him was obliterated by 3 different forces. In an instant, they slammed down like a collapsing mountain and caused the space around Yang Yi to warp severely. Moreover, the monstrous pressure they exerted even made Yang Yi's heart stop from the pressure. The joint forces of 3 true Tao realm experts. The 3 true Tao realm experts of the Xiwan clan were very well aware that they couldn't fight Yang Yi in single combat, because a single true Tao realm expert couldn't do anything to Yang Yi now. Moreover, it was even possible for that true Tao realm expert to be killed instead. They could only suppress Yang Yi when they joined forces. They really had been able to suppress Yang Yi when they joined forces. Yang Yi ignored the injuries had sustained and just took a step forward. An instant later, he turned ethereal, and then he grabbed the black sword with both hands and swung it forward. Hiss! The pressure in front of Yang Yi was instantly slashed open. But right at this moment, another wave of energy assaulted Yang Yi from behind. The progenitor realm experts. Their objective was to stop Yang Yi from even having a moment to catch his breath. While their auras were inferior to the 3 true Tao realm experts, it wasn't weak, and they were entirely capable of keeping Yang Yi busy for a moment. Yang Yi didn't even turn around. He just swung a backhand attack, and their auras were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, the 3 true Tao realm experts were about to attack again. However, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. This shocked those true Tao realm experts, and it made them wonder if he was fleeing. But just a moment later, their expressions changed drastically, and they charged madly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi hadn't fled. Head charged at the progenitor realm experts in the surroundings. Those progenitors' expressions changed drastically at the sight of Yang Yi charging at them. How could they possibly resist him? However, they didn't just stand by idly and wait for death to arrive. Numerous powerful auras surged out like torrents from within them. These auras swiftly converged into one. At this moment, their converged auras were even stronger than a true Tao realm expert. However, it was so weak and fragile before Yang Yi's sword domain, madness intent, and the countless vengeful spirits. Bang! Just one swing of his sword obliterated their auras, and then a ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! The head of a progenitor flew into the air. An instant kill. That progenitor hadn't even been able to fight back before being instantly annihilated. The other progenitors' expressions changed drastically from the sight of this. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. Those below the true Tao realm retreat now. Right now. Those progenitors immediately turned around and vanished into the city when they heard this. At this moment, the Xiwan clan was very well aware that besides true Tao realm experts, any other cultivator would just be courting death if they went after Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi didn't let go. He transformed into a ray of black light that chased after them. The 3 true Tao realm experts were behind Yang Yi. They chased after him like they'd gone mad too. It didn't take long for sorrowful howls to fill the city. Because everywhere Yang Yi passed, corpses filled the area. Countless strands of blood converged into Yang Yi like a river, and there wasn't just a river of blood behind Yang Yi. There were countless vengeful spirits there too. The vengeful spirits were madly devouring the resentment in these corpses, and they were gradually growing in strength. The entire initial city had become hell. Just like that, around 10 minutes passed before Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and there was a bloody head in his left hand. Yang Yi looked up at the sky. An aura so powerful that it was suffocating was approaching. The patriarch of the Shiwan clan. The experts of the Shiwan clan heaved sighs of relief when they sensed this. Suddenly, Yang Ye's figure shook and appeared outside the city. "Where do you think you're going?" A furious shout resounded in the sky, and then a towering palm slapped down at him. Yang Yi raised his sword and slashed. Boom! Sword energy surged up into the air. However, it was instantly blasted into nothingness by the palm. An instant later, Yang Yi was slapped flying. Yang Yi crashed into a forest far away. His entire body was covered in cracks, and blood was streaming out of him like a fountain. His meridians had been shattered. Suddenly, a woman in a white dress appeared beside him. She had her hands behind her back as she gazed at Yang Ye's unconscious figure with indifference. Chapter 2296 in Nanjing. Chapter 2296 in Nanjing. At this moment, Yang Yi was lying motionlessly on the ground. It was like he was dead. An intent covered him, and the intent was surrounded by ferocious, vengeful spirits. The woman in a white dress gazed at Yang Yi without any desire to kill. She was Bai Jixian from White Emperor City. Actually, she hadn't really left earlier. Or it should be said that she had left and returned. Because her intuition told her that Yang Yi wouldn't die that easily. The facts proved that her intuition was correct. Suddenly, a few powerful auras swept over from the distant sky. Bai Jixian frowned slightly, fell silent for a moment, and then waved her right hand. A strand of white light surged toward Yang Yi. However, the vengeful spirits and Yang Ye's madness intent didn't allow the white light to get close. Bai Jixian's face turned cold. "Do you want him to die?" A breath of time passed, and then the vengeful spirits and madness intent surged back into Yang Ye's body. They had their own intelligence, and that was why they were protecting Yang Yi. Because they were only strong and existed because of Yang Yi. If Yang Yi died, then they would vanish with him. Especially the madness intent. Yang Yi had created it, and it wouldn't exist if Yang Yi was gone. The vengeful spirits were the same. Yang Yi was their best host. Without the vengeful spirits and madness intent there to stop it, the white light instantly enveloped Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Bai Jixian withdrew a golden talisman, and there was a trace of reluctance in her eyes as she gazed at it. However, the auras in the sky were getting closer. She glanced coldly at Yang Yi and crushed the talisman. Hiss! A ray of golden light flashed, and then Yang Yi and Bai Jixian vanished on the spot. They'd vanished without making a sound. A breath of time after they vanished, for auras suddenly appeared here, and then a middle-aged man in a black robe appeared where Yang Yi had been. He was the patriarch of the Shiwan clan, Shiwan Xing. After he arrived here, 3 more experts appeared in the surroundings. They were the 3 true Dao realm experts who'd fought Yang Yi earlier. Their faces were extremely unsightly when they saw that no one was here. A black-robed old man spoke solemnly. "Someone got here before us." Shiwan Xing glanced at the surroundings, and his gaze pierced through over 500,000 kilometers into the distance, but he noticed nothing. Shiwan Xing's face gradually turned gloomy. So long as he's alive, our Shiwan clan will face severe trouble in the future. Meanwhile, the black-robed old man said, "While he's only at the progenitor realm, his strength surpasses ordinary true Dao realm experts. It's impossible to do anything to him without the joint forces of at least 3 true Dao realm experts. He'll be very terrifying if he's allowed to continue growing." Besides Shiwan Xing, the other 3 had worry and solemnness in their eyes. They'd fought Yang Yi for quite some time, so they knew how terrifying Yang Ye's talent and strength were. Most importantly, he was just at the progenitor realm right now, and if he attained the true Dao realm, at that time, even their patriarch would be helpless against him. Shiwan Xing closed his eyes slowly. "We made a mistake." Actually, the Shiwan clan knew Yang Yi was extraordinary from the very beginning, so they had used their full strength against him and didn't give him any chance to survive. A few true Dao realm experts and a formation against a single progenitor realm cultivator. It was practically unprecedented in the history of the eternal universe. However, Yang Yi had still managed to escape. Had escaped. The atmosphere here was quite heavy. A long time passed before Xi Wenxing opened his eyes. Is Ling Su still not back yet? The black-robed old man shook his head. Not yet, but he's still alive. Xi Wenxing asked, what about Void Spirit Maiden and the Undying Race's patriarch? The black-robed old man replied solemnly, I don't know. However, if they don't want to die, then even the eternal universe doesn't have many who are capable of killing them. Xi Wenxing glanced at the location Yang Yi had been at earlier and said, ask Ling Su to return as soon as possible. Besides that, do everything in our power to find Yang Yi. The old man suddenly asked, what about the immortal estate? Xi Wenxing replied, they naturally won't just let it go after Yang Yi killed someone of theirs. However, they probably don't have the time to waste on Yang Yi right now. The old man was puzzled. Why? Xi Wenxing replied solemnly, a mysterious person went to Immortal Estate and took one of their precious treasures. Now, the entire Immortal Estate is searching for him. The old man's expression changed slightly. Someone entered the Immortal Estate and even took a precious treasure of theirs? That's impossible. Xi Wenxing closed his eyes slowly. I think it's impossible too. However, it should be true. The Immortal Estate was covered in a tense atmosphere when I got there. It was like they were facing a formidable enemy. Who was it? The old man spoke solemnly. Who was actually able to go there, take from them, and leave safely? Xi Wenxing shook his head slightly. They say it was a sword cultivator, but I don't know the specifics. Was it the sword ruins? The old man frowned. Impossible. She would never casually leave the sword ruins. Moreover, if it were her, the Immortal Estate's experts would have gone there by now. Forget that. Meanwhile, Xi Wenxing suddenly said, use all our resources to find Yang Yi. Even if we must pay a certain price, just do it and find him. He must die. His voice was icy cold as he finished speaking. The incident in Initial City didn't escape the ears of the other powers. Shock. This time, all of them were shocked. In the beginning, they thought Yang Yi would definitely die upon going to the Xiwan clan. However, Yang Yi didn't. Moreover, had almost slaughtered the entire Initial City. It could be said that if Xi Wenxing hadn't rushed back to the city, countless more would have died in the city. 3 true Dao Realm experts couldn't stop Yang Yi at all. Some were happy while worry filled the hearts of others. The happy were naturally Sword Sky City. Yang Yi owed them a favor. So, the stronger and more monstrous he was, the more valuable his favor would be. It could be said that Sword Sky City was the biggest winner, because they hadn't lost a single true Dao Realm expert, and they'd made Yang Yi owe them a favor instead. After the incident, the Xiwan clan started doing everything it could to find Yang Yi, and they even used their full strength to find him. White Emperor City. In a simple room that clearly belonged to a woman. There was just a bed, a table, a chair, and a mirror. Besides that, there was nothing else in it. A slovenly man was lying on the bed. It was Yang Yi. Yang Yi's clothes were in rags and dyed red with blood, and beneath those rags was a body covered in cracks. He was severely injured. Yang Yi had been severely injured during the battle with the 3 true Dao Realm experts in Initial City, and then Xi Wenxing had suddenly appeared and made things worse. Fortunately, he had primordial violet energy. Even though he didn't have the primordial pagoda with him, after so many years of having it, his profound energy had been transformed into primordial violet energy. However, if he had the pagoda, he would recover much more quickly because the pagoda had more primordial violet energy. It was like a second core for him, and it could provide an endless supply of primordial violet energy to him. That was why he practically never encountered a moment of having insufficient profound energy. The primordial violet energy within him was ceaselessly repairing his meridians and bones. His injuries could be described as being truly serious. His meridians and bones were shattered. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a woman walked in. It was Bai Zhixian. Bai Zhixian walked over to Yang Yi's side and gazed at him while thoughts flashed through her mind. Meanwhile, an old man suddenly appeared behind her. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the old man. Father? The hunched old man nodded slightly. You rescued him? She pondered deeply for a moment and replied, No, I just wanted to take those treasures. Unfortunately, they aren't in his possession anymore. The old man replied indifferently, "Then kill him." Bai Jixin was stunned. The old man gazed at her. "What is it?" She fell silent for a long time and replied, "I think he can be used." The old man sighed softly. "That's playing with fire." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Even I fear his talent and strength. Now, he's demonic and insane. So the slightest mistake will bathe my white emperor city in blood, just like initial city." Bai Jixin replied solemnly, "I know why he became like this. So, I want to see if I can control him." The hunched old man wanted to say more, but Bai Jixin spoke solemnly, "Father, we're the only ones left in White Emperor City. We're like a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of the other powers. All of them want to tear us apart. They didn't have an opportunity before this, but the eternal secret realm is about to open. So long as something happens to me there, they'll immediately attack White Emperor City, and they will definitely act against me there too." She closed her eyes slowly and continued, "If I want to gain a foothold in the eternal secret realm, I need help. Otherwise, forget finding eternal objects, even surviving will be a problem." The old man sighed softly. "I plan to ask you to withdraw from that." She shook her head slightly. "How can I? It's one of the last few opportunities we have. No matter what, I have to try. For our family and for myself." The old man fell silent for a long time and said, "You decide?" He turned around and walked away. Only Yang Yi and Bai Jixin remained in the room. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he appeared in front of her. An instant later, a sword descended upon her. Bai Jixin didn't dodge it and looked him in the eye. "And Nanjing?" Yang Yi's sword stopped abruptly. As he gazed at her, 2 streams of blood red suddenly seeped out slowly from his eye sockets. Chapter 2297 It's for your own good. Chapter 2297 It's for your own good. Bai Zixian's heart twitched when she saw Yang Yi crying, because he actually had such a soft side. The impression she had of Yang Yi was a shameless, ruthless, decisive, extreme, bold, and insane person. She had never imagined that this man who was more ruthless than most would actually cry. How could this man cry if it wasn't something that truly made him sad? At this moment, she suddenly became quite curious about Nanjing. What kind of woman could make this man act like this? Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword had vanished. He placed his right hand on her face, causing her to frown slightly and almost push him away. However, she seemed to have thought of something and gradually relaxed her clenched fist. At this moment, while madness intent still remained around Yang Yi, it had much less viciousness and the desire to kill. However, he still looked very unusual. Yang Yi put his left hand around her waist and hugged her tight, causing the latter's expression to turn extremely unsightly. But she didn't dare to do anything, because Nanjing wouldn't attack Yang Yi. If she attacked him, Yang Yi wouldn't definitely instinctively realize that she wasn't in Nanjing. At that time, the first he killed would be her, and then everyone in White Emperor City. Based on Yang Yi's current strength, he would be a calamity to White Emperor City once he went mad. A terrible calamity. Yang Yi just hugged her like that, and a long time passed before Bai Jixin left her room. There was a man in a long robe by her side, and he was wearing a strange mask that fully concealed his appearance. It was naturally Yang Yi. Bai Jixin naturally didn't dare to let Yang Yi appear in public without keeping his identity concealed. Presently, the Shiyuan clan was madly searching for Yang Yi. If they found out that he was here, they would definitely attack White Emperor City. The Shiyuan clan wasn't the only one. The other powers would join in too. Moreover, even the immortal estate would come for Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi had killed the number 1 beauty of the immortal estate. Even she was quite shocked about the fact that Head killed her. As far as she was concerned, he was really brave. Bai Jixin restrained her thoughts and glanced at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was treating her as a Nanjing and wouldn't leave her side. This gave her a huge headache. However, she didn't dare to infuriate him. If he went mad again, no one would be able to restrain him. It was both good and bad now. Bai Jixin shook her head and led Yang Yi into an underground palace. There were 2 black-robed men there. As soon as he saw them, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot. Bai Zixian's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, "Stop!" Bang! Bang! As soon as she said that, the black-robed men were blasted away, and Yang Yi was about to attack again. She suddenly appeared by his side and took his hand, causing Yang Yi to stop. Meanwhile, the vengeful spirits and madness intent around him slowly returned to his body. Bai Zixian heaved a sigh of relief, and then she looked to the side. While they were still alive, both of them were heavily injured, and one of them had even lost his arm. Fortunately, Yang Yi hadn't used the sword domain, or they would have been killed in an instant. Bai Zixian glanced at Yang Yi. His strength was much stronger than it had been. Especially after he comprehended madness intent, his strength was absolutely incomparable to what it had been. Moreover, besides madness intent, the vengeful spirits in his possession were extremely terrifying too. They had been brought to their full potential now, and they wanted to kill everyone they saw. Bai Zixian took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then she said, "Don't just kill anyone, understand?" Yang Yi didn't answer her. She frowned. Actually, she was very clearly aware of the situation he was in. He was insane, and the most direct method to resolve this was to let Yang Yi's sword intent and slaughter intent suppress his madness intent. So long as it was suppressed, Yang Yi would regain consciousness. However, the problem was that the joint forces of his sword intent and slaughter intent were no match for his madness intent. Not to mention that the madness intent was assisted by the vengeful spirits. It could be said that the sword intent and slaughter intent were completely defeated. They'd fought each other since the beginning, yet they lost to the madness intent in the end. Obviously, they were definitely very aggrieved by this. Bai Zixian glanced at the black-robed figures. "Stand down." They bowed respectfully and left without making a sound. Bai Zixian took Yang Yi's hand and walked further into the palace. It didn't take long for her to lead him to her room. She formed a strange seal, and then it started trembling. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and it shocked her. She hurriedly grabbed his hand, and he gradually calmed down. Bai Zixian seemed visibly relieved, and then she looked ahead. A round pillar had appeared before her, and atop it was a jade box. In the jade box were 2 purple tokens. She gazed at them for a long time and spoke softly, "Do or die." As soon as she finished speaking, she took them and was about to leave with Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi suddenly turned around, and then a ray of sword energy flashed. Bang! An explosion resounded in the room, and then a black shadow appeared at a corner of the room. Bai Zixian's expression turned extremely unsightly from the sight of this. She hadn't expected someone to be here. Yang Yi was about to attack, but she stopped him and gazed at the black-clothed person. "Who are you?" The latter replied, "White Empress, my master wants those 2 eternal tokens. I wonder if you'll be willing to give them to me?" Eternal tokens. Bai Zixian's eyes narrowed slightly. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly appeared above the black-clothed person, and then a sword descended. The sword domain. The black-clothed person was shocked. "That's the sword domain. You're Yang Yi." "I am possible." As soon as the black-clothed person finished speaking, the sword descended. However, the black-clothed person had vanished, and only black clothes remained on the ground. Meanwhile, an explosion resounded from the entrance of the room, and then a figure was blasted back inside. Bai Zixian gazed coldly at the figure. She was about to speak, but a ray of light flashed, and then that figure was sliced into 2. The black-clothed person was dead. Bai Zixian felt speechless. Meanwhile, countless vengeful spirits appeared, and they pounced at the corpse. Devouring resentment. There was deep fear in her eyes as she gazed at the vengeful spirits. Suddenly, they finished devouring the resentment and immediately turned toward her, causing her to frown slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared by her side. As soon as he did, the vengeful spirits moved away from her. They didn't dare to challenge Yang Yi's authority, because once Yang Yi aroused the desire to kill, even they would die. Bai Zixian gazed at Yang Yi. "Let's go." She led Yang Yi out of the room. White Emperor Hall. As soon as Bai Zixian entered the hall, her face fell. There was a man in there. He smiled when he saw her. "Zixian, you're here?" She frowned slightly. "Nanli Xian, what are you doing here?" The man smiled. The eternal secret realm is about to be opened. I presume you'll be going, so I'm here to invite you to go with me. She replied indifferently, Thank you, but that isn't necessary. Nanli Xian was slightly stunned, and then he said, Zhixian, we'll be able to help each other if we stay together. Don't you think so too? She replied, It isn't necessary. Please leave. I want to rest. He laughed bitterly, Zhixian. Why be so cold? I just want to have someone to watch my back and vice versa. I'm sure you're aware that the other powers aren't very friendly to White Emperor City. If something were to happen to you in the Eternal Secret Realm, then White Emperor City would probably. Bai Zhixian glanced at him. Thanks for the reminder. However, I'll let fate decide. If something happens to me there, it's my destiny, and I can't blame anyone for that. Nanli Xian gazed at her for a long time, and then he suddenly chuckled, Fine, since you insist, I won't say anything else or you'll get annoyed. He paused for a moment and said, Zhixian, according to my knowledge, you have 2 eternal tokens. Can you give one to me? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Nanli Xian, that's the real reason you're here, right? Not at all. He smiled. Zhixian, let's just be frank. Give me one of the eternal tokens in your possession, and my Nanli clan will have 3 true Dao Realm experts in there. At that time, they can stay with you and protect you until you leave. All right. Bai Zhixian replied, What if I refuse? Nanli Xian's smile gradually vanished. Anything can happen in the eternal secret realm. Don't you think so too? Suddenly, Yang Yi took a step forward. She hurriedly grabbed his hand and gazed at Nanli Xian. Leave? Right now. Nanli Xian frowned slightly. What's the meaning of this? She forcefully held onto Yang Yi's hand and spoke solemnly. Nanli Xian, if you don't want to die, then fuck off right now. She was on the verge of losing control of Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through Nanli Xian's eyes. Bai Zhixian, you, fuck off. She suddenly howled with fury. It's for your own good. Nanli Xian's face was terribly gloomy. I refuse. Let me see if you dare to do anything to me. Chapter 2298 Emotions were his downfall. Chapter 2298 Emotions were his downfall. At this moment, Bai Zhixian was furious. Nanli Xian was a true Dao Realm expert of the Nanli clan. If something happened to him here, White Emperor City wouldn't be able to avoid responsibility. Moreover, the last remaining friendly relations between them would vanish, and they would become enemies instead. However, Nanli Xian refused to leave. He refused. At this moment, Bai Zhixian was on the verge of being unable to restrain Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Nanli Xian gazed at Yang Yi. His gaze instantly turned cold when he saw her holding Yang Yi's hand, and his gaze was filled with hostility. This hostility made Yang Yi instantly pull free from Bai Zhixian's grasp. A moment later, a pitch-black sword slashed down from above Nanli Xian. Nanli Xian was stunned, utterly stunned. He hadn't expected the black-clothed man by Bai Zhixian's side to just attack him, and he hadn't expected the man to be this terrifying. Just one attack. Just this attack made his hairs stand on end. Yang Yi's attack was no ordinary attack. It had been enhanced by true Dao Realm madness intent and the sword domain. Coupled with the fact that he was so close to Nanli Xian, the latter had no chance to dodge. Nanli Xian wasn't able to put up a good counterattack in such a hurry, so he was forced to go on the defensive. Bang! A powerful true Dao Realm aura surged out from him. However, it was instantly obliterated upon appearing. Hiss! Yang Yi's sword descended, and Nanli Xian's body was instantly sliced into 2. Meanwhile, his soul escaped his body and fled out of the hall. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his throat when Head just arrived at the exit. It was Bai Zhixian's hand. Nanli Xian stared at Bai Zhixian. If you kill me, the Nanli clan won't let White Emperor City live. I'm sure you're aware of the current situation that White Emperor City is in. She replied, I told you to leave. Unfortunately, you refused. Since you refuse, then die. Crush. As soon as she finished speaking, Nanli Xian's soul was crushed apart and transformed into countless fragments. But it only took a moment for innumerable vengeful spirits to devour those falling fragments. Bai Zhixian glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. At this moment, She felt that she may have made a mistake. Was it really wise to let Yang Yi stay by her side? Now, it was too late for her to regret her decision. Yang Yi was treating her as a Nanjing. Or it should be said that had unconsciously taken her to be a Nanjing. If Yang Yi realized that she wasn't a Nanjing, then he would definitely kill her. A Nanjing would never do anything that was harmful to Yang Yi, and she would never do anything that would hurt him. So, she couldn't do anything like that either. She shook her head and said, "Let's go." She led Yang Yi out of the hall. She led him out of the city, and then they shot into the endless starry sky. The eternal secret realm was only opening in around a month. She didn't dare to let Yang Yi stay in White Emperor City until then. He was too unstable, and the slightest mistake may cause him to slaughter the entire city. Yang Yi had to stay away from crowds for now. The Sword Ruins. Sword Scroll and the others arrived at the Sword Ruins. The Sword Guardian didn't refuse Su Qingshi and the others' arrival because of Sword Scroll. A woman in a linen dress sat cross-legged before a tombstone. Sword Scroll brought Snowy to her, and the woman's eyes remained shut as she said, "I want leave this place." Sword Scroll hesitated for a moment and said, "Please, you're the only one I know who can firmly suppress him. If you don't help him, it'll be very dangerous for him to remain like that." The woman shook her head slightly. "Sword Scroll, why force me?" Sword Scroll fell silent for a long time before she looked the woman in the eyes. "Jinyu, I advise you to go." Jinyu gazed at Sword Scroll. "Are you threatening me?" Sword Scroll pointed at Snowy. "Take a good look at her. Look carefully." Snowy was stunned. Jinyu glanced at Snowy. "I know, she's a sprite lord." Sword Scroll spoke louder. "Look carefully." Jinyu frowned slightly and gazed at Snowy again. It didn't take long for her gaze to descend onto Snowy's eyes. As soon as she saw the strand of dark purple in Snowy's eyes, Jinyu's indifferent expression changed for the first time. Disbelief filled her eyes. "How can that be? That's impossible." Sword Scroll took a deep breath. "It's a fact. Jinyu, your Jin clan has been using its own sword intent and cultivation to repay that sword for generations. Yet now, so long as she's willing, the shackles on the fate of countless generations of your clan will vanish." Jinyu stood up slowly and walked over to Snowy. "Give me a promise." Snowy blinked and gazed at Sword Scroll, and the latter spoke softly. "If she's willing to go help Yang Yi, are you willing to help her in the future?" Snowy hurriedly nodded. Jinyu spoke softly, "Thank you." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the huge sword on her back and left. "Don't expose her presence." Meanwhile, Sword Scroll spoke abruptly. "We don't have the strength to protect her. If her existence is exposed, she'll live, but we'll die." Jinyu didn't say a word and just shot off into the distance before finally vanishing. This year, the Sword Guardian left the Sword Ruins. Snowy withdrew her gaze and was quite depressed. Sword Scroll gazed at Snowy. "It's fine. She's very strong." Snowy glanced at Sword Scroll, and then she nodded slightly. After that, she hesitated for a moment and pointed deep into the Sword Ruins. Sword Scroll spoke softly. "You've sensed it?" Snowy nodded. Sword Scroll explained. "It can't come outside now, or I'll guess." Snowy waved her claws while a solemn expression appeared on her face. Sword Scroll walked over to Snowy and smiled. "I know it's very powerful, and I know it's very dangerous. However, you don't have to fear it, because it will fear you." Snowy blinked and was very puzzled. After all, she wasn't good at fighting at all. Sword Scroll looked up at the sky and spoke softly in her heart. "Yang Yi's greatest fortune in his lifetime was saving you. Of course, it may be his greatest trouble as well, because you're wanted by all. Not to mention others, even I want to kill him and take you for myself." The desire to kill. Once she found out that Snowy would become a sprite progenitor, she had really aroused the intent to kill Yang Yi. In the boundless starry sky, Yang Yi and Bai Zhixian traveled for a long time before she finally stopped. An ancient city stood before them. The city floated there in space. It was quite old and damaged. Obviously, it had been ravaged in the past. Bai Zhixian glanced at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and then took his hand. She noticed that so long as she took his hand, Yang Yi would calm down tremendously. Just like that, she led him to the entrance of the city. Eternal Immortal City. Bai Jixin led him into the city. The city itself was deathly silent. She glanced at the surroundings, and then led him to a damaged hall. She sat down cross-legged, and Yang Yi stood by her side. She glanced at him. For some reason, she actually felt a strange sense of safety right now. A sense of safety. Previously, when she was enemies with Yang Yi, she had experienced how terrifying he was. Yang Yi was absolutely not someone who would spare a pretty face, and he would even kill a goddess without the slightest hesitation, if he had to. Zither Maiden from the Immortal Estate was the best example of that. However, she suddenly realized that if she wasn't enemies with him, he was very trustworthy. Unfortunately, he placed too much emphasis on emotions and loyalty, and he took it too seriously. Emotions were his downfall. Suddenly, footsteps resounded from outside the hall. Bai Jixin moved her gaze away and looked out of the hall. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man and an old man to appear within her vision. She frowned slightly at the sight of them, but it didn't take long for her to return to normal. The middle-aged man walked over to her, glanced at Yang Yi, and then said, "White Empress, according to my knowledge, my younger brother, Bailey Xian, went to White Emperor City a few days ago, but he still hasn't returned. Do you know where he is?" Bai Jixin replied indifferently, "I don't." The middle-aged man's face turned cold. "Bai Jixin, they'll stop beating around the bust. My brother is dead, and I want to know if it was White Emperor City's doing." Bai Jixin asked, "Nanliu, you think I killed him?" Nanliu replied indifferently, "I didn't say that." Bai Jixin replied, "That's what you said. So, tell me, what reason would I have to kill him?" Nanliu looked her in the eyes. "That's what I want to know too. Because he never left White Emperor City. So, he definitely died in the city, right?" Bai Jixin spoke indifferently. "Would you believe me if I said no?" Nanliu gazed at her for a long time and smiled. "Very good. Bai Jixin, we'll have a good chat about it in the Eternal Secret Realm." He turned around and walked away with the old man. Bai Zixian's face remained expressionless, and she held tightly onto Yang Ye's hand. Meanwhile, divine senses swept the area from time to time. A short while later, Bai Jixin released her grip on Yang Ye's hand and spoke softly. "My White Emperor City was once on par with the Immortal Estate. At our peak, we had two extraordinary geniuses. Unfortunately, there was no place for two tigers in one mountain. Our ancestors fought each other, and the experts of our clan either died or left. Now, we're far inferior from what we used to be." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "All those years ago, Eternal Border didn't just have one estate, 2 cities, 3 sects, and 6 clans. There were many other powers. However, they gradually vanished. Now, if I can't improve my strength in this secret realm, White Emperor City will gradually vanish too." Yang Yi remained silent, but a black sword had appeared in his grasp. Bai Jixin gazed at him for a long time. At this moment, she envied in Nanjing a little. Suddenly, another divine sense swept the area, and Yang Yi vanished abruptly. Bai Jixin was shocked. She was about to charge outside, but a loud shout that was filled with shock resounded, "You're Yang Yi." The shout was like muffled thunder that resounded throughout the city. Bai Jixin had just charged out of the hall when Yang Yi appeared before her, and in his hand was a bloody head. Chapter 22 99 Geniuses Must Die. Chapter 22 99 Geniuses Must Die. A head. Blood was still dripping from the head, and its face was covered in shock. Yang Yi. No one in Eternal Border didn't know that name. Yang Yi tossed away the head, and the black sword in his grasp immediately transformed into countless vengeful spirits that pounced at it. The stronger the expert, the stronger they would grow upon devouring it. They could be considered to be a match made in heaven. Suddenly, over a dozen people appeared not too far away from the hall, and they were from the various powers. 2 of them were the true Dao realm experts from the Nanli clan hood just left. Nanli, you stared at Yang Yi, Bai Jixin. "I didn't expect you to have gotten together with Yang Yi." Bai Jixin glanced at Nanli Yu and said, "If I were you, I would leave." Nanli Yu revealed a ferocious smile. "If I'm not wrong, Both of you joined forces and killed my younger brother, right? Bai Jixin closed her eyes slowly and remained silent. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and then a black sword slashed down from above Nanli Yu. Nanli Yu's expression changed drastically, and an ethereal black shield appeared above him. The sword descended. Bang! The black shield instantly exploded apart, and the powerful force of the collision blasted him far away. However, that wasn't the end of it because another ray of black light flashed. Nanli Yu was shocked. He stomped his foot down and soared up into the air before slamming his fist forward. Boom! A red vortex suddenly appeared in front of Nanli Yu, and then a wave of powerful flames rippled out from it. However, as soon as Yang Yi's sword descended, the flames were obliterated in just an instant. Suddenly, a powerful aura assaulted Yang Yi from the left. It was the true Dao realm expert from the Nanli clan. Yang Yi stopped on the spot and just swung his sword without even looking. Hiss! The aura was instantly destroyed. Yang Yi intended to attack again, but Bai Jixin appeared by his side and took his hand. Let's go. Yang Yi's figure trembled, and then his sword gradually turned ethereal. Bai Jixin. Suddenly, Nanli Yu laughed ferociously. You're actually with Yang Yi. Good, very good. Let me see who can save your White Emperor city now. Yang Yi stopped. Nanli Yu's expression changed, and then he vanished on the spot. The other true Dao realm expert from the Nanli clan followed him and left too. Bai Jixin was stunned, and so were the other experts here. They'd fled. 2 true Dao realm experts had fled, but it didn't take long for them to realize why. Yang Yi was influenced by his madness intent right now, so it could be said that a single true Dao realm expert was very likely to be instantly killed by him. 2 true Dao realm experts weren't able to do anything to him, and 3 true Dao realm experts could barely resist him. It would take at least 4 or even 5 true Dao realm experts to suppress Yang Yi. But the Nanli clan only had 2 here. If Yang Yi and Bai Jixin joined forces, they would definitely die. So, Nanli Yu had decisively chosen to flee. They would die if they didn't. Bai Jixin shook her head slightly and walked away while holding Yang Yi's hand. Meanwhile, an old man with a sword on his back appeared in front of them. It was Exalt Yu from Sword Sky City. Exalt Yu glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Bai Jixin. White Empress, is he? She shook her head slightly. Do you need something? Exalt Yu replied, No. I just wanted to warn you that a true Dao realm expert from the Xiyuan clan left earlier. If I'm not wrong, he has gone to notify the Xiyuan clan. Moreover, the other powers are probably itching to make their move too. After all, no one doesn't desire the treasures in his possession. Bai Jixin glanced at him. What about Sword Sky City? Exalt Yu smiled. We have an agreement with him, so we hold no hostility toward him. He paused for a moment and continued. There's enmity between him and the Immortal Estate. So, it won't be easy for you to enter the Immortal Estate safely later. Bai Jixin fell silent. The Immortal Estate. The Eternal Secret Realm was under the Immortal Estate's control. Or to be more precise, its entrance was under the Immortal Estate's control. The other powers had to gain the Immortal Estate's agreement to enter it. Moreover, after they went inside and returned, they had to give the Immortal Estate 50% of all the eternal crystals they obtained. Of course, the Immortal Estate considered that as the compensation for purchasing the eternal tokens. However, the eternal tokens were actually completely useless, but no one dared to refuse. The Immortal Estate was the most powerful organization in the entire Eternal Border. So, unless all the others joined forces against it, they would have no chance of winning. Meanwhile, Exalt Yu said, Shiwan Xing is probably on the way right now. Bai Jixin immediately took Yang Yi's hand and walked off into the distance. Exalt Yu glanced at them and frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Yang Yi was very terrifying, but the more terrifying he was, the more determined many would be to kill him, especially the 6 clans. The 3 sects weren't desperate to kill him because they had chosen not to attack Yang Yi, as they didn't want to let the other sects take advantage. But the 6 clans were different. Besides the Xiyuan clan, the other 5 clans had even joined forces just to seize those 3 treasures. Now, Yang Yi was even stronger than before, so all the 6 clans were definitely afraid, especially the Xiyuan clan. If Yang Yi survived, they would never have a moment of peace. As for the other clans, they may risk everything to kill Yang Yi because they were worried of his revenge. Besides that, there was the immortal estate too. The immortal estate was very, very strong. The stronger an organization was, the greater their aversion towards someone who may become a threat to them. After all, Yang Yi possessed progenitor realm sword intent and slaughter intent, and even true Dao realm intent at his age. The worst part was that he possessed the sword domain. Besides that, he had so many treasures, especially the primordial acts of creation. Once it allowed Yang Yi to use it, then even the immortal estate would have to fear him. The limitless sword master who was once renowned throughout eternal border wasn't as dazzling as Yang Yi at the same age. The more dazzling and monstrous Yang Yi was, the more they would want him dead. Unless he was so strong that they didn't dare to act against him, of course. Unfortunately, Yang Yi wasn't that strong now. A vile cycle had formed between them. Exaltu shook his head and left. Yang Yi had shown himself. News of this quickly spread throughout eternal border. Initial city. The auras of 4 powerful experts surged up into the air from within Initial City, and then they vanished into the sky. 4 true Dao realm experts. This time, all of the true Dao realm experts of the Shiyuan clan had set out. Besides the Shiyuan clan, countless experts left the Nanli clan, Beichuan clan, Hanyuan clan, Luoli clan, and Yu clan's main cities and vanished into the boundless expanses of outer space. The entire eternal border was alarmed. The experts of all 6 clans had left their cities. Moreover, all of them were traveling in the same direction. On a mountain, a woman stood proudly there. There was a huge black sword on her back. She was Jinyu from Sword Ruins. Jinyu looked up at the boundless starry sky, and a long time passed before she spoke softly. 6 true Void Realm experts, 17 true Dao Realm experts. They haven't just sent all their experts, even their patriarchs have set out. Looks like they want to annihilate him. Should I go or not? The true Dao realm was divided into 3 smaller stages: the true Dao realm, true Void realm, and true World realm. Jinyu fell silent, and a long time passed before a white little fellow appeared in her mind. Snowy. As soon as she thought of Snowy, she twisted her right foot against the ground. A ray of sword energy shot up into the air. Eternal Immortal City. Bai Jixin swiftly led Yang Yi toward the depths of the city, and her face was unprecedentedly solemn. Yang Yi being exposed had messed up all her plans. She was very well aware that if they couldn't enter the Eternal Secret Realm soon, they would have to face over a dozen or even more true Dao Realm experts. They would never let Yang Yi live, especially the Shiyuan clan. If she were the patriarch of the Shiyuan clan, she would absolutely stop at nothing to kill Yang Yi. That was what Shed thought when Yang Yi had woken up that day, because a person like Yang Yi would cause endless troubles to them if he remained alive, especially when he was such a vengeful person. So, they had to get into the Eternal Secret Realm. Bai Jixin pulled Yang Yi along as she sped up. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the center of the city, and a huge blue door stood before them. Blue light flowed within the door, and it frequently emanated horrifying and strange sounds. Let's go. Bai Jixin pulled Yang Yi toward the door, but an old man suddenly appeared in front of them. There was a tiny character on his left chest. He was from the Immortal Estate. Bai Jixin flicked 2 eternal tokens to the old man, but the old man waved his right hand and blasted them into bits. Bai Xixian's face fell from the sight of this. Meanwhile, the old man ridiculed, "You want to leave? Bai Jixin, you must be dreaming. Needless to say, you're really brave to actually get together with Yang Yi. Don't you know that my immortal estate is determined to kill him? We'd planned to locate that mysterious sword cultivator first and deal with him first before dealing with White Emperor City, but we never expected you to actually." Bai Jixin interrupted the old man. "Old dog, I advise you to fuck off." A hideous expression instantly covered the old man's face. However, Yang Yi's figure suddenly appeared before him, and then a sword descended. The sword domain combined with true Dao realm madness intent and countless vengeful spirits. The old man's pupils constricted to the size of needles. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from within him. At the same time, a fist slammed at Yang Yi's sword. Hiss! The sword descended, and the old man's body was instantly sliced into two, causing blood and internal organs to spray all over the ground. However, the old man's soul had left his body at the critical moment and fled into the sky. Yang Yi was about to pursue the old man when Zixian's expression suddenly changed drastically. She didn't even hesitate to drag Yang Yi into the blue door of light. Right at the instant they left, Shi Wanxing suddenly appeared where Yang Yi had been standing, and 4 other middle-aged men and a beautiful woman were by his side. The 6 patriarchs were all here. Shi Wanxing gazed at the door of light for a long time, and then he said, "He must die." Chapter 2300 Wait for Yang Yi. Chapter 2300 Wait for Yang Yi. Fear. At this moment, Shi Wanxing's heart was filled with deep fear. Had witnessed Yang Yi's previous attack, and it had instantly severed the body of a true Dao realm expert. But Yang Yi was just at the progenitor realm. How terrifying was such natural talent? If Yang Yi survived and arrived at his level of cultivation, then would anyone amongst them be able to stop that madman? At that time, even the immortal estate wouldn't be able to restrain Yang Yi. Actually, Yang Yi didn't even have to attain his realm of cultivation. Even if Yang Yi attained the true Dao realm, he would be extremely terrifying. Yang Yi at the true Dao realm combined with the sword domain and true Dao realm intent. Experts at the same realm of cultivation would probably be incapable of even resisting a single attack from him. Besides fear, he felt regret. Shi Wanxing felt extreme regret. He regretted that the Xiwan clan had been the first to take action against Yang Yi, and he regretted not gaining a full understanding of Yang Yi before acting against Yang Yi. Those 3 treasures were great, but the Xiwan clan would still be the Xiwan clan without them. They would still be a large and powerful clan. Yet now, the Xiwan clan hadn't just been unable to get those treasures, it had become an irreconcilable enemy with an extraordinary genius. Shi Wanxing wasn't the only one. The other patriarchs had very heavy hearts too. Yang Yi. All of them had acted against Yang Yi for those 3 treasures, and it could be said that there was enmity between them. But what kind of person was Yang Yi? He was an absolutely vengeful one. So, if he attained the true Void Realm, how would they resist someone like Yang Yi? Meanwhile, Shi Wanxing suddenly said, "Besides the 2 cities and 3 sects, everyone else who has acted against him is here. What do all of you think?" A middle-aged man suddenly smiled. "What do I think? My Beichuan clan will apologize to him once he comes out from there, and we'll see if reconciliation is possible." He was the patriarch of the Beichuan clan, Beichuan Tian. Apologize? Shi Wanxing revealed a wisp of ridicule. "Brother Beichuan, have you not noticed the state he is in? He doesn't just possess sword intent, he has slaughter intent, madness intent, and those vengeful spirits. He isn't a normal person at all. Do you think hell accept your apology? Not to mention him, even I wouldn't accept it. If you want to kill, you kill. Then you try to apologize when you don't want to kill anymore? And then the incident is over? If it were so simple, he wouldn't have become like that." Beichuan Tian spoke solemnly. "Shi Wanxing, isn't it your Xiwan clan's fault that he has become like that?" Shi Wanxing shook his head. "I don't care what all of you think. In any case, my Xiwan clan is determined to kill him. Of course, I'm very well aware that it's very difficult for my clan to kill him. But that's fine. If my clan loses, we'll just be annihilated by him. As for all of you, haha, if you don't kill him now, then allow me to be honest. Once he's given some time and points his sword at all of you, you'll understand what despair is like." Meanwhile, an old man suddenly stepped forward. The old man was the patriarch of the Hanyuan clan, Hanyuan Lin. All of them gazed at him, and he replied indifferently, "Everyone, you seem to have forgotten that Yang Yi has the primordial axe of creation. Once it's unsealed and allows Yang Yi to use it, then I think even the joint forces of our clans wouldn't be able to stop him. Simply speaking, we have the initiative now. Because if we join forces, we have at least a 90% chance to kill him. But if he attains the true Void Realm, then we'll be in a passive position, and we can only wait to be slaughtered if he chooses to annihilate us. So, which do you prefer? Why do we only have a 90% chance?" A beautiful woman asked abruptly. She was the patriarch of the Luali clan, Luoli Yu. Han Yuan Lin closed his eyes slowly. The last 10% is the will of the heavens. If it doesn't wish for Yang Yi to die, he won't die. Luoli Yu laughed coldly. I do not believe in that. Let me see how he survives. Don't forget that there's the immortal estate too. The immortal estate. All of them felt much better when they thought of the immortal estate. Because Yang Yi was irreconcilable enemies with the immortal estate too. Patriarch Luoli is correct. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked over slowly from afar, and there was a small character on his chest. An expert from the immortal estate. The middle-aged man walked over to them and smiled. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wang Yun from the immortal estate. I heard all of you discussing Yang Yi, and I noticed that you were still quite hesitant. Allow me to be honest, you've formed irreconcilable enmity with him by hunting him now. So let me ask you this. Once he grows further, do you think we will spare all of you? He shook his head and smiled. Moreover, all of you seem to have forgotten that Yang Yi had entered the eternal secret realm. If he obtains some sort of fortuitous encounter there, like ascending into the true Tao realm, then, haha, of course, even if Yang Yi attains the true void realm, my immortal estate wouldn't fear him. But what about all of you? Unless your ancestors show themselves, your joint forces would still be unable to stop him. As for your ancestors, haha, I won't say more. Their expressions turned quite unsightly when they listened up to this point. They'd forcefully pushed their clans into this dilemma. Meanwhile, Xi Wenxing gazed at Wang Yun. Brother Wang, you're not just here to talk, right? Wang Yun smiled, of course. They'll stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point. My immortal estate is determined to kill Yang Yi. However, I'm the only one they sent. I've witnessed Yang Yi's strength, and am not confident in being able to kill him on my own. After all, he still has those 3 treasures with him. Xi Wenxing asked, so you wish to join forces? Wang Yun nodded, indeed. Han Yuan Lin suddenly asked, what about those treasures once Yang Yi is dead? Wang Yun glanced at Han Yuan Lin and said, my immortal estate only wants the Bodhi tree. Your clans do what you wish with the other 2. Han Yuan Lin frowned. Are you sure that you want the Bodhi tree and not the primordial axe? The others were puzzled too. After all, the primordial axe was much more precious. Wang Yun smiled. Yes, they fell silent. My Shiwan clan doesn't want any of them. Meanwhile, Xi Wenxing spoke abruptly. We just want Yang Yi's life. Han Yuan Lin glanced at Xi Wenxing, and then he glanced at the others. Do any of you have any objections? They pondered deeply for a moment, and then they started shaking their heads in succession. No objections. Meanwhile, Wang Yun smiled. Looks like we've come to an agreement. Since that's the case, let's wait here until he comes out from in there. 7 true void rank experts, and 17 true Tao realm experts. Let me see how he survives us. Meanwhile, a true Tao realm expert of the Shiwan clan suddenly asked, why don't we go inside? Wang Yun turned to look at the entrance to the secret realm. Because the stronger you are, the easier it is for you to die. Yang Yi is below the true void realm in strength, yet stronger than the true Tao realm. His strength is just perfectly on the border of the eternal secret realm's limits. Moreover, if we go inside, we'll definitely alarm the old fellows in there. At that time, we'll probably never make it out. The rest of you true Tao realm experts can go inside, but even if all 17 of you go, I'm afraid you won't be able to kill him, and you might be killed instead. There are too many variables to consider in there. The eternal secret realm, the stronger a person, the easier it was to die in there. A true world realm expert of the immortal estate had gone inside once, and that expert never came back. Wait, just like that, 7 true void realm experts and 17 true Tao realm experts started waiting in Eternal Immortal City. Over 20 experts were gathered here to wait for Yang Yi. At a corner of Eternal Immortal City, a woman in a linen dress was seated there, and there was a huge sword stabbed in the ground by her side. Her gaze was on Xi Wenxing's group. A long time passed before she withdrew her gaze and closed her eyes. Fools! She was naturally talking about Wang Yun and the others. Their forces were absolutely capable of killing Yang Yi, and even she couldn't save him. It could be said that Yang Yi would be dead the moment he returned outside. Even the primordial acts of creation couldn't save him. After all, Their forces were even capable of killing a true world realm expert, let alone a progenitor like Yang Yi. However, what would happen once Yang Yi died? No one had thought about the consequences of that. As far as she was concerned, the most terrifying aspect about Yang Yi wasn't his talent in the sword Dao, the 3 divine treasures he possessed, or the sword domain. It was the white little fellow by his side. Snowy. If Yang Yi died, then based on the relationship he had with Snowy, Snowy would definitely go mad. Sprite progenitors were kind by nature, but they had their own reverse scales. Yang Yi was obviously Snowy's reverse scale. Yang Yi's madness wasn't that terrifying, but a sprite progenitor that went mad was truly terrifying. Not to mention Eternal Border. Even the world on the other side of the Eternal River would have to tremble. So, the day Yang Yi died would be the day the Eternal Border was finished. Eternal Secret Realm. A long time passed before Bai Zhixian sensed the surroundings calmed down. She opened her eyes but didn't look at the surroundings. She looked to her side instead, and she heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Yi. Bai Zhixian glanced at the surroundings and spoke softly. The Eternal Secret Realm is another world created by the people of the Eternal Universe, and it was made by their peak experts. They once lived here, but for some reason, they left and went over to the Eternal Universe. As for this place, they left many things behind when they left. She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, I've never owed anyone in my life, and I don't want to either. However, I owe you. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help you break through and attain the true Dao realm. As soon as she finished speaking, she took Yang Yi's hand and vanished into the distance. Chapter 2301 Primal Demon. Chapter 2301 Primal Demon. Eternal Secret Realm. The Eternal Secret Realm was also called an independent world. It was a mysterious and dangerous world. Of course, it was filled with fortune too. Eternal Border had 3 secret realms: the Eternal Secret Realm, Sword Ruins, and Eternal River. Eternal River was the most dangerous amongst them, and it was the most terrifying too. Countless geniuses of Eternal Border had been buried within the Eternal River. As far as the people of Eternal Border were concerned, it was no secret realm. It was a forbidden area that should absolutely not be entered. Eternal Secret Realm wasn't as terrifying as Eternal River. However, it was extremely mysterious. Because the stronger someone was, the easier it was for that person to die. Bai Zhixian had obviously been here in the past. She led Yang Yi to a mountain range, and there was a striking mountain that towered into the sky. They arrived at the foot of the towering mountain, and then she walked over to the mountain wall and waved her hand gently. Bang! The mountain wall exploded apart, and there was another world within it. Bai Zhixian led Yang Yi into the cave. The walls of the cave were covered in strange rocks of various types, and these rocks emanated gently light that seemed like moonlight. Bai Zhixian led Yang Yi forward, but it didn't take long for her to stop. There was a statue of a woman standing not too far ahead of them. She wore a long dress, had a gorgeous appearance, and there was a purple belt floating around her waist. Bai Zhixian walked over to it and bowed slightly. Meanwhile, the statue spoke abruptly. You're here? She nodded. Senior, I have a request. The statue replied. What is it? Bai Zhixian gazed at Yang Yi. Senior, can you help him return to normal? Return to normal. Make Yang Yi return to normal. Actually, even she didn't know why she was doing this. Because if Yang Yi recovered, then based on how he did things, it was very likely for him to kill her, and she couldn't resist his current strength. But she'd done this. The statue gazed at Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for it to frown. This intent? Huh. The sword domain, slaughter intent, and the sword intent. Interesting. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly looked up at the statue, and then a black sword appeared in his grasp. Bai Zhixian's expression changed slightly, and then she hurriedly grabbed Yang Yi's hand. The statue suddenly said, I can't do it. Bai Zhixian was stunned. Senior. You, the statue replied, if my main body was here, I could suppress his madness intent and those vengeful spirits, but at this moment, I can't suppress him at all. Not to mention that he has the sword domain. Bai Zhixian spoke solemnly. Is there really no other way? There is. The statue continued. It depends on whether you're willing to do it. She looked up at the statue. What is it? The statue simplified her answer. Engage in mutual cultivation with him. What? Bai Jixin was stunned. The statue explained. I'm sure you know what I cultivate in. I cultivate in the Tao of Yin and Yang. If you're willing to accept my teachings, I can give you a supreme mutual cultivation technique. If you use that on him, then he'll benefit, and so will you. After all, he's a 1 in a million candidate because he has primordial violet energy within him. Moreover, his body has been tempered by primordial violet energy for years, so it's much different than the body of an ordinary person. It can be said that your strength will rise tremendously if you engage in mutual cultivation with him. Bai Zixian's face became quite unsightly. Mutual cultivation? Bai Jixin shook her head. I refuse. Meanwhile, the statue said, looks like you're still biased to the Tao of Yin and Yang. Do you know what life is? It is feelings and vitality, and your life is only whole when they are one. Besides that, there's nothing wrong with this. Doing it with someone you love brings both joy and strength, so why not? Bai Jixin glanced at the statue and asked, Senior, is there no other way? There is. The statue continued. Improve his sword intent and slaughter intent so that they can suppress his madness intent. In that way, he may be able to regain consciousness. Unfortunately, you are probably incapable of accomplishing that, and no one can either. Only he can. Bai Jixin fell silent. The statue said, if he engaged in mutual cultivation with you, it's very likely for him to attain the true Tao realm. Life is a fusion of mental and physical life. People always speak about mental and physical health, and both are equally important. The Tao of Yin and Yang seeks the quintessence of all things. If both of you cultivate it, then based on his natural talent, it's very likely for him to obtain enlightenment and see his own true Tao. As for you, it's very likely for you to attain the true void realm. Bai Jixin replied indifferently, can you give that cultivation technique to me? He'll give it to his women, all right? The statue asked, why do I think so highly of you? Bai Jixin remained silent. The statue said, because you were born without any hair there. You were born with the allure physique. If you cultivate my sex technique, you'll gain twice the results. Bai Zixian's icy cold face had a rare blush on it at this point. She glanced at Yang Yi, and then her face became normal when she noticed that Yang Yi's expression had remained the same. Meanwhile, the statue flicked a ray of white light into her forehead. A moment later, countless pieces of information entered Bai Zixian's mind. A short while later, the statue said, I won't force you. I've stored the entire Yin Sutra within your mind. Once you've made your decision, you can engage in mutual cultivation with him. If you're really unwilling, you can just forget it. The statue suddenly gazed at Yang Yi, and then she frowned. Bai Jixin asked, what is it? The statue spoke solemnly. I sense a trace of aura coming from him. Bai Jixin asked, what aura? The statue shook her head. It's impossible for a sprite progenitor to exist in eternal border. Bai Jixin wanted to ask more, but the statue suddenly said, it's getting dark. Don't go outside. The statue's eyes gradually dimmed down and fell silent. Bai Zixian's face instantly became solemn when she witnessed this. She hurriedly walked over to the entrance of the cave. At this moment, it was sealed off by a door of light, and she heaved a sigh of relief upon laying eyes on it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to her side and took her hand. Bai Jixin glanced at Yang Yi, and then she looked outside. The veil of night had descended outside, and the entire world had fallen silent. Suddenly, the ground quaked. A solemn expression appeared on Bai Zixian's face. It was the sound of footsteps. The footsteps were growing louder and closer. At this moment, even the towering mountain had started to tremble with the footsteps. A short while later, a huge figure appeared before her. Bai Jixin saw its appearance clearly under the moonlight. It was no human. It was a being with a human body and the head of an ox. There were 2 horns on its head, huge lantern-like eyes, and a body that was pitch black like ink. Besides that, there was a very long tail behind it, and it was thick like a pillar and covered in sharp spikes. Every single step it took caused the ground to quake, mountains to shake, and a huge gully was torn open in the ground by its tail. A primal demon. Bai Jixian had an extremely solemn expression on her face. It was from the primal era. All the powers that currently resided in Eternal Border, like the Immortal Estate, the 2 cities, the 3 sects, and the 6 clans, were from other universes. However, they knew very little about the history of Eternal Border. All they knew was that there had been an era before them, and it was called the Primal Era. That era was a true era of the strong. During that era, there were primal demons who could shake the world with a single hand. There were powerful cultivators capable of obliterating universes with the flick of a finger. There was a sprite progenitor who was blessed by the universe and loved by all sprites. And there were all sorts of powerful Xenarace cultivators with special physiques who stood at the top of body refinement. It was an era filled with experts. Unfortunately, for some reason, it silently came to an end, and it left a blank space in history for those who came after them. Now, a primal demon had appeared here. The primal demon walked step by step toward the distance. Suddenly, the primal demon stopped moving, and then he turned and looked in their direction. Sprite. Bai Jixian's expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, Yang Yi pulled her behind him, and then a black sword soundlessly condensed in his grasp. At the same time, the primal demon slammed its fist at the mountain. Boom! The towering mountain was instantly transformed into powder. It had been obliterated just like that. At the instant it launched that punch, Yang Yi's figure had suddenly turned ethereal, and then he swung his sword. The sword domain. With the madness, intent, and vengeful spirits there to enhance it, this attack could be described as Yang Yi's strongest. Because Head sensed danger, so Head used his full strength. Bang! Yang Yi and Bai Jixian were blasted away. Yang Yi's sword that was condensed from vengeful spirits shattered as they flew through the air, and countless vengeful spirits returned into his body. At the same time, his body started to crack, inch by inch. Conversely, Bai Jixian was in a much better state because Yang Yi had resisted all the force of the attack. Suddenly, the primal demon took a step forward, and then it slammed another punch at them. Bai Jixian's face instantly turned pale, but it didn't take long for resolve to flash within her eyes. She was about to put her life on the line, but right when she was about to disregard her life and attack, a hand pressed down on her shoulder, and then a figure appeared in front of her. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi soared up into the air, and then a ray of light flashed. Bai Jixian was stunned on the spot, and her mind had gone blank. Chapter 2302 Eternal Village. Chapter 2302 Eternal Village. A ray of light flashed through the night sky. It tore through space as it descended. However, the primal demon didn't dodge at all, and it just allowed Yang Yi's attack to strike it. Hiss! Dazzling sparks sprayed from atop it. The ray of light dispersed, and so did the sparks. The primal demon was completely unharmed. Yang Yi floated in midair while holding his black sword tightly with both hands, and powerful madness intent coiled around him. Meanwhile, the primal demon gazed at Yang Yi, and there was a trace of bewilderment in its eyes. Sprite. Suddenly, Bai Jixian appeared by Yang Yi's side, and then she took his hand and fled. When the primal demon reacted, Yang Yi and Bai Jixian had already vanished into the night sky. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the primal demon's eyes, and it slammed its fist forward. Bang! In an instant, the area before it was obliterated. However, the space within the secret realm was completely unharmed. Bai Jixian took Yang Yi along and dashed madly for almost 2 hours, and they finally stopped once they were certain that the primal demon hadn't chased after them. As soon as they stopped, Yang Yi fell to the ground. At this moment, his entire body was covered in injuries. The primal demon's punch had almost destroyed his entire body. Bai Jixian fell silent as she gazed at Yang Yi's bloody body. If that punch had struck her, it was obvious that her body would have collapsed in an instant, and she may have even died. After all, Yang Yi's attack had blocked off most of the primal demon's attack, yet her body had still almost been destroyed. As far as she was concerned, the primal demon was a true world realm expert at the very least. She restrained her thoughts, glanced at the surroundings, and then carried Yang Yi up and vanished on the spot. Bai Jixin waved her hand lightly before a mountain wall, and it cracked open before she flashed inside with Yang Yi. In the cave, Bai Jixin placed Yang Yi on the ground. At this moment, the primordial violet energy within him had started to automatically heal him. As she gazed at Yang Yi, she suddenly stretched out her hand and placed it on Yang Yi's face. You even disregarded your life for the sake of a woman. You're really foolish. Hee hee. Suddenly, soft laughter came from outside the cave. Bai Zixian's expression instantly changed drastically when she heard it. She turned around swiftly, and she saw a young girl standing at the entrance. The young girl wore a small linen dress with flower patterns on it, and she held a stick of tanghulu in her grasp. At this moment, she was smiling as she gazed at Bai Jixin. Bai Jixin spoke with vigilance on her face. Who are you? The young girl chuckled, and then she pointed at Yang Yi. Grandpa wants to see him. Bai Jixin shook her head. No. The young girl's smile gradually became cold, and it became quite terrifying instead. Bai Jixin gradually clenched her fist. Suddenly, the young girl vanished on the spot, and Bai Zixian's pupils constricted. She unfurled her fist and slapped her palm forward. A wave of powerful force rippled out from her palm. However, a tiny fist pressed against her palm. Bang! Bai Jixin was blasted away, and she slammed against the rock wall behind her. As soon as she stood up, a mouthful of blood sprayed from her. She looked up at the young girl who was enjoying her tanghulu, and disbelief filled Bai Zixian's eyes. Your strength. The young girl puckered her lips, ignored Bai Jixin, and walked over to Yang Yi before dragging one of Yang Yi's legs out of the cave. Outside the cave, a wave of powerful energy rippled at her from behind. It was Bai Jixin. The young girl stopped, and then she turned around and slammed a punch forward. Just this tiny fist blasted Bai Jixin away. She was about to attack again when the young girl suddenly said, "They'll kill you if you attack me again." She kicked Yang Yi's leg lightly and said, "Grandpa wants to see him, not kill him. Why are you getting anxious?" Bai Jixin wiped off the blood on the corner of her mouth. Why does your grandfather want to see him? The young girl shook her head. I don't know. If you want to know, you can come with me. Bai Jixin glanced at her, and then she walked over to the young girl and carried Yang Yi in her arms. Let's go. They'll go with you. The young girl glanced at her and said, You won't try to flee, right? I'm warning you now. They'll kill you if you try to run away. Bai Jixin replied, I want. Moreover, I can't, right? The young girl thought for a moment and nodded. That is true. All right, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she started hopping off into the distance. Bai Jixin pondered deeply for a moment and followed the young girl while carrying Yang Yi with her. Bai Jixin followed the young girl deep into a mountain range, and a long time passed before Bai Jixin suddenly stopped. It was because she saw a corpse before the opening in the mountain ahead. It was a human corpse. Moreover, there was a tiny character on its chest, an expert of the immortal estate. Bai Zixian's expression instantly changed when she saw the corpse's face. Mei Gaiyu. Mei Gaiyu, an extraordinarily dazzling genius of eternal border from many years ago, and he was one of the most outstanding monstrous geniuses of the immortal estate at that time. Besides that, he was ranked at the 4th of the divine rankings. After he attained the true world realm all those years ago, he had never shown himself again. Everyone thought he was in closed-door cultivation to advance further, but Bai Jixin hadn't expected him to have actually died here. Meanwhile, the young girl suddenly asked, You know him? Bai Jixin glanced at the young girl and asked, How did he die? The young girl licked her tanghulu and replied, He was killed by the butcher. Seriously, the butcher told him to leave, but he refused, and then she raised her hand and made a chopping motion. The butcher chopped him apart. Bai Jixin was at a loss for words. Let's go. The young girl turned around and hopped off into the distance. Bai Jixin took a deep and long glance at the corpse, and then she followed the young girl. Once they entered the mountain, a village appeared before them. At the entrance of the village was a wooden bench, and on it was a slovenly old man. The old man seemed to be sleeping there with a wine gourd hanging by his waist. The young girl walked over to the wooden bench, pulled off one of the tanghulu's pieces, and pushed it into the old man's mouth. After that, she just ran into the village without looking back. The old man cursed. Wang area. You mad little girl. Don't run away if you dare. You really need a good spanking. When Bai Jixin arrived at the village entrance with Yang Yi, the old man glanced at them, and then he withdrew his gaze. However, it didn't take long for him to gaze at Yang Yi. What the heck? Bai Jixin stopped and gazed at the old man. The old man sized up Yang Yi, and then he frowned. Slaughter intent, sword intent, madness intent. Huh. These vengeful spirits too. TSK, TSK. This kid isn't a good person. Bai Jixin was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the old man had laid back down on the bench and started snoring. Bai Jixin glanced at the old man and then continued into the village with Yang Yi. During this time, she kept sizing up the surroundings. There were around 100 people in the small village, and most of them were probably ordinary people. However, some weren't ordinary people. For example, the old man from before, or the elderly woman who'd passed by earlier. She had sized up Yang Yi for quite a while when she passed by. Bai Jixin had sensed a strong feeling of danger from that woman. Bai Jixin quickly caught up to the young girl, Wang area, and she asked, "What is this place?" Wang area glanced at Bai Jixin. Eternal village. Bai Jixin frowned. "Why are all of you here? Why don't you go outside?" Wang area shook her head. "We can't. Grandpa said the world outside is dangerous." Dangerous? Bai Jixian's frown deepened. Impossible. Based on your strength, very few people in the outside world can harm all of you. Wang area shook her head. "I don't know. All I know is we can't go outside. I've snuck out once, but I wasn't even able to get outside before that old man by the entrance dragged me back here. That old man is really strong. So, don't offend him." Bai Jixin was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Wang area looked into the distance. The butcher. She dashed over once she finished speaking. Bai Jixin looked over, and she saw the meat stall in the distance. Inside the meat stall stood a robust man with a face full of stubble. His upper body was bare, and he seemed very muscular but dark. At this moment, he was ceaselessly swinging a chopper. Butcher's face darkened when he heard Wang area's voice, and then he lightly waved the chopper in his right hand. A lean piece of purple meat immediately descended before her, and she just chuckled and took it. After that, she made a face at Butcher and said, "Butcher, you gave this to me. I didn't steal it." Butcher rolled his eyes. "What are you still doing here then?" Wang area chuckled, and then she gazed at Bai Jixin. "Come on, hurry. Grandpa will get angry if we don't get there soon." She turned around and sped up. Bai Jixin glanced at Butcher, and then she followed after the young girl. Right when she went past the stall, Butcher suddenly looked up at Yang Yi. But it only took a moment for him to move his gaze away, and he said, "He was injured by that big fellow?" Bai Jixin hesitated for a moment and nodded. "That primal demon?" "Primal demon?" Butcher laughed with ridicule. "He's not a primal demon at all. If it wasn't out of respect for his ancestors, I would have killed him a long time ago." He glanced at Yang Yi and continued, "To be honest, I'm a little curious." Bai Jixin was puzzled. "About what?" He replied, "Wang area's grandpa is an old geezer who never does anything that isn't beneficial to him. Yet he actually wants to meet that kid in your arms, so something's definitely up. However, to be honest, there isn't anything special about that kid. If there is anything slightly special, then it's his sword domain. But even with the sword domain, he's still a weakling. Moreover, his baleful energy is too strong, and so is the karma around him. Someone severed his previous life, and he himself severed his future." He glanced at Yang Yi again and continued, "Allow me to be honest. It's a miracle among miracles that he was able to survive until now. So, I don't understand what drew that old geezer's attention." Bai Jixin was stunned speechless. Chapter 2303, Who Dares to Fight Against My Chopper? Chapter 2303, Who Dares to Fight Against My Chopper? Bai Jixin shook her head slightly. "I don't know." She paused for a moment and continued, "But I know he's very strong." "Very strong?" Butcher glanced at Yang Yi and shook his head. "I think he's very weak." Bai Jixin replied indifferently, "Senior, you're looking at him based on your current strength. so he's naturally weak. If you don't mind me asking, were you as strong as him when you were at his age? Butcher was stunned. Bai Jixin didn't say another word, and just vanished into the distance with Yang Yi in her arms. Butcher shook his head and smiled. All those years ago, who dared to fight against my chopper? Bai Jixin carried Yang Yi all the way to the southernmost corner of the village. There was a very inconspicuous bamboo house there. Many animal bones were hanging outside the house, and there were some strange drawings there too. Wang Area was seated on the stairs outside the bamboo house and licking her tonghulu. Meanwhile, an old man walked out slowly from within the house. The old man wore a wide black robe, and he held a long white cane. If one looked carefully, one would notice that the cane was a bone. The old man was very old, but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. It was as if they could see through everything. The old man glanced at Bai Jixin and Yang Yi, and then he said, "Please have a seat." Bai Jixin spoke solemnly, "Senior, just be frank." The old man walked over to them, sized up Yang Yi, and said, "Sword intent, slaughter intent, madness intent. I haven't seen the madness intent in a very long time." Bai Jixin asked, "Senior, you've seen it before?" The old man nodded slightly. "I have." He suddenly gazed at her and said, "I presume you're here for eternal crystals and some eternal treasures, right?" She nodded. "Yes." The old man flicked a spatial ring to her. "There are 100 eternal crystals in there. They are enough for you to advance to the true void realm. Besides that, there's an eternal treasure in there too. With that in your possession, very few will be a match for you in the true Tao realm." Bai Jixin looked the old man in the eyes. "Why?" The old man pointed at Yang Yi. "Give him to me, and it's all yours." She was puzzled. "Just like that?" The old man nodded. "Just like that. Leave him with me, and you can have these. Moreover, I guarantee that you'll leave this place safely. As for the reason, don't ask. If you know what you shouldn't know, it'll be misfortune for you." Bai Jixin glanced at the spatial ring and fell silent. A long time passed before she lowered her head. At this moment, Yang Yi was still holding tight to her hand. She suddenly smiled at the sight of this, and then she looked up at the old man. "I'll stay here with him." The old man asked, "Why?" She chuckled, "No reason." The old man nodded slightly. "All right." He put the spatial ring away, and then he placed his right hand on Yang Ye's shoulder. A moment later, Yang Ye's figure trembled. Meanwhile, in the sword ruins, a white little fellow suddenly looked up. There was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Suddenly, an ethereal face appeared above her. It was the face of an old man. Snowy's eyes instantly opened wide at the sight of him, and then she placed her paw on the sword gourd by her waist. When the ethereal face saw the speck of purple in Snowy's eyes, it revealed a smile that contained deep meaning before gradually vanishing. Snowy blinked while a baffled expression appeared on her face. The eternal secret realm. The old man withdrew his hand, and a gentle smile appeared on his face, as expected. Truly inconceivable. A world like that was actually able to give birth to a sprite. Bai Jixin gazed at the old man with a puzzled expression. "Senior?" The old man didn't answer her. He just gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before raising his palm, and there was a ball of energy there. Bai Jixin noticed that the old man's face was gradually aging, and a long time passed before a small character appeared above his palm. The old man was stunned when he saw that, and there was a trace of disbelief in his eyes. A 30% chance? 30%? How could it only be 30% when there's a sprite progenitor by his side? He gazed at Yang Yi once more, and it didn't take long for him to frown. The slaughter sword Tao. Ending slaughter with slaughter. The path of slaughter. No wonder. The old man fell silent at this point. A long time passed before he looked up at the sky. "I don't have much time left." He glanced at Wang Area, who was outside, and his gaze gradually became firm. Meanwhile, Wang Area gazed at him and he smiled. "Go fill up the bath barrel. Remember to use all those herbs Grandpa used in the past." He flicked a white jade bottle over to her and continued, "Add this drop of blood in there too." Wang Area blinked. "Grandpa, we don't have much of this blood left." The old man smiled. "It's fine. Let him use it. Just listen to your grandpa. Go on." "Oh." Wang Area put her tonghulu aside. took the jade bottle, and ran off into the bamboo house. Senior, Bai Jixin gazed at the old man with bewilderment. The old man said, "Come with me." He turned around and walked into the house. Bai Jixin fell silent for a long time on the spot, and then she took Yang Yi with her and followed the old man. Flee? The old man's strength was simply unfathomable to her, so it was utterly impossible, especially when Yang Yi was heavily injured. Moreover, the old man displayed no hostility. Bai Jixin carried Yang Yi into the bamboo house. There was a bath barrel there, and blood-red water resided within it. At this moment, the water within was bubbling. The old man suddenly said, "Put him inside." Bai Jixin was stunned. Why? The old man explained, "It's good for him." Wang Area puckered her lips. "It absolutely hurts." The old man glared at her. "How else would you have gotten such strength?" Wang Area chuckled and continued licking her tonghulu. The old man gazed at Bai Jixin. "I'm a descendant of the divine shaman race during the primal era. You may not know much about my race. We were born to predict destiny. I'm helping him for a reason. It's because he has great karmic luck, and I have something I need his help with in the future. So, you don't have to worry at all. Moreover, allow me to be honest, both of you can't stop me if I wanted to kill him." Bai Jixin laughed bitterly. "Senior, I'm afraid you're unaware that he has many enemies in the outside world. So, I don't really believe what you just said." The old man smiled. "They want to kill him because they can't see through certain things, and I'm helping him because I was able to see through certain things. So, I chose to help him. If you have enemies, you'll naturally have friends. I choose to be his friend." Bai Jixin glanced at the old man. She didn't say another word and just placed Yang Yi into the barrel. As soon as he entered the bath barrel, Yang Yi's body shook violently, and the blood-red liquid within it gradually lessened. However, Yang Yi's face had warped. Pain. Bai Jixin gazed at the old man, and the latter grinned. "It's fine. He's absorbing the divine blood." Bai Jixin was puzzled. "Divine blood?" The old man replied, "A primordial god's blood from the primal era. My divine shaman race was fortunate enough to get a few drops all those years ago. It's very precious." Meanwhile, Arya suddenly said, "Butcher has been begging Grandpa for a long time, but Grandpa never gave him a drop, right? There are many herbs in there too, and all of them are precious as well. We're only given 1 or 2 every year, but he's using all of them now." Humph. Those herbs and blood had been for her, but Yang Yi was using them now. So, she was naturally quite unhappy. The old man rubbed her head. "You'll get better things in the future." Sprite energy. Wang Area wasn't human, and she was at the limits of her body. Besides cultivating bitterly for thousands of years, the only way to advance further was help from sprite energy. That was the true reason that he was helping Yang Yi. Wang Area chuckled. "It's fine. I'm already very powerful." The old man grinned, and then he gazed at the bath barrel. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and a powerful wave of intent swept out from him. At the same time, the old man stretched out his hand and pressed lightly. It instantly forced the madness intent back into Yang Yi. Bai Zixian's eyes were filled with solemnness when she witnessed this. The old man's strength was much greater than Shed imagined. Yang Yi was being forcefully suppressed in the barrel. Just like that, the blood-red liquid gradually lessened, and Yang Yi's body was soundlessly undergoing a change. Time trickled by, and the blood-red liquid was almost completely exhausted. Yang Yi's face was warped, and he seemed to be enduring tremendous pain. The old man sized up Yang Yi's body and said, "His foundation isn't bad. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to let him use this divine blood." Bai Jixin suddenly asked, "Will his body advance?" The old man thought for a moment and replied, "I dare not say for sure. However, even if it doesn't, ordinary true Dao realm experts wouldn't be able to harm him with ease." Bai Jixin was shocked. "It'll be that terrifying?" The old man glanced at her. "You don't know what a primordial god is. If you did, you wouldn't think it was terrifying. During the primal era, those known as gods were existences that even destiny dared not rashly offend." Bai Jixin, destiny really exists? The old man smiled and remained silent. Bai Jixin wisely avoided asking more. She gazed at the bath barrel. At this moment, the blood-red liquid within it had been fully devoured by Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the old man spoke softly. Looks like I underestimated his body a little. He hesitated for a moment and withdrew a white jade bottle, and then he poured the last drop of blood in it on Yang Ye's head. Bang! The blood instantly entered Yang Ye's head, and then it traveled along his blood vessels to his entire body. Hiss! 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 In an instant, Yang Ye's body burst into flames. Chapter 2304 True Tao Realm in the Body. Chapter 2304 True Tao Realm in the Body. His body was burning. At this moment, Yang Ye's entire body was covered in flames. As they blazed around him, Yang Ye's body started to transform at a visible rate. Just like that, a few hours passed before the flames around Yang Yi gradually dispersed. At this moment, Yang Ye's skin was quite red, and it took a long time for it to gradually return to normal. Meanwhile, the old man withdrew his hand, sized up Yang Yi, and smiled. I thought attaining the peak of the progenitor realm would be good enough, but I didn't expect your body to fully absorb both drops of divine blood. Needless to say, your foundation is really too good. Bai Jixin gazed at the old man. The true Tao realm? The old man nodded slightly. His body is at the true Tao realm. A wisp of happiness flashed through Bai Zixian's eyes as she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was much more terrifying than he had been. Previously, the joint forces of 3 true Tao realm experts could suppress him. Yet now, even 5 would probably be incapable of doing so. Now, he was truly capable of both attacking and defending himself. She seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly gazed at the old man. Senior, can you restore his consciousness? His mind. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, fell silent for a few breaths of time, and then shook his head slightly. It's best if we don't. Bai Jixin was puzzled. Why? The old man said, if I do it, I can forcefully suppress his madness intent, but it will definitely do all it can to resist. It is one with his body, so it'll be extremely harmful to him. Bai Jixin spoke solemnly. Is there no other way? The old man replied, there are. However, he has to rely on himself. No matter how strong it is, the madness intent must obey him. So, the best way is for him to suppress it himself. Bai Jixin laughed bitterly. The problem is he can't regain consciousness, so he can't suppress it himself. The old man nodded slightly. There is another way, his sword intent and slaughter intent. If they can improve to the same level as his madness intent, then perhaps they can jointly suppress it. Jointly? Bai Jixin was shocked. Slaughter intent and sword intent aren't as strong as it? Of course not. The old man explained. Madness is an extreme intent, an extremely extreme intent. He's in a state of madness right now, and it allows his strength to improve tremendously in all aspects. So, regardless of whether it's sword intent or slaughter intent, they can't suppress it alone. Only their joint forces have a chance to suppress it. He paused for a moment and continued. There's another way. Make him advance into the true Tao realm. If that happens, he may be able to regain consciousness and then suppress it himself. In the end, it actually all depends on him. Bai Jixin laughed bitterly. That's almost impossible to do. It's not easy indeed. The old man nodded slightly, thought for a moment and continued. Let me suppress his madness intent and vengeful spirits slightly so he becomes a little more normal. He placed his right hand on Yang Ye's head as he spoke. Bang! A terrifying wave of intent swept out from within Yang Yi. At the same time, the vengeful spirits in his palms surged out. Bang! The old man's body shook slightly, but as his palm descended, the madness intent and vengeful spirits were suppressed back within Yang Ye's body. At the same time, a blood-red circle appeared above Yang Yi. Bai Jixin was puzzled. What's that? The old man spoke softly, a seal. It has temporarily sealed the vengeful spirits and madness intent within him. So, he'll be slightly normal for now. At the very least, he won't just try to kill everyone he sees. Take good care of him while I go into the mountains to get more medicine and beast blood. His body has just advanced and needs to be fortified further. I'm going too. Meanwhile, Wang Area shouted abruptly. The old man glared at her, and the latter puckered her mouth. Fine. The old man gazed at Bai Zhixian. Remember not to rashly leave this village, and don't take him to the rear mountains. The area outside this village and the rear mountains are very dangerous to both of you. Bai Zhixian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, what is this place? The old man smiled, a refuge. He chuckled and left the house. Only Yang Yi, Wang Area, and Bai Zhixian remained here. Wang Area kept sizing up Yang Yi and Bai Zhixian from time to time. In the end, she walked over to the bath barrel, soared up into the air, and looked down at Yang Yi who was within it. Has he gone mad? Bai Zhixian remained silent. Wang Area stretched out a finger and tapped Yang Yi's forehead, and then she said, My grandpa is a very, very stingy person. It would really pain him just to let me use that divine blood. So why was my grandpa so generous to him? Moreover, Grandpa is even taking a risk and going to such a dangerous place like the rear mountains. Oh, is he Grandpa's illegitimate child? Bai Zhixian was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood up, glanced at the surroundings with confusion, and then gazed at Bai Zhixian. After that, he walked out of the bath barrel and went over to her. However, her face blushed red because Yang Yi was completely naked. His clothes had been transformed into ash while his body was being tempered. Wang Area's expression remained normal instead. She didn't know anything. After all, she was just a young girl. Bai Zhixian glared at Yang Yi. Put on some clothes. Yang Yi didn't react to that at all. Bai Zhixian's face grew even more unsightly. In the end, it took Yang Yi some time to wear a green robe, and it was naturally because Bai Zhixian had helped him wear it. Just like that, Yang Yi and Bai Zhixian temporarily settled down in Eternal Village. Yang Yi's body had risen to the true Tao realm here, and because of Yang Yi, Bai Zhixian had received almost 100 eternal crystals from the old man. Such crystals were extremely precious to true Tao realm experts. Eternal crystals were a type of crystal from the primal era, and there were very few left in Eternal Border now. These crystals were of great help to true Tao realm experts. These crystals could be said to have made quite a contribution in her ability to attain the true Tao realm. Now, Shed obtained 100 in an instant. It could be said that even an organization like the Immortal Estate would probably be incapable of producing such a number of eternal crystals. After that, Bai Zhixian spent every day cultivating and going around the village with Yang Yi. It was the old man who had told her to do this. Perhaps walking around the village would be helpful to Yang Yi. Even though Bai Zhixian didn't understand why the old man had said that, she still did as had said. On this day, along with the rising sun, the villagers started their busy lives again. Bai Zhixian walked out of the bamboo house with Yang Yi, and then they walked along the only path in the village. All along the way, there were people ceaselessly sizing up Yang Yi and muttering something. Yang Yi suddenly stopped when they passed by Butcher's meat stall. Bai Zhixian gazed at him, but he walked over to the stall instead. Butcher looked up at Yang Yi and asked, "Want to buy some meat?" Yang Yi walked over to the stall and looked down at the meat. The meat wasn't normal game meat. It was purplish-black meat. If one looked carefully, one would notice that specks of light flickered like starlight within it, and it emanated a relaxing fragrance. Butcher chuckled. 50 eternal crystals. 50 eternal crystals. Bai Zhixian's expression changed. It's that expensive? What were 50 eternal crystals worth? It could be said that if they were in the outside world, those 50 eternal crystals could at least by the help of 3 true Void Realm experts. If a true Tao Realm expert's foundation was good enough, they could even help that person attain the true Tao Realm. Yet now, just that little bit of meat was actually 50 eternal crystals. Bai Zhixian felt that Butcher shouldn't be called Butcher, and he should be called Bandit instead. Butcher glanced at her and chuckled. To those who know its worth, it isn't expensive at all. Heh, this fellow beside you knows its worth. Bai Zhixian gazed at Yang Yi and was about to speak. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed the meat and walked away. Bai Zhixian was stunned, and Butcher was stunned too. As for the villagers in the surroundings, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Suddenly, someone shouted. Someone stole from Butcher. On the bench outside the village, the slovenly old man suddenly jumped up. Stole from Butcher? Who the heck dared to do that? He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. It didn't take long for countless people throughout the village to run in this direction. Wang area was no exception, and she was even the first to get here. As soon as she saw Yang Yi holding the meat and walking away, admiration filled her eyes. Butcher was stunned for quite a while, and he finally recovered from his shock when Yang Yi's figure grew further and further away. A moment later, he appeared out of thin air in front of Yang Yi. Butcher sized up Yang Yi. "Kid, don't even think you can do as you please because you're mentally ill. People have dared to steal from me, but all of them are lying beneath the ground. Do you?" Suddenly, Yang Yi drew the chopper that was stuck in the meat and swung it down at Butcher's head while countless watched in shock. Bai Zixian's face instantly turned unsightly. "Aren't you supposed to be normal again?" Butcher was stunned and said, "What the heck? You don't just want to steal from me, you want to kill me too? You have balls." Chapter 2305 Mad Again. Chapter 2305 Mad Again. Right when the chopper was about to descend upon Butcher's head, Yang Yi's figure was blasted away. But it only took a moment for Yang Yi to stop. It was because Wang Area had appeared behind him. She placed her palms behind his back and forcefully used her own physical strength to stop him. However, it was clearly not easy for her, and her face had turned slightly pale. Once Yang Yi's figure had stopped, Wang Area lowered her hands, and then she patted Yang Yi's thighs. "Madman Yang, fight him. I support you." Bai Zixin felt speechless. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was about to attack again, but Bai Zixin hurriedly appeared in front of him and stopped him. Bai Zixin shook her head and gazed at Butcher Sr. "Ill by it?" She was about to give him her eternal crystals while she spoke. Suddenly, Butcher clawed at Bai Zixin from afar, and a wave of powerful energy instantly enveloped her. An instant later, Butcher waved his right hand lightly, and Bai Zixin was instantly blasted over 30 m away. At the same time, a wave of powerful energy locked onto her, causing her to be unable to move at all. Butcher lowered his hand and pulled up his sleeves. "Little girl, this isn't a matter of crystals anymore. Fuck. He actually dared to steal from me. It's the first time I've encountered something like this in my entire life. I'm going to chop off his third leg today." Butcher's face was suddenly covered in shock when he spoke up to this point. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi. Ferocity had instantly covered Yang Yi's face when Bai Zixin had been pushed away, and then his figure started to tremble violently. A wave of terrifying intent suddenly swept out from him. Madness intent. An instant later, Yang Yi appeared in front of Butcher, and then the chop descended straight down. Butcher didn't try to dodge and just pointed a finger upward. It pressed straight against Yang Yi's chopper. However, a strand of blood sprayed, and then Butcher was pushed a few steps back. The slovenly old man's eyes were filled with disbelief from the sight of this. All the other villagers were stunned as well. Butcher's eyes were filled with disbelief as well. Impossible. Wait. Madness. Madness intent. It's so damn powerful when used with a blade? Yang Yi suddenly appeared above Butcher, and then his blade descended toward Butcher once. It was the same chopper from before. With the help of his madness intents, Yang Yi's attack wasn't any weaker than when he used his sword domain. Everywhere his blade descended, a long mark appeared in space. Butcher still didn't dodge, and he just raised his hand and swung a punch. It slammed straight against the chopper in Yang Yi's grasp. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted away. It only took a moment for Wang Area to appear behind him, but she wasn't able to stop him immediately this time. As soon as her palms pressed against his back, they were pushed over 100 m away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth. But just a moment later, Yang Yi vanished on the spot again, and he was in front of Butcher when he appeared once more. Butcher didn't dodge and swung a punch once more. An instant later, a figure was blasted away again. Wang Area was stunned, and then she moved aside and just allowed Yang Yi to slam against the ground. Everyone gazed at Wang Area, and the latter smiled with embarrassment and walked over to Yang Yi's side. "Madman Yang, just forget it. You're no match for him. So let's." Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Everyone who witnessed this was stunned speechless. Just like that, Yang Yi was blasted away, over and over again. He was being completely suppressed. Butcher's strength completely overwhelmed Yang Yi, but Yang Yi's fearlessness in battle still filled the spectators with shock. He really seemed like he was unafraid of death. "You're a bully." Right when Yang Yi was blasted away again, Bai Zhixian suddenly gazed at Butcher. "Do you dare to suppress your cultivation and fight him fairly?" Wang Area hurriedly chimed in. "Yeah. Butcher, do you dare to fight him in a fair fight?" "Exactly. Fight him fairly." "Butcher, do you dare to fight that kid in a fair fight?" Some others chimed in from the surroundings. "Fair? Tui." Butcher replied angrily. "I'm not the one who wants to bully him. It's he who wants to steal from me and even kill me. All of you, Wang Area grunted coldly. "If you're afraid, then just say so." "Butcher, stop making excuses. I think you're afraid that Madman Yang will beat you up if you suppress your cultivation, right?" Butcher glared fiercely at Wang Area. "I didn't know you learned how to egg people on. Sooner or later, you're going to become as terrible as that grandfather of yours." Wang Area made faces at him and said, "If you're afraid, just admit it." Butcher grunted coldly. "I'm afraid? Just watch. I'm not just going to suppress my cultivation. I'm going to seal my profound energy. I'll bash him to death with just my fists." As he spoke, his aura suddenly weakened, and even his profound energy fell completely silent. The progenitor realm. At this moment, Butcher had forcefully suppressed himself at the progenitor realm. Even then, the pressure he emanated was even stronger than a true Dao realm expert. Butcher gestured at Yang Yi. "Bring it." Yang Yi crawled up slowly from the ground, and then a ray of cold light flashed. A blade that carried a strand of cold light instantly appeared before Butcher's forehead. However, 2 fingers clamped down on the blade, and it was just those fingers that completely immobilized the chop that emanated madness intent. Butcher laughed coldly. "Kid, you're still too young." Suddenly, a black sword appeared in Yang Yi's left grasp, and then it shot horizontally at Butcher. Swish! A sharp and ear-piercing swish shot through space. Butcher's expression remained unchanged. He released Yang Yi's chopped, and then tapped the tip of his foot lightly against the ground and moved over 3M back. But just a moment later, his figure shot forward once more. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure suddenly turned ethereal, and then he released the chopped and swung his sword with both hands. The sword domain. Bang! Butcher was instantly blasted over 30 m away. Moreover, a deep mark had appeared on his palm. The shock and excitement in the spectators' eyes grew from the sight of this. They were excited because it was the first time they saw Butcher suffer something like this, and they were shocked because Yang Yi was so strong. Butcher glanced at the mark on his palm, and then he looked up at Yang Yi. "Damn. Interesting. You." His voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had vanished on the spot, and a ray of light flashed. Butcher's eyes narrowed slightly, and he raised his palms and clapped them together. At the instant they clapped together, a sword was forcefully clamped down upon. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind Butcher, and then a chopper blade cleaved down at the back of his head. Butcher's expression remained unchanged, and he grabbed Yang Yi's black sword and flicked it backward. Clang! As soon as sword and blade collided, the limestone floor beneath their feet instantly exploded apart, and a wave of powerful force rippled toward the surroundings. However, it hadn't even been able to ripple more than 3M away before a wave of mysterious energy erased it from existence. Suddenly, the black sword in Butcher's grasp shook violently, and then it transformed into countless vengeful spirits that enveloped him. Bang! A wave of powerful energy suddenly rippled out from within them, and they were instantly blasted away. However, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Butcher, and then Yang Yi chopped at Butcher with both hands. He just chopped rapidly like a madman. There was no technique to it, or any moves. He was just chopping at random, but it was exactly this random hacking at Butcher which forced Butch back repeatedly. Moreover, a sword was ceaselessly flashing and causing great trouble for Butcher. The reason it was troublesome for Butcher was because Yang Yi's sword and blade could slice through his defenses. Moreover, had overdone it by saying he wouldn't use profound energy and only use his fists. So, Butcher was in a very embarrassing situation. Just like that, Butcher was gradually suppressed in battle, and many marks had started to appear throughout his body. At this moment, the most outstanding wasn't Yang Yi but his blade. Randomly hacking and chopping with a blade wasn't considered saber technique at all, but its strength and effects were extremely terrifying. Swing after swing, which was sometimes accompanied by the flash of a sword, and it truly made Butcher suffer. The most terrifying part was that Yang Yi's madness intent was actually growing stronger and stronger. As it grew in strength, Yang Yi's madness saber technique grew stronger as well. The village had fallen silent. Everyone was looking at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's madness intent was growing stronger and stronger. Finally, bang! An explosion resounded, and Butcher was blasted over 100 m away. His body was covered in injuries. He glanced at his hands, and he noticed blade injuries all over them, causing his expression to grow quite unsightly. Damn it! I overdid it this time. Right when everyone thought that Yang Yi would continue attacking Butcher, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and charged at the spectators. Zixian's face turned pale. He's gone mad again. Chapter 2306 Primal Saber Sect. Chapter 2306 Primal Saber Sect. The villagers were stunned when they saw Yang Yi charge at them. What's he trying to do? It didn't take long for quite strange expressions to appear on their faces. Yang Yi wanted to kill. The villagers didn't run, because Butcher had suddenly appeared before Yang Yi, and then he used his palm as a blade to chop lightly at Yang Yi. A ray of saber energy flashed. Bang! Yang Yi's figure was blasted away, all the way out of the village. Wang Area blinked, and then she vanished into the distance. Shed fled. As for the other spectators, they were stunned for a moment, and then they vanished as well. Only 4 people remained here. Zixian, the slovenly old man, an older woman with a vegetable basket, and Butcher. The slovenly old man raised the wine gourd on his waist, took a big gulp and said, "Not be." The woman nodded. "Not bad indeed." Butcher shook his head slightly. This kid's desire to kill is too strong, too strong. So what? The old man puckered his lips. Which cultivator doesn't kill? Butcher, do you refrain from killing? Moreover, I don't think he kills just for killing. If he really does that, how could his madness intent possibly suppress his slaughter intent? He gazed at the woman and asked, "Big sis, what do you think?" Butcher gazed at her too. Zixian gazed at her with slight curiosity in her eyes, because based on Butcher and the old man's attitude, her status seemed to be very high. The woman seemed very ordinary to Zixian, very, very ordinary. She wore an old linen dress with flower patterns, had a slightly chubby figure, and her appearance couldn't be described as ugly but was absolutely not beautiful. Moreover, she didn't have a special bearing, and she seemed like a very, very ordinary middle-aged woman. She glanced at Zixian and said, "When I said he isn't bad, I didn't mean his natural talent. He entered that state of madness because of her." Butcher was puzzled. "So? Fool." The slovenly old man shook his head. "It proves that he's a loyal person. Simply speaking, he isn't a bad person deep down. Otherwise, the old man would have never brought him here and even let this kid use all the wealth he possessed. When have you ever seen that old man do something that didn't benefit him? I dare not guarantee anything else, but am certain there are secrets he carries that even we do not know about, and it's a huge secret." Meanwhile, the woman shook her head. "Butcher, you decide what to do, but I have a suggestion." Butcher replied, "Please do tell." She said, "Instead of a sword, I think he may be more suited for the saber. If he does, his future attainments will definitely surpass you, and even surpass your primal saber sect's founding ancestor." "Impossible." Butcher jumped. "Big sis, you must be joking. Hell surpass me? Surpass my founding ancestor?" The slovenly old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Big sis, if you say hell surpass Butcher, then I think it may not be impossible, but surpassing the founding ancestor of the primal saber sect? You should know who the founding ancestor of the primal saber sect was. The primal saber emperor. During the primal era, He wasn't a god, but he had the strength to kill gods. No other saber cultivator has ever been able to surpass him. The woman glanced at the old man and said, "Not in the past, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible now." The slovenly old man laughed bitterly. "Big sis, can you tell us why you think so highly of him?" The woman gazed at Butcher and asked, "Third brother, do you know what you lack?" Butcher shook his head. She spoke solemnly, "Your talent in the saber Tao is a few times greater than that kid. But there are two aspects in which you are inferior. Firstly, it's ruthlessness. You aren't hesitant and are decisive enough, but you aren't ruthless enough. But the saber technique of your primal saber sect has ruthlessness at its core. The more ruthless and overbearing you are, the more of its strength you can bring forth. However, you can't fully bring forth any of that." She gazed at Yang Yi, who was lying on the ground outside the village. "Haven't you sensed it? His sword technique is ruthless and overbearing to the bone, especially his ferocity to rather die than bend. It isn't something that just anyone can compare to. This is why he possesses such terrifying combat strength when his natural talent is so ordinary. It is also why you are being suppressed by him upon suppressing your cultivation. Not to mention you, even I may not be able to suppress him in the progenitor realm." Meanwhile, Bai Zhishuan suddenly said, "He's still mad." The woman glanced at Bai Zhishian and nodded. "She's right. He has one more quality, and it's that he's mad." She gazed at Butcher. "When you suppressed your cultivation and fought him, what did you feel when he attacked you with a blade?" Butcher thought for a moment and replied, "Pressure." He gazed at her and continued, "I understand now." She nodded slightly. "The sword is a weapon of slaughter, but if it's in terms of slaughter, how can it compare to the saber? His ruthlessness and madness is absolutely good for the saber." Butcher hesitated for a moment and said, "But I think that he's quite extreme, and if he cultivates my primal saber sex technique, hell make it descend into the path of demons." The woman glanced at Butcher. "I'm certain now that hell definitely surpass you." Butcher was puzzled. "Why?" She replied indifferently, "What's the point of cultivating in the saber if you're always concerned about everything?" She turned around and left with her basket. Once the woman vanished, Butcher gazed at the slovenly old man, and the latter shook his head. "You decide if you are going to pass it down to him. However, allow me to give you a reminder. Your primal saber sect has always been passed down to a single heir, so if you make the wrong decision, you may become a sinner of your sect." The old man turned around and left. Butcher fell silent for a long time, and then he walked out of the village. He looked down at Yang Yi, thought for a very, very long time, and then he grabbed one of Yang Yi's legs and dragged him into the village. "Come, you're learning saber technique with me." Learning saber technique? In a stone house. Butcher sat on the stone bed, and Yang Yi and Bai Zhishian were in front of him. Bai Zhishian glanced at Butcher and remained silent. Butcher glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Bai Zhishian. "Make him kneel and take me as his master." "Take you as his master?" Bai Zhishian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Senior, he hasn't regained consciousness, so why don't you wait until then?" Butcher shook his head. "That isn't necessary. His current state is great. In any case, it's only his mind that isn't really clear, but he is no fool. So, ask him to kneel." Bai Zhishian hesitated slightly. "You're still hesitating?" Meanwhile, Butcher suddenly leaped up. "Do you know how many extraordinarily monstrous geniuses dream of being my disciple?" Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed the chopper and swung it at Butcher. Bai Zhishian was stunned. Butcher's face stiffened as well. Boom! A moment later, the stone house exploded apart, and then a figure was blasted out of the village. It was Yang Yi, of course. Butcher clapped his hands together. "Damn it! Have you gotten addicted to killing? You just always want to kill." Yang Yi suddenly leaped up, and he was above Butcher when he appeared again. A moment later, a blade chopped down at Butcher's head. But just a moment later, Yang Yi was blasted away again. Bai Zixian's eyes lit up from the sight of this. This time, she was certain that Butcher's strength was definitely above the true world realm and could even be higher. Yang Yi was about to attack again, but Bai Zhishian hurriedly went over to him and took his hand. Yang Yi immediately calmed down once she took his hand. Bai Jixin gazed at Butcher and said, Senior, can you wait until he regains consciousness to complete the formalities to become your disciple? Butcher glanced at her and replied angrily, Fine, fine. Just taking a disciple is so aggrieving. All those years ago, they knelt for 10 days and 10 nights outside just to make me accept them as their disciples. He suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi and flicked a ray of white light into Yang Ye's forehead. In just a moment, countless pieces of information surged into Yang Ye's mind. Butcher said, Kid, this is the Primal Saber Scroll. It's the core technique of my Primal Saber sect, and it's divided into 3 levels. If you enter the first level, you'll generate profound primal energy. It's a type of profound energy that our founding ancestor created. While it isn't in the top 10 energies, it's unique, and it can bring the strength of saber techniques to their limit. If you're able to cultivate it to the 3rd level, its strength won't be any weaker to one of the 10 top energies. Of course, the top 3 are excluded from that. He paused for a moment and continued. As for the saber technique itself, our primal saber sect's technique isn't that complicated. Just swing as you like, and there are only 2 moves. However, while they are few, their strength is absolutely heaven-defying. I've placed both those techniques into your mind as well. They are the life isolation and revival cuts techniques. You can train in them yourself. Besides that, they require profound primal energy to bring their strength to their limits. Cultivate them yourself for now. I'm going to the rear mountain to get some things to help with your training. Damn it. I feel so aggrieved right now. This damn disciple of mine. He turned around and vanished into the distance. Bai Jixin pulled Yang Yi to the side and said, Cultivate. All right? Yang Yi gazed at her with a slightly bewildered gaze. She started gesturing for a while and said, Cultivate, cultivate. A long time later, Yang Yi nodded lightly. Bai Jixin heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, while Yang Ye's mind had been corrupted by the madness intent, he still had his instinct, like the instinct to fight and cultivate. Just like that, Yang Yi started meditating and cultivating the Primal Saber Scroll. Bai Jixin, on the other hand, started on her own cultivation once she confirmed that Yang Yi was cultivating. Just like that, day after day passed. One day, Yang Yi suddenly walked out of the room with the chopper in hand. All along the way, the villagers tried to avoid offending him as they knew he wasn't in a normal state of mind right now, and they even avoided him. They knew he was a madman. Yang Yi arrived at the entrance of the village, and the slovenly old man was snoring on the wooden bench. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the old man, and then a chopper appeared in his grasp. He held it with both hands while his madness intent surged incessantly into it. After that, he placed it against the old man's head. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. What are you doing? Chapter 2307 It's an Act. Chapter 2307 It's an Act. As soon as the old man said that, Yang Ye's chopper suddenly sliced down. Hiss. The wooden bench was instantly sliced into bits. However, the slovenly old man had appeared a short distance to Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi turned slowly, and then he started walking in the slovenly old man's direction with the chopper in hand. The old man sized up Yang Yi. Kid, what the heck is wrong with you? I didn't offend you. However, Yang Ye's figure instantly appeared before the old man, and then he swung the chopper at the old man. The old man grunted coldly and tapped the chopper, causing it to shake violently before Yang Ye's figure was blasted backward with it. But just a moment later, Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind the old man, and then he swung the chopper again. The old man frowned slightly and waved his right hand. Bang! A wave of powerful energy slammed Yang Yi out of the village, but it only took a moment for a ray of dazzling saber energy to surge in from the outside. The old man tapped his finger forward. Bang! The saber energy exploded apart and was obliterated. At the instant it was shattered, a chopper descended toward the old man's head. With madness intent there to enhance it, cracks appeared in space wherever it passed. The space here couldn't be compared to the space in the outside world, because even true Dao realm experts couldn't do anything to the space here. The chopper descended. The old man frowned slightly, and then he vanished on the spot. Hiss! A bottomless rift appeared in the ground. Meanwhile, the old man had appeared behind Yang Yi, and Yang Yi swung his chopper backward. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted out of the village again. This time, the old man had clearly struck a heavier blow, so it took quite some time for Yang Yi to stand up again. But once he did, he charged at the old man again. The old man's eyelids twitched. "Kid, don't even think you can do as you please because you're mad." As soon as he finished speaking, he clawed at Yang Yi from afar, and a black claw grabbed Yang Yi's body and immobilized him. But just a moment later, a sword surged up into the air and pierced a hole through the hand. An instant later, Yang Yi swung the chopper down with both hands. Hiss! The hand exploded into pieces. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down, leaped up, and arrived above the old man before chopping down with both hands again. The old man frowned slightly. He gradually clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away once more, and he flew all the way to the village's entrance. But it only took a moment for him to crawl back up. The old man was about to attack again when Yang Yi suddenly sheathed his sword by his waist, and then walked swiftly into the village. It only took a while for him to vanish from the old man's sight. The old man was slightly stunned. "You don't want to fight anymore?" He gazed in that direction for a long time, and only after a while passed and Yang Yi still didn't attack him did he finally confirm that Yang Yi didn't want to fight anymore. What the heck? The old man was displeased, but he didn't go looking for Yang Yi. He just got another wooden bench, laid down on it, and it didn't take long for him to start snoring. In the room, Yang Yi returned to the room, and Bai Jixin appeared before him. She gazed at him for a long time and said, "You want to fight?" Yang Yi seemed puzzled. She sighed softly. "Don't act rashly here, understand?" Yang Yi didn't answer her. Bai Jixin continued, "I don't know why they think so highly of you, but as far as you're concerned, it's an absolutely huge fortuitous encounter. So, you must hold on tight to it. Understand?" Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. Bai Zixian's figure stiffened. As he hugged her, his palms suddenly slid down her waist toward her, but Bai Zixian's expression changed slightly, and she moved aside. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned. At the same time, he placed his hand against the chopper by his waist. Moreover, madness and tint gradually appeared around him. Bai Jixin was shocked by this and hurriedly walked over to Yang Yi. She hesitated for a moment and took his hand. However, Yang Yi pulled her into his arms once more, and then his palm gradually slid down again. Bai Zixian's figure stiffened. She hesitated for a moment and didn't move aside in the end. She really didn't want him to go crazy right now. Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't do anything besides copping a few feels. Just like that, they hugged for a long time before Yang Yi slowly calmed down. In the next few days, Yang Yi and Bai Jixin started cultivating again. During this time, Wang Aria's grandfather and butcher never came. Time trickled by. 2 weeks passed. Suddenly, some changes occurred on Yang Yi. Threads of bronze energy appeared on him, and they flowed through his meridians throughout his body. In the beginning, there was quite a little of it, but the energy gradually grew in amount. A long time later, Yang Yi suddenly stood up and left the bamboo house. Yang Yi arrived in the village again, and the villagers immediately moved aside upon catching sight of him. Presently, Butcher wasn't the one who they absolutely couldn't offend in Eternal Village, and it was Yang Yi. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the entrance of the village. The old man was snoring on the wooden bench with a wine gourd by his mouth. Yang Yi walked over to the old man with the chopper in his grasp, and then he chopped at the old man's head. The old man suddenly opened his eyes when the blade was about to strike his head, and then the blade stopped just half an inch away from his head. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly grabbed the hilt of the chopper with his left hand and pressed down. Hiss! The old man vanished, and the wooden bench was obliterated. Yang Yi suddenly turned around and swung the chopper in a sweeping motion. Hiss! Everywhere it passed, space hissed while a wave of powerful saber energy rippled out from the chopper. The old man tapped his finger forward, and it tapped straight against the saber energy. Bang! The saber energy exploded apart, but the old man was pushed 3 steps back. 3 steps. The old man glanced at his finger, and he noticed that the tip of it had been cut open. He frowned and gazed at Yang Yi. You've actually formed profound primal energy. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed the chopper with both hands, moved his legs outward slightly, and then countless strands of profound primal energy surged madly into the chopper. Moreover, madness and tint converged incessantly toward it as well. Crack. The space around Yang Yi gradually started to crack. The old man frowned. Kid, I'm going to get serious if you don't wake up a little. Hiss. Suddenly, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of dazzling saber energy that surged up into the clouds, and then a huge beam of saber energy shot down from above. Everywhere it passed, space was sliced open, and a huge spatial rift appeared from the sky to the ground. It seemed like it had sliced the world into two, and it was an absolutely shocking sight. The old man's expression finally changed at the sight of this. Life isolation. What the heck? Wait, this kid used the sword domain too. What the fuck? As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of powerful aura surged up into the air, and it was accompanied by a spear. The saber energy struck the spear. Boom. The area shook violently, and then the spear and saber energy exploded apart. Boom. Boom. The area suddenly started quaking, and with the village at the center, the mountains and earth in a huge area had started to tremble violently. It was like an earthquake. The most terrifying thing was that when those two types of energies shattered in midair, countless ripples of invisible aftershock surged toward the surroundings and descended toward the village. If they entered the village, it was obvious that the village would be obliterated. The old man was shocked and was about to do something, but the world suddenly seemed like it had frozen. It had frozen. The aftershock and energy that exploded forth from the collision had stopped on the spot, and the world gradually calmed down. Around a breath of time later, everything returned to normal. Meanwhile, a middle-aged woman walked out of the village. She glanced coldly at the slovenly old man. Are you trying to destroy this village? The old man pointed at the sky. Big sis, it's none of my business. It's that kid. He just keeps trying to kill me for some reason. Just a while ago, he snuck up to me and then swung his chopper at me. I almost died from that. The woman looked up at the sky, stretched out her hand upward, and then pulled down. Bang! A wave of powerful energy surged up into the sky, and then a figure fell from the sky and crashed into the ground before her. Bang! The entire ground shook violently. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi crawled up from the ground, and he walked in her direction with the chopper in his grasp. She just gazed coldly at him in silence. Meanwhile, the slovenly old man suddenly smiled while taking joy in Yang Yi's imminent misfortune, and he thought in his heart, Kid, you're going to suffer now. Even your master and that old man can't save you, you little bastard. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive around 3 kilometers away from her. Right when the old man thought Yang Yi would attack her, Yang Yi suddenly turned around and charged at him. The middle-aged woman felt speechless. Meanwhile, the old man was stunned for a moment, and then he leaped up with rage and cursed. He's putting on an act. It's definitely an act. He's not mad. Chapter 2308 The Sword 2. Chapter 2308 The Sword 2. An act. At this moment, the slovenly old man felt that Yang Yi was definitely acting like he was mad. Obviously, Yang Yi knew the middle-aged woman was strong, so he actually refused to attack her. Just think about it. How could a madman possibly be so rational? Meanwhile, a palm suddenly pressed down on Yang Yi's shoulder. Bang! A wave of powerful aura suppressed Yang Yi on the spot. She sized up Yang Yi and said, It isn't an act. Impossible. The old man refused to believe it. Big sis, you saw it yourself. This fellow. She shook her head. Instinct. It was an instinctive reaction. She gazed at him and continued, Why does he keep looking for you? I want to know the answer to that too. The old man spoke angrily. For some reason this kid just keeps trying to chop me into bits. I don't remember ever offending him. She sized up Yang Yi and said, He probably wants to train with you. The old man felt speechless. She said, His speed of cultivation is pretty good. He actually attained the first level of the primal saber scroll in such a short while, and he even succeeded at cultivating life isolation. Even though it only has its form, but not its essence, it's still difficult to come by, especially after it has been enhanced by his sword domain and madness intent. They make its strength quite extraordinary. Big sis. Meanwhile, the old man asked, he can still use the sword domain with a saber in his grasp? Why not? She glanced at the old man. There are numerous grandas, yet they all converge and lead to the same path. Of course, using the sword domain on a saber isn't as powerful as using it on a sword, but his madness intent makes his saber technique completely different from Third Brother. Third Brother's attacks are swift, accurate, and carry a righteous aura, but this fellow's attacks can be described with two words, mad and ruthless. The old man asked, which one of them is more promising? The woman shook her head. That depends on them. However, this kid's blade is more terrifying. His blade is used to kill. Once he enters into a state of madness, he won't stop until the other person is dead. You don't feel any pressure now because your strength far surpasses his, and you suppress him with your realm of cultivation. But if you're near his realm of cultivation, you'll sense how terrifying his blade is. The old man glanced at Yang Yi and shook his head. Even in the primal era, this fellow would definitely be able to survive and even become an overlord. But this character of his... Sigh, I wonder if it's a good thing or bad thing for the primal saber sect. She closed her eyes slowly. Who knows? Right? Don't harm him if he comes to practice with you again. Just practice with him. Since he's Third Brother's disciple, he's half a disciple to us too. The old man laughed bitterly, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown mercy. Oh, big sis, why does that sly old man think so highly of this kid? She replied indifferently. Ask him yourself. She glanced toward the distance and said, Little girl, come with me. There was a woman standing there. Bai Jixian? Actually, she'd arrived a long time ago. However, she didn't show herself once she determined that they had no intent to harm Yang Yi. Bai Jixian thought for a moment on the spot and left with her. The slovenly old man had quite a bit of embarrassment on his face. Big sis is still as hot-tempered as always. Once she left, Yang Yi regained his freedom. Once he was free again, Yang Yi grabbed his chopper with both hands and swung it at the old man. The slovenly old man felt speechless. Just like that, they started fighting again. This time, the old man didn't push Yang Yi back, and he just dodged and blocked Yang Yi's every attack. Just like that, rumbling resounded incessantly from outside the village. In the village, the middle-aged woman arrived at a garden. She withdrew a basket and passed it to Bai Jixian. Help me gather some vegetables. Bai Jixian glanced at the woman. She didn't refuse and just took the basket before walking into the garden. Just like that, they each held a basket and started picking the vegetables in the garden. A short while passed, and then Bai Jixian hesitated for a moment and said, Senior. The woman suddenly said, You can call me Auntie Veg. Bai Jixian thought for a moment and asked, Auntie Veg, do you have any requests? Auntie Veg walked over to Bai Jixian with her basket and squatted down beside her. Little girl, I remember that old man gave you a spatial ring, so why did you refuse it? Bai Jixian fell silent. The woman smiled. You like that kid? Bai Jixian shook her head. Senior, you may not know it, but he thinks I'm someone else. Oh. The woman stopped what she was doing and said, Tell me about it. Bai Jixian fell silent for a while and explained. He became like this because the woman he loved was killed by an organization in the outside world. He was too sad and became like this. The woman nodded slightly. I didn't expect him to be someone like that. She gazed at Bai Jixian and continued, What about you? Bai Jixian was puzzled. Me? The woman said, We're cultivators. So whenever we do things, even when it comes to emotions, we should follow our hearts. If we like something, we like it. If we dislike something, we dislike it. If you like something, strive to obtain it. If you dislike something, decisively choose to give up on it. Bai Jixian fell silent. Meanwhile, the woman walked over to Bai Jixian and sat by her side. She said, Do you know why that old man offered you that spatial ring and asked you to leave him? Bai Jixian gazed at her. Why? She smiled. If you took that spatial ring, I guarantee that you wouldn't be able to leave this place. He would kill me? Bai Jixian's expression changed slightly. Why? The woman explained. Because that kid is someone he chose. I don't know why he chose that kid, but I'm certain that kid is hiding some kind of secret. Obviously, that old man doesn't want anyone with ill intent to be by that kid's side. So, he offered you that spatial ring to test you. Luckily, you had some feelings for him, and that's why he didn't kill you and gave you eternal crystals instead. Bai Jixin spoke solemnly. Annie Veg, why did he choose Yang Yi? She shook her head slightly. I don't know. She stood up slowly. I need someone to help me manage this garden of mine. Are you willing to be that person? Bai Jixin stood up, and then she knelt down before the woman, Master. The woman looked up at the sky. I'm a successor of the immortal Slayer sect from the primal era. If you become my disciple, it represents joining my immortal Slayer sect. Are you willing? Bai Jixin naturally wouldn't refuse, yes? The woman nodded slightly and raised her hands. Bai Jixin was immediately lifted up by a wave of energy, and the middle-aged woman said, From this moment onward, you'll stay with me. In the next year, the amount you learn will depend on your own luck. Bai Jixin was puzzled. A year? The woman nodded. A year. 1 year from now, this village will vanish, and we will vanish too. Don't ask me why. You'll find out when you should find out. Bai Jixin glanced at her, and she grew even more curious about everything in this place. After that day, Bai Jixin stayed with the woman, and Yang Yi practiced with the slovenly old man every day. As time trickled by, Yang Yi's saber technique grew in speed, ferocity, and strength. At the village's entrance, many villagers would spectate whenever Yang Yi went to the village's entrance. Yang Yi had the chopper in his grasp as he walked over to the slovenly old man, and the latter gazed at him and said, Kid, bring it. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when he appeared again. After that, Yang Yi transformed into numerous afterimages, and the spectators could only see rays of light and nothing more. Madness Saber Technique. Someone exclaimed. Madness Saber Technique. That was what they were here to watch. Sometime during his training, Yang Yi had formed his own Madness Saber Technique. It was called Madness Saber Technique because Yang Yi swung like a madman every single time he attacked. A breath of time later, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, but the saber energy was still there. Yang Yi put the saber away and left. Meanwhile, the slovenly old man stretched out his hand and touched the space in front of him. There was a palm-sized rift there. A spatial rift. Above the spatial rift was 100 marks from a saber. 100 swings in a breath of time. He looked up at Yang Yi's vanishing figure, and there was a trace of solemnness in his eyes. In the beginning, when Yang Yi came to him to practice, Yang Yi's saber technique was just a series of random swings. But as time passed, he noticed that Yang Yi's saber technique was growing slightly different. Firstly, it was growing in speed. Secondly, every single swing struck at the same spot. Moreover, Yang Yi could swing 100 times in a breath of time. That wasn't terrifying. The true terrifying part was that no matter how he dodged, Yang Yi's 100 strikes would still strike the same spot. For example, if Yang Yi's fist swing struck his hand, then the second, the third, and every swing after that would strike his hand. The most terrifying part was that the speed and strength of every single strike was the same. That was why he didn't forcefully block Yang Yi's attack just now, because even he couldn't block it without suffering any injury. But his realm of cultivation was far above Yang Yi. Of course, even though he couldn't stop Yang Yi's madness sword technique without suffering any injury, he could destroy it. However, if he destroyed it by force, it would injure Yang Yi. So, he chose to dodge. The slovenly old man was quite shocked, because Yang Yi was only at the progenitor realm, but he was very well aware that even a true Void Realm expert wouldn't be able to break open the space here with ease. But Yang Yi had accomplished that just now. This represented that Yang Yi's combat strength was at the true Void Realm, but Yang Yi was just at the progenitor realm. 3 days later, Yang Yi arrived at the village's entrance with his chopper, and the old man immediately jumped up from his wooden bench. He was still quite vigilant against Yang Yi. The kid before him would use surprise attacks. On one occasion, Head gotten drunk and fell asleep, and Head almost had his throat slit by Yang Yi. So, he didn't dare to underestimate Yang Yi or be careless when facing Yang Yi anymore. The old man gazed at Yang Yi with vigilance because Yang Yi never said a word before attacking. Sure enough, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when he appeared again. Just as before, rays of saber energy surged toward the old man. 100 swings in a breath of time. However, the old man managed to dodge 100 times in a breath of time. At the instant Yang Yi's final swing descended, a smile curled up on the corners of the old man's mouth. But just a moment later, his expression changed drastically, and he forcefully twisted his body and dodged over 30 m away. There was a deep gash in his stomach. The old man was stunned, and then he looked up at Yang Yi and cursed furiously, "Motherfucker, you're using your sword too?" The sword too? Yang Yi stood not too far away from the old man, and he had the chopper in his left hand and a sword in his right hand. Chapter 2309 Moving Mountains. Chapter 2309 Moving Mountains. The sword. While Yang Yi was practicing in the saber, he was a sword cultivator. A formidable sword cultivator. The old man had overlooked that until now, because Yang Yi had been constantly using the saber. But just a moment ago, Yang Yi had suddenly used the sword and caught him off guard, causing him to suffer an injury, even if it wasn't huge or serious. But the old man was extremely shocked. Yang Yi's saber technique, the madness saber technique, allowed Yang Yi to swing 100 attacks in a breath of time, and all 100 overlapped with each other. It could be said to be at Yang Yi's limit because every single swing carried his full strength. The madness saber technique excelled in its explosive force in an instant by overlapping so many attacks. It was like chopping a tree at the exact same spot, so it wouldn't take long for the tree to be chopped down. Conversely, if every single hit didn't descend on the same spot, it would definitely take much longer to chop down the same tree. 100 strikes in a breath of time was Yang Yi's limit. That was what the old man thought, and reality was no different from his expectations. But he hadn't expected Yang Yi to use his sword to continue the attack, and he never imagined the transition to be so fluid, because madness saber technique required the support of profound primal energy, and those 100 swings exhausted all of it. That was why Yang Yi left every single time he finished swinging 100 times. It was because he had no more profound primal energy, but his sword didn't use profound primal energy. In other words, Yang Yi was in a completely new state when he raised his sword upon using his madness saber technique. It could be said to be a move that perfected his technique. "He injured you." Suddenly, a voice came from the side. The old man looked over and saw Butcher. But at this moment, Butcher was in quite an embarrassing state. Butcher's face had a deep bloody injury, and it was still open, so blood was seeping out incessantly from it. Besides that, there were around 10 more bloody injuries throughout his body. Every single one of them was extremely deep. Besides that, he was holding a big black bag in his hand. However, Butcher's eyes were filled with surprise right now. The old man replied indifferently, "I was caught off guard." Meanwhile, Butcher walked over to Yang Yi and sized him up. Suddenly, Yang Yi tightened his grip on the chopper and seemed like he was about to attack. However, he didn't do so in the end and just walked away. "I keep having the feeling that he's putting on an act." The old man continued, "Did you see that? He's absolutely smart. He refuses to fight those who are too strong, and he refuses to fight when his profound primal energy is depleted too. Damn it! Which madman is that intelligent?" Butcher replied, "I didn't expect him to be able to attain the first level in such a short while. Moreover, that saber technique, it was something he comprehended himself. Be honest, what do you think of it?" The old man fell silent for a short while and replied, "It isn't a huge threat to someone like me. However, if it's against true Tao Realm or true Void Realm experts, it would be a nightmare for them. Actually, I'm more amazed by his ability to merge the saber and sword as one. That attack with his sword was truly perfection." He gazed at Butcher and continued, "This kid is absolutely ruthless, and his combat instinct is formidable too. I'm certain that he fought his way to where he is right now. Otherwise, it's impossible to possess such instinct in his realm of cultivation, and it's impossible for him to be so ruthless. In short, you got lucky." Even if that kid can't surpass the founding ancestor of your sect, I'm certain he won't bring shame to your sect, and he may even allow the Primal Era's Primal Saber sect to be renowned in the world once more and go down in history. Butcher chuckled and gazed at the old man. Second brother, your evaluation of him is very high. The slovenly old man spoke softly. To be honest, after knowing him for so long, I really admire that kid. He gazed at Butcher and continued, stop acting. You seemed like you were very unwilling to accept him, but you were actually overjoyed then, right? Butcher replied solemnly, I'll be honest. I really do like him. However, I'm really worried about his slaughter Tao. Both his sword and saber are focused on slaughter. I'm sure you're aware that the heavens do not tolerate the slaughter Tao, and no one on that path has been able to avoid a tragic end. I think this kid will be different. The slovenly old man spoke solemnly. During the Primal Era, there were those who cultivated in the slaughter Tao, but I'm sure you're aware that they killed for the sake of killing, and they killed to grow stronger. But this kid uses slaughter to stop slaughter. If it wasn't for that, Big Sis would absolutely not allow you to take him as your disciple or make me practice with him. In the end, he isn't bad. He isn't an unscrupulous person. Butcher chuckled. Of course his character is fine. Otherwise, why would that girl stay by his side? All right, that's enough. I'm going to help that kid nourish his body. I'm going to improve that kid's arms to be the point of the moving mountain realm. The old man asked, you killed that desolate ape? Butcher nodded. Actually, I didn't want to offend that animal, but it just had to come at me. So, I had no choice but to kill it. The old man glanced at Butcher and hesitated to finish, but with your strength, Butcher spoke solemnly. That sly old man lent me a hand. The slovenly old man refused to believe it. He helped you? Butcher replied. I said it was for that kid's arms, and so he helped. The old man frowned slightly. What is it that he sees in that kid? Or perhaps that kid is his illegitimate child. Butcher shook his head. Forget that. I'm going to see that kid. I have to say that he really gave me a pleasant surprise. Haha. Butcher vanished on the spot. The slovenly old man shook his head and returned to the village's entrance. In a stone house, Yang Yi sat cross-legged as he meditated in cultivation. Butcher and Bai Jixin weren't too far away. There was a huge pot at the center of them, and Bai Jixin was ceaselessly placing wood beneath the pot. A pile of black meat was within the pot. Bai Jixin glanced at Butcher and asked, Senior, what is this? Butcher stirred the meat in the pot. Since you're Big Sis disciple, you're one of us. While we're not from the same sect, you can still call me Third Martial Uncle. Bai Jixin nodded slightly. Third Martial Uncle. Butcher explained. This is the meat of a desolate ape. It's a descendant of a primal demon. If it's judged based on the realms of cultivation in the outside world, it's above the true world realm. While its primal demon bloodline is scarce and impure, it still has some of it. So, it's very beneficial, especially to this kid. This pot of meat will improve his arms by a level, or as my Primal Saber sect calls it, the Moving Mountain Realm. The Moving Mountain Realm? Bai Jixin asked. A realm of body cultivation? Butcher shook his head. No, it's a realm of cultivating the arms in my Primal Saber sect. Very few in my sect have ever cultivated the body, and most of us just cultivate the arms. The stronger your arms are, the stronger your blade will be. So, our ancestors created an arm cultivation technique, and it's divided into 3 realms. The Moving Mountain Realm, Raising Ground Realm, and Heaven Shaker Realm. Bai Jixin said, his body is already in the true Tao realm. Is it beneficial to his saber technique? Butcher replied, of course. Not only is it beneficial, it's very beneficial. Actually, I really admire him for being able to cultivate the body to such a level. Body cultivators have it the worst among all types of cultivators, so being able to cultivate his body to such an extent represents that he has suffered a lot. Bai Jixin glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. All right. Meanwhile, Butcher said, let him eat. I want to eat too. Suddenly, a young girl appeared nearby. It was Wang Area. Butcher glanced at her. Go on. It's enough for both of you. Wang Area chuckled, ran over to the pot, and then scooped up a piece of meat and started eating. Bai Jixin walked over to Yang Ye's side and patted him lightly on the shoulder. Yang Yi immediately opened his eyes, and she pointed at the meat in the pot. Eat. Yang Yi gazed at the pot, and then he stood up, walked over, and scooped up a piece of meat. He was about to eat when he seemed to have thought of something, and then he swiftly turned around and passed it to Bai Jixin. Bai Jixin was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised it to her again. Bai Jixin just gazed at Yang Yi, and two streams of clear tears gradually seeped out from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, her heart was slowly melting. You eat too. Meanwhile, Butcher suddenly said, It's enough for all three of you, and it's very beneficial to you too. Bai Jixin accepted it from Yang Yi and started chewing gently. It could be described as tasting terrible, but Bai Jixin felt that it was exceptionally sweet. Meanwhile, Wang Area cursed as she ate. Butcher, can't you cook it a little better? How did you make something that tastes so terrible? Butcher replied indifferently, You don't have to eat it. Wang Area glared at him. I want once I'm full. Butcher was at a loss for words. It didn't take long for the entire pot to be shared amongst them. Once she finished eating, Wang Area patted her stomach. I'm going to sleep. Butcher, don't forget to call me next time. She vanished into the distance once she finished speaking. Bai Jixin glanced at Wang Area's vanishing figure and said, She's really strong. Butcher spoke softly. Her identity isn't ordinary at all. Bai Jixin was about to ask more when Butcher gazed at Yang Yi. He withdrew a jade bottle. This is the desolate ape's blood essence. Feed it to him, and it'll rapidly activate the energy within him. Bai Jixin nodded, took the bottle, and then poured the blood into Yang Ye's mouth. 3 breaths of time later, Yang Ye's blood vessels suddenly bulged up, and a wave of powerful energy surged through him. Bai Jixin was shocked and hurriedly gazed at Butcher. Butcher placed his right hand against Yang Ye's head, and a wave of powerful energy descended upon Yang Yi, causing the energy within him to gradually converge into his arms. Chapter 23 10A Lot of Battle. Chapter 23 10A Lot of Battle. As time trickled by, the veins on Yang Ye's arms started to bulge up. The energy from the desolate ape's flesh had erupted within him, and Butcher was guiding them toward Yang Ye's arms. Yang Ye's arms gradually started to transform. Bai Jixin just accompanied him in silence. Only her presence could calm Yang Yi. Otherwise, anyone who approached him would be greeted with the madness saber technique. A long time passed before Butcher withdrew his hands. Yang Ye's eyes were closed tight, and his fists were clenched tight too. His arms were covered in veins that looked like countless little snakes. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at Butcher, and then he slammed his fists at Butcher. Butcher seemed to have expected this. His expression didn't change at all as he raised his hand to defend himself. Bang! An explosion resounded. Bam! Bam! Butcher took around 5 steps back. As for Yang Yi, he charged forward again and slammed his fist at Butcher. Bai Jixin was about to stop Yang Yi, but Butcher suddenly said, No, he needs to release the extra energy within his arms. Bai Jixin hesitated for a moment and stopped on the spot. Meanwhile, Yang Yi slammed his fists at Butcher over and over again. Butcher didn't counterattack and just blocked them. However, Yang Ye's strength was truly too strong, so even Butcher couldn't block them without being affected at all. So, Butcher was pushed back incessantly. After all, Yang Ye's body was extremely strong, and his arms were even superior to his Bodis cultivation. Thus, every single punch of his could blast space open. Just like that, around an hour passed before Yang Yi stopped. He was exhausted. At this moment, Head vented all the raging energy in his arms, and he was finally exhausted. Butcher glanced at Yang Yi and said, He hasn't gotten fully used to his strength. Take good care of him. He'll be back once he has recovered. Butcher turned around and left. Bai Jixin gazed at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was lying on the ground, and he seemed completely exhausted. Bai Jixin shook her head and carried Yang Yi into the stone house. She placed him on the bed and was about to leave, but he held tightly to her hand. Bai Jixin was stunned. She hesitated for a moment and sat by the bed. As she gazed at him on the bed, her eyes gradually lost focus. A day later, Yang Yi appeared in the village with the chopper in his grasp. The chopper. Everyone in the village avoided him. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the entrance to the village. The slovenly old man had sensed Yang Yi's aura and immediately leaped off the wooden bench. He sized up Yang Yi and then suddenly vanished on the spot. Seized the initiative. It had always been Yang Yi who launched the first strike, but he wanted to do it this time. Yang Yi suddenly raised the chopper and swung it. The old man tapped his finger against the chopper, and then his expression changed at the instant he touched the chopper. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed backward repeatedly, and he only stopped after taking a few dozen steps back. As for the old man, while he hadn't been pushed back, the space around him had cracked open. At the same time, a long cut had appeared on his finger. He would have lost his finger if it had gone just a little deeper. The old man sized up Yang Yi's arms and said, "The moving mountain realm. Arms that can move a myriad of mountains." Yang Yi was about to attack again when Butcher and Bai Jixin suddenly appeared in front of him. Butcher sized up Yang Yi and smiled. "Not bad, not bad. Your control of strength is really not bad. Come, let's go practice your saber technique. You'll love it." He turned around and walked toward the rear mountains. Bai Jixin hesitated for a moment and led Yang Yi over. Meanwhile, the old man appeared by Butcher's side. "Are you sure about taking him to the rear mountains?" Butcher nodded slightly. Only true battle can allow him to locate the flaws in his saber technique, and only true battle can truly bring forth his potential. The old man spoke solemnly. "It's dangerous." Butcher smiled. "I wouldn't be taking him there if it wasn't dangerous." He paused for a moment and continued, "Second brother, I'm sure you're aware that we don't have much time left. If we don't make him stronger, he'll probably be killed as soon as he heads out there." The old man glanced at Yang Yi and nodded, "True. Be careful then." Butcher nodded, and then he led Yang Yi and Bai Jixin to the rear mountains. It didn't take long for them to vanish into the distance. At the southern parts of the village, a middle-aged woman stood before a bamboo house. It was Annie Veg. There was an old man at the entrance of the house, and it was Wang Aria's grandfather Hood, just returned from the rear mountains. The old man glanced at her and asked, "Do you need something?" She looked him in the eyes. "Old man, why are you doing everything you can to help that kid?" The old man grinned. "So it's that. Do you want the truth or a lie?" "The truth, of course." She continued, "If you're willing to tell me." The old man glanced off into the distance, and a young girl was training with her fists there. It was Wang Aria. The old man replied softly, "I want her to leave this place." Annie Veg's pupils constricted. "With him?" The old man nodded. She clenched her fists slowly. "Why? Why did you choose him?" The old man shook his head. "I can't tell you." She looked him in the eyes. "Why?" The old man shook his head slightly and entered the house. Auntie Veg frowned on the spot, and no one knew what she was thinking. The rear mountains. As they traveled, Bai Jixin asked, "Third martial uncle, what kind of place is the rear mountains?" Butcher explained, "The rear mountains is a huge mountain behind our village. There are some powerful creatures living there. Most of them are the descendants of powerful primal demons from the primal era, and they are very strong." Bai Jixin spoke solemnly, "Martial uncle, you plan to make Yang Yi fight them?" Butcher nodded. "They grew up here, so being able to survive proves that they are ruthless and powerful creatures. They are the best sparring partners for him. I know what you're worried about, but if he doesn't temper himself through battles of life and death, how will he improve himself?" Bai Jixin fell silent. Butcher continued, "He needs battle now, a lot of battle." Butcher stopped and stated, "We're here." Bai Jixin looked up, and a dense forest was ahead of them. Butcher picked up a rock and flicked it forward into the forest. At the same time, he waved his right hand and retreated 300 m away with Bai Jixin. A moment of silence ensued. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of powerful aura rippled out from the forest, and numerous afterimages appeared before Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi raised his chopper and swung it. Bang! A figure was blasted away. It was Yang Yi. As soon as he descended to the ground beneath him shook violently. A descendant of a primal demon that looked like a wolf stood before Yang Yi. but it was slightly different than a normal wolf. Its body wasn't huge, but it had two sword-like horns on its head and a very long tail. Skywalker wolf. Butcher spoke softly by Byzixian's side. It's extremely swift with very powerful explosive force, but its defenses are slightly weak. Of course, it still isn't something that kid can penetrate. If he's able to get used to its speed and explosive force, even a true Void Realm expert won't be able to kill him in an instant. Moreover, he would even have the strength to fight them. Byzixian nodded slightly and looked up. The Skywalker wolf was staring at Yang Yi with a vicious glow in its eyes. It was about to attack again when Yang Yi suddenly leaped up and arrived before it, and then he swung the chopper in his grasp. Hiss, 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 hiss. Numerous horrifying hisses resounded. It was the sound of space being sliced apart. Madness Saber Technique. 100 swings in a breath of time. As soon as Yang Yi's final swing descended, the Skywalker wolf had been blasted around 300 m away, and there was a mark between its horns. The mark was around half a finger deep, and it was just a mark without any blood. Because Yang Yi hadn't been able to slice through its defenses and had merely sliced through a layer of its skin, the wolf was furious. A furious howl resounded, and then afterimages appeared here. Afterimages of the Skywalker wolf. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions resounded incessantly. Byzixian's pupils constricted slightly, and she clenched her fists. Meanwhile, a figure was being pushed back repeatedly, and it was Yang Yi. He was being completely crushed. In just a short while, countless bloody marks had appeared on him. Just like that, a few dozen breaths passed. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yi's figure was blasted away, and as soon as he slammed into the ground over 300 m away, the wolf appeared above him again and slammed its figure down at him once more. Byzixian's expression changed and was about to do something, but Butcher stopped her. Butcher gazed coldly into the distance. Is this wolf stronger, or are his enemies in the outside world stronger? Byzixian fell silent. Butcher said, "We don't have much time left. When the time comes, this place will vanish, and both of you must leave. You'll die if you leave this place with your current strengths." So, he suddenly stopped abruptly, and astonishment covered his face. Byzixian was stunned on the spot too. It didn't take long for quite an unsightly expression to appear on their faces. The wolf was rolling on the ground while howling in pain, and Yang Yi was holding something black that was shaped like an eggplant. Something seemed to have vanished from below the Skywalker wolf. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.